ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages. It is I, the Old Humble Guy, and we are live, coming to you from the Streamyard studio of the Old Humble Distilling Company. Hopefully this thing will work. Cheers to JLM. Welcome to the party. But what I'm going to do in a little bit is I'm going to post the link to Streamyard, and we'll invite some folks up. If you want to come up and give thanks for your awesome year, then you can do the same as me. And right now I don't need these because I want to try this out, see if I'm willing to go back to StreamYard to try them out again. I have not decided yet to do that, but I am super duper excited. We've had a good year. The distillery's done. This distillery's done fine. The channel's done fine. As of right now, I believe I can look. We're at 1197 as far as subscribers go. So all of my fancy stuff that I normally have for my StreamYard or for my OBS studio, I don't have any of it. It's just right here with the StreamYard studio here. So I haven't decided. I could theoretically do some stuff with the stream. And pretty much the whole point of doing this tonight was to try out the StreamYard studio and do this. See if I like it, see if I can come back to it, see if it'll actually hold up as far as technical issues go. It seems like it's doing fine. So far, so good. But the key is going to be when I actually come in and have guests join me. See if I can bring Lisa on, see if I can bring any of you fine folks on. Come up and do the stuff. It sounds good. I'm watching me on my little monitor. It sounds good, looks good. I think, maybe StreamYard has finally fixed their shit and I don't have to hate on StreamYard as much as I do with a fiery burning passion. Y'all can ask me anything. I'm going to give a little state of the... What did I just do? I hit a button. Banners. Okay, that made that smaller. Change that over there. I need to refamiliarize myself with the thing. So I am the Old Humble Guy. I am the Old Humble Distilling, the principal at the Old Humble Distilling Company. This is my distillery. I make the whiskey. I make the whiskey that we sell. I sell the whiskey that we make. Bottle it. Do all the stuff with it. And I'm going to be sitting here tonight drinking with you fine folks. So, state of the distillery. This is my wrapper for my bottle that I just opened. Tonight, I opened up my Double Oak Straight Rye. 1 year old this month. We released it earlier this month, a year ago. I have a sore spot inside my jawline there. It's killing me. But we released it a little bit over a year ago. Sales have been good. We've sold 150 something cases of our straight rye over the course of a year, which is not nearly as much as I would have liked to have sold. I would have liked to have sold twice that, but we also have supply problem. Getting replacement inventory for our rye has been a challenge. But we're hoping to solve that inventory problem early next year. Say hi in chat if you're popping in. I don't want to post the thing up yet. I'm going to post up a link so you can join us. I am using the free version of StreamYard as a kind of a test drive to see if I want to bring StreamYard back into the mix next year, especially on Thursday nights with Lisa to do trivia. Pointing over here. My chat stuff is on this side of my screen. It's this side of my monitor, but this side of my screen. So it looks weird when I do this, but it's over here. Anyway, I'm debating whether or not to bring StreamYard back, especially for Thursday nights with Lisa and maybe some other types of shows. I think I've solved the big technical issue that was giving me all the problems with StreamYard in the past. And if this actually solves it, then I can get away from using Zoom. I don't really like using Zoom. I prefer using something web-based and more standard like this. And quite honestly, it's much easier to do this than it is to do panel stuff through Zoom and on OBS and merging together several 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 operating platforms. Cheers to everybody out there. Boop. So things that I am thankful for this year. God, that is delightful. Things that I'm thankful for this year. I am thankful for the growth that we've had at the distillery. Adding a new product line is never easy. We were able to add a product line. If we had more people, more funding, more move this around so that it's better. I think we could have done more, but I'm very hopeful and thankful for 2023 and the opportunity to get into 2023. Every at-bat you get as a business is another at-bat to get a chance to get something going. And we made it through 2022 and we are into 2023 excited for what the future holds. Our bourbon is coming out, already trickling bottles out now. We have our bourbon coming out, our Boomtown bourbon right there. Ooh, you know what? I need to turn this on. Turn on our hippie light. Goddamn bacon is in the house. Oh yeah, ask me anything. Absolutely. So I'm thankful for that. I'm really excited about what the future holds. Super duper excited. We'll do the Michael Jackson microphone where it's hanging above his head like this. And y'all don't know that. Y'all aren't as familiar with that video. The We Are the World video where the microphone is like up here and he's like, and we are the world. And it's like up here at his head. There's also another scene where it was like right here at his. Anyway, we're not going to do that shit. But I'm super excited for what the future holds for the distillery with the bourbon coming out and the opportunity that bourbon. There's a whole bunch of people really excited about that bourbon. I'm really excited about the bourbon. It's come and gone, and now that we're going to have it on a regular production schedule, I'm super duper excited about that. Are the distillates selling well? Yes, the distillates they're selling. You always want them to sell better, obviously, but we're hitting our sales marks. We have a range of sales marks between low, middle, and high. We haven't reached our stretch goal yet. We've passed our low goal and hit our midpoint goal. We haven't hit our stretch goals yet, but those are now next year we'll have 4 labels in circulation are Boomtown Bourbon, Special Reserve, Double Oak Rye, and Straight Whiskey. All 4 in production, all 4 in the mix, all 4 out in stores and on the sales floors. And I'm very much expecting to be able to do hit the stretch goal by the end of 2023. We're not going to be releasing anything new for the mass market in 2023. We are going to be doing limited runs in the distillery. We've got a special edition label that I'm working on not with the Astros, but with an Astros related content. We're working on a special label for the 72-hour blackout commemorative edition that we're going to be doing. We're working on possibly a pecan oak rye, which would be just fucking delicious. Doing our coffee liqueur on a larger scale, doing our peach brandy on a limited edition run in the distillery. We got a bunch of things that we're working on for 2023, and it's going to be a good time. It's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be I'm fully expecting to have our tasting room finished by the end of summer, including the indoor bathroom and air conditioner, which, all these pieces coming together to make for full-time operation, 24-hour distillery operations. And the other thing that I'm of course, I'm always thankful for my family, my lovely wife standing by my side, my beautiful children, and the new addition to our family that we've just had in the last couple of months. Super thankful that we were in a position to be able to help this kid out and an opportunity to bring him into the house. He is a great kid and we love him to death, and I'm so happy that we have him. Really, really sad for the circumstances that brought him into our house, but I'm super happy that we have him here. Cheers to chat. I see JLM is still in the house. Vanessa Kitty has joined the party. John Jacobs has joined the party. And of course, the venerable, respectable goddamn Bacon is in the house. I do want to open the panel up. I'm going to open the panel up to bring in more people. I just want to I want to get through this first, and then I'll put the link and y'all can come up. I really want to put StreamYard through a test tonight to see if I can bring StreamYard back on our trivia shows, because I really do think this platform is well suited for trivia with me and Lisa side by side on the screen. I think I solved the technical problem that had been plaguing me with StreamYard and this platform. I think the problem that we had was I was using dual monitors and it was overloading my graphics card on the computer. So if I switch over to just the single monitor, the camera single monitor, and that's it, I do have YouTube running in the background on the analytics page. But that is that's what's running right now. It's just this, and nothing else is going on. I don't see a problem right now with the video. The video looks fine. The output looks fine. It sounds fine. Everything seems to be operating optimally. So I'm thankful for StreamYard being something other than a complete steaming pile of shit. It is working well, and I might even take back all the bad things that I said about it. I looked back at the old videos, and it was January 2022 when I was first seeing the first problems. And it was shortly before that I got the second monitor and started doing the dual screens. So it seems like we may be doing well. I've seen this latest short. Oh, Vanessa, yeah, that actually. Let me look and see real quick. I have a feeling that's going to be popping off soon. Yep, it's already started. It started gathering steam. I'm expecting that one to be in the neighborhood of 3,500 views, at least 3,500 views. And that brings me to the next thing that I'm super thankful about. We started this project back in. See, this is another thing I can do with StreamYard. I can do that. Boom. Have you seen the latest short? Bacon. And that's actually something that I'm going to do. I showed it to my wife. She's like, we could do that. I'm like, yeah, we can. I think we're going to try doing that. The key to the thing is sealing it on the inside with the dark chocolate in order to have it sealed. So dark chocolate, bacon, and a little bit of rye. Oh my God, that's going to be so good. Especially if you use some of that maple bacon to give it that flavor. The maple, and although maple and dark chocolate, it'd have to be maple and milk chocolate because that would be a good combo. So there you go. Bacon, dark chocolate shot glasses made this kind. Yeah, we're going to be making them. Yeah, I'm going to be recording it. We're going to be doing our show. I might even do it on a Wednesday night or Thursday night with Lisa here at the house. We'll do it live. We'll do it. I mean, whatever, however long it takes to bake bacon. I think it's 15 minutes in the oven to bake it nice and crispy. That may be one of the ones we do on live and then cut that live footage down to usable content. And yeah, this is great. This is great. This is what I can do with StreamYard that I can't do on OBS. I can't easily do it on OBS. Yeah, peach brandy. The peach brandy that we're going to make is the same recipe that my great-great-grandfather Jean-Philippe, great-great-great-grandfather Jean-Philippe, great-great or great-great-great? Jean-Philippe, Jean-Emile, Joseph Tofio, Harry. So Joseph Tofio's grandfather, great-great-grandfather. My great-great-grandfather Jean-Philippe, my great-great-grandfather Jean-Philippe Brita made this peach brandy back in 1850 something. When he started the peach orchard and the South Coast Côte d'Azur plantation in Natchitoches, Louisiana. Yes, my great-great-grandfather was one of those people in the South. And fun fact, I'll let me finish this story. I'll get to the next story. Oh, there it is. Hang on one second. Time out. Time. I was wondering where my bottle of Special Reserve went. Special Reserve is what I wanted to drink tonight. It was over there next to my thinking chair. So I'm going to switch to Special Reserve for my double oak rye. Anyway, actually, the Special Reserve might go really good with the dark chocolate shot glasses. Anyway, he made this peach brandy at his orchard. He had a brandy peach orchard and vineyard. He was born in France. He came here in 1830 something. I think it was 1833. He came to the United States through Baltimore, learned to be a doctor at some butchery, the medical butchery in Baltimore, and then came south to Natchitoches, Louisiana. Started this vineyard and orchard, had some slaves working the property. In 1850s and the 1860s, of course, they got freed when the South decided to leave the United States in order to preserve slavery. They left the United States. Our orchard got burned down twice during the Civil War, but the vineyard remained, the orchard remained even after the Civil War, and they continued to make brandy. And one of the keys to this brandy was that it was aged in used bourbon barrels. Had a special set of spices and herbs that they would throw in along with the peach distillate to age it in the barrel. It is all listed down in a recipe that was found in a box in the attic of my grandmother's house, along with a bottle of a very dusty bottle of old peach brandy. So I'm super duper excited about that, recreating that recipe and doing the best I can to bring a 187-year-old recipe back to life. I'm super duper excited about that. There's also that pecan rye. That was a whiskey that it's the resurrection of a whiskey that was made on my great grandfather and grandfather's farm back in Natchitoches. These guys didn't own people. This farm, they made rye whiskey. That was the type of whiskey that they made on the farm. And they had pecan orchards, and they would age the whiskey with pecan wood. So they'd use bourbon barrels and pecan wood thrown into the barrels to give it that flavor. They bury it out in the pecan grove so it would have a very unique flavor. And I remember when I was like 10, the last bottle of pecan oak rye, this pecan aged rye, was the last bottles of it were put in the protection of my dad and uncles. And every year at Christmas, they would break out a bottle and pass it around the table and drink granddad's old pecan rye. None of them knew how to make it. The technique and style died with my grandfather. But the last bottle of that was finished when I was 10, and I had the pleasure and favor of having a sip of that delicious whiskey when I was 10. I hated it. I absolutely hated it. It was disgusting because I was 10 and I didn't know any better. But now I think back to that, and those were some awesome times. Those were some absolutely awesome times. I didn't know the kind of treasure that really was, to have all those people, all that knowledge, all that wisdom sitting around my grandmother's table, telling their bawdy old stories and telling their bawdy old jokes. And the aunts and uncles all sitting around the table. My dad had 4 sisters and a brother, so there were 6 of them. Uncle Clyde, Aunt Marie, Uncle Odie, Uncle Clyde, Uncle Odie. Or was it Aunt Marie? It was Odie West, Aunt Marie. Marie was the sister. Aunt Joy was the sister. Clyde, Joy, Marie, Aunt Ann, and Uncle. God damn, it's been so long. No, he had 2 brothers. He had 2 brothers and 3 sisters. There were 6 of them total. One of them died, Joseph. His older brother, Joseph Tofiel, was, they called him Bubba. He died when he was just like 13 or 14. He was just a kid. No, he had to have been older than that. I think he was 30. Not 13, 30. He died when my dad was 13. Anyway, but that's, this is good times. Good times. Treasures, really, kind of treasures that you just keep and hold on to forever. And it's It's good stuff. I'm thankful that we have those. Cheers. Thankful that we have those memories that I can look back on, and the opportunity to resurrect that flavor of the pecan oak. I've made a couple of batches of that pecan oak, and oh my god, pecan and oak and rye, and I don't mean like pecan nuts. I don't mean like toasted pecan nuts. I'm talking about actual toasted pecan wood, the same kind of wood that you use in a smoker when you're making barbecue. Smoking a brisket, smoking chicken down here in Texas. So cheers. It is amazing. You open the bottle, it smells like barbecue. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's going to be amazing. So anyway, yeah, good stuff, good times. I'm sure there was another story that I was going to tell, but I forgot what it was. Anyway, carrying on. Yeah, I was going to tell a story. I forgot. Oh, yeah, the next story, the intersection of these two stories. So I told you that my great-great-grandfather, Jean-Philippe, he had this, he had the plantation. He had well, it wasn't really a plantation. It was a vineyard. And the vineyard and orchard was part of a farm. And the farm, it wasn't a plantation. It wasn't a full-scale plantation, but he had workers. And the people working on it were not paid employees. They were slaves. They were owned people. Not something that... I'm particularly proud of that he did, but it is something that happened. And there's a section of Natchitoches. There's a lake called Breda Lake. There's a section of Natchitoches, Louisiana called Breda Town. Breda Town happens to be the property that used to be Jean-Philippe's estate. And of course, after the war and Reconstruction, that property went to the state, went into foreclosure. It was sold off for tax liens and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Although he still maintained a portion of that property for his vineyard and orchard so that he can continue to make the wine. He just didn't have all the rest of the property. Anyway, the rest of the property ended up becoming Breda Town. And Breda Town is that former property. And into my distillery comes this guy who has a bottle of... Hello, my love.
You want to do a public service announcement for anyone who might be in the Houston area?
Public service announcement for anyone who might be in the Houston area. The
entire city of Houston is under a boil notice until Tuesday.
A what?
Due to...
a boil... The entire city of Houston of 7 million people in the metro area, 2.5 million people in the Houston city limits proper.
We are safe from what I can see.
We're not in Houston city limits, so obviously it's Houston proper.
We are hooked up.
Will you get on with it?
At any rate, there was
in the middle of a goddamn show.
Water outage at one of their pumps, which caused a drop in the water maintenance system.
A water outage at a pump
at the purification plant.
At the purification plant caused a drop in water levels. Literally none of y'all are in the Houston area. We're in the fourth largest city in the entire fucking country, and we're under a boil water notice. God damn it.
Tuesday. There may or may not be school. We're still waiting for that one.
Terrific. May or may not be school. God damn it. It better be school.
No, for Houston.
There better be school for
Humble
Houston.
Will have some water. Humble is not under this.
All right, so we're good here in Humble.
All right.
All right, love you, bye. I swear to God. I swear to God. This isn't something we can blame on the state. This is just a fucking idiotic thing the municipal water guys did. I'm going to switch. These are hurting my eyes. Getting tired of looking into this light. It's bright. Shit. Now I can't see chat. God dang it. Maybe I can turn this a little bit better. I can just do this. Bring my hat down. Do it like that. Nope, still doesn't work. That'll work. It looks like I'm looking right at you, right? Nah, I can't do that. All right. Do something about this light. Oh, goodness. Make my eyes burn. Maybe this. That's better. Okay. That's a little bit better. Okay. So anyway, into my office comes this guy carrying a bottle of passion fruit infused rum. I introduced myself. He introduced himself. He wants to contract me with make his rum. We'll see if that materializes and if that matures into a thing. I don't know. We will see. But I introduced myself. He says, my son back in Natchitoches has the same name as you. I'm like, oh, how about that? His son is also named Joseph Brita, just like me. I'm like, oh, how about that? So he's from Natchitoches, Louisiana. Huh? He's like, yep. I'm like, let me guess. He's in that neighborhood that's on Texas Avenue and Stella Street. He's like, yeah, how'd you guess? I'm like, because that's the part of town that my great grandfather used to own. My hunch is that our families are connected. If you go back about 160 years, I'm guessing that there's an intersection between your son-in-law and my your son-in-law is probably great grandfather and my great grandfather. Anyway, so yeah, that was a weird intersection of personal histories. So there you go. It's delicious. Vanessa Kitty says hi, everyone. Dark chocolate shot glasses. It's not just dark chocolate. It's not just dark chocolate, JLM. It's bacon with dark chocolate on the inside to seal it so that it doesn't leak. And then you can pour stuff in and eat it and drink it. And oh, it looks delicious. It really does look delicious. Oh, no shit. It would be awesome for, oh, hang on. I'm supposed to click on all of them so that y'all all get to see your name on the screen. It would be awesome for espresso. That is absolutely true. Although I worry that the hot coffee would melt the chocolate and then cause a leak to your vessel. So yeah, there you go. You're not seeing it. I'm not. Great idea. It is a great idea. The suit of Egg McMuffin, sausage patty, bacon. Yeah. Like the soup and bread thing you can buy. Oh yeah, like soup and bread, like the bread that is turned into a rasher, a bread boat for thick soup. That is true. Thick sliced bacon shot glasses dipped in dark chocolate next. We're definitely going to be doing it here very soon, and we'll probably be doing it live. Probably so. Nightbot says, don't forget to subscribe. Recipe for Crown Royal apple candied bacon if you want. Dip the entire glass in dark chocolate. Pour brown sugar or maple syrup as you cook the bacon. Then cool. Well, see that the video is they just wrap the shot glass. They wrap the shot glass in bacon. They put a slice over here, a slice over here, and then just wrapped it around with the wrapped the bacon around it, and then popped it into the oven and cooked it, and then put the chocolate on the inside. They pull the glass out and put the chocolate on the inside of your. But I guess if you want to just dip it and put the chocolate on the outside, I guess you could do that. That seems. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Anyway, pear brandy with pear grown in the bottle. Oh yeah, that's right. They can do that. I forgot about that. If you put the bottle on the stem as the pear blossom grows, the pear will actually grow into the bottle. I forgot about that. That's a good idea. Sunflowers is in the house. Welcome to the party, Sunflowers. Cheers to you. I think I said cheers to John Jacobs earlier. Welcome also you to the party. Square Table is in the house. Yo, my man, cheers. An unusual Sunday night stream for me. I am putting Streamyard through its paces. As soon as I catch up on chat, I guess I can post it now. There is the link. If y'all are interested and want to join, tell the thing, you get 15 minutes. I bring you up, you get 15 minutes. Tell us what you're thankful for. If you want to hang out a little bit longer, you got to convince me to do it because we're going to try and keep the show moving and keep the conversation going. But yeah, at least 15. You'll get 15 minutes, and if you want to Well, you want to go longer? We'll figure it out. I don't know. I want to put Streamyard through its paces. I got really pissed off at Streamyard about a year ago. It wasn't working well for me. I dropped my subscription. I was frustrated and angry. I didn't like it. But I think I've worked out the real technical difficulties that we had a bunch of redirect viruses going through Chrome that were sending me to Yahoo and Bing every time I did a search. My allergies are going crazy right now. My throat is itching and it's killing me. I'm going to have some allergy meds real quick while I'm on the show, because nothing says good quality entertainment like a guy popping a bunch of pills and drinking whiskey at the same time, right? I am going to drink some Special Reserve and switching from my Double Oak Rye to my Special Reserve. Special Reserve, Old Humble Special Reserve. Everything you ever wanted in the whiskey and more. Oh, and tonight's episode is brought to you in part by the Poopy Potty. The Poopy Potty is a revolutionary new product that weighs you before and after you take a poo in order to estimate the size of your poo. And then, being connected to the World Wide Web, will post your score online and compare your poo to everybody else's poo who's posted their scores online. And the person with the biggest poo every week wins a prize of Champion in the weekly poo tournaments. Yeah, so there you go. This tonight's show is brought to you in part by the Poopy. What do I call it? The Poopy Potty? Yeah, the Poopy Potty. That's what it is, the Poopy Potty. And every week you have a Poopy Party to see who has the biggest poo. That's brilliant. It's absolutely fucking brilliant. Actually, it's a crappy idea, but you know. Did you eat anything yummy on Turkey Day? Yes, indeed, I did. We had a roasted turkey, a properly roasted turkey, in the oven and everything. We didn't fry it this year. We had butter potatoes, salt, pepper, butter. They were little bitty medallion potatoes. We had, of course, green bean casserole. I know people shit on green bean casserole, but I like green bean casserole. I don't give a fuck. Of course, we had rolls. We had rice, but it was dirty rice because we are Southern. We had stuffing, cornbread stuffing, and another one that I didn't like. I don't remember what it was. Of course, we had cranberries. We had gravy. We had asparagus. We had asparagus is so out of season right now, but we had asparagus. And I was very happy to have that. But most importantly, we had my mother, my older brother, his family, and my sister, her son, and his new girlfriend were all at the house. My mom had her friend over. Her son showed up. It was a full house. It was a full house. And this time of year, you know, we're going through some, you know, we're going through a lot of changes here in the household. It's been a real challenge the last month or so. But it was really good to see everybody and to be able to just kind of chill out and relax and enjoy family. So it was a really good weekend. I really, really enjoyed my Wednesday night, my Thursday night, and my Friday night, Friday afternoon, all day Friday. It was a great time. We still have a few challenging weeks in front of us, challenging and emotional weeks in front of us, but we've got big changes coming to the Burrito household. It's gonna be fun. The Old Humble household is adding a whole new person, and it's gonna be a fun and challenging time over the next probably 5 weeks, and then for the next year and a half. And we'll be working, doing a bunch of work around the distillery, doing a bunch of work around the house. You know, this shit doesn't do itself. You gotta put in the work. You gotta put in the effort. So there you go. We're just in the pick. CR to send it to you. CR, who the fuck is CR? I know who CR is. Never mind. Bacon's up. Square table. Send it on Instagram. Gotcha. JLM. did. We adopt a child. Okay, so a few weeks back at the end of October, a friend of the family passed, and she was a single mom. She had no brothers and sisters that were in the picture, no other family, and her 16-year-old son needs a place to stay. So her 16-year-old son was a child that we knew when he was like 8 months old. We've known him all his life. My lovely wife, the Mrs. Old Humble Guy, and myself are both his godparents. But we had fallen out of touch for the last 10 years, give or take. We'd kind of fallen out of touch, at least out of real direct contact or any meaningful contact. So we figured she'd moved on and done other stuff, but she contacts us like in September. She's kind of sick, going to the hospital, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, okay, interested, keep me posted if we need anything, whatever. The last thing she says to me is take care of our son. Like, okay, we'll take care of the boy. Flash forward from that conversation, 9 days later, she's passed, and now we have a new son. We have a new son, a full-size boy, new son in the house. It's a shitty time of year to be dealing with this stuff for the kiddo. I know myself, my own father passed on November 1st a few years back, and it was a shitty time to be walking and talking in the world. And before it got to the point where everybody was debating as to who should take him and who should be where he should go, how he should go, because nobody close to the family was in a really good position to do it. Well, I mean, we're not in a really good position to do it either. But I didn't want him to be a hot potato. I didn't want him to go into the state. I didn't want him to, he has a year and a half of high school left. And it was the best opportunity for him to be here with us, a great opportunity for us to add somebody to our house, a great opportunity for him to have a stable home, a loving environment, and just a good foundation under him. Because the alternative was going into a foster home for a year and change, bumping around to some places, maybe sleeping on couches, and just not a good situation to be in. So we wanted him to come stay with us. We thought it was the best opportunity for him. We were hoping that he would agree and do it. There was a couple of weeks of that, or we were kind of on pins and needles, hoping he would say yes and accept our invitation and join us in our household. And he finally did. We had that long conversation. It was a hard conversation for us to have with him because it meant that he would have to take a lot of changes and do some stuff. So, okay, that's excellent. Okay. And the boy will be here with me tomorrow. So that is awesome.
Keep him busy.
I will keep him busy. Yeah. So he's been going through, obviously this time of year, it's like I said, it's good to have family around you, and he doesn't. He's got a whole new family that he is meeting almost for the first time. He hasn't seen any of these people for almost 11 years. So he's meeting a whole new family that he hasn't seen in almost a lifetime for some people. And he's going through some stuff. We're going through some stuff, different stuff entirely, but it's we're very excited and very glad, very thankful that we had the opportunity to bring him in, and that we were not in a perfect place to do it, but in a perfect place where we can work towards making it work. It's he moved in. We didn't have a room for him. We didn't have space for him. We didn't have anything set up. But over the last 3-4 weeks, we've cleaned out his room. He's got a nice, a stable place to be now. Getting our game room set up. We're like getting the house usable to where. I wish we had it 3 years ago and it was more usable for us, but now it's more usable for everybody. So it's a blessing all around, and I'm very glad to have him in our house. He's a great kid. He has a great future, and I'm really, really glad that we were able to make sure that his future plans didn't get derailed, because this is the sort of earth shattering thing that could really really knock the wind out of your sails, but make the future really cloudy because you got to worry about today sort of stuff. But like I said, he's a great kid, and he's got just a beautiful future ahead of him. So I'm super duper excited for him. So there you go. Peanut butter with honey. Peanut butter with honey sounds absolutely fucking fantastic. We've done that on bread. We made peanut butter toast and drizzled honey on the peanut butter. It is super duper good. Not gonna lie. Any brisket that smoked pecan? Yeah, well, a lot of folks down here will use pecan wood is pecan trees. They grow prolifically in East Texas and Louisiana, and Mississippi for that matter. I think pecan is the state tree of Louisiana. It might be the state tree of Texas. And I think live oak is the state tree of Texas, but pecan I think is the state. It might be the nut. I don't know, but they are prolific down here in the South. So a lot of people in Texas will smoke with mesquite and pecan. A lot of people in Louisiana will smoke with pecan and oak. We'll also use oak. We'll use a mixture of hardwoods with mesquite and oak and pecan. But yeah, pecan wood is really, really good for smoking. It has a very, very particular aroma and flavor. And it is different than the pecan nut, which also has its own peculiar aroma and flavor when you toast pecans. Yeah, so there you go. There you go. Cushions is the pattern. Upholstery places can do it. Pecan smoked brisket. Yes, indeed. Channel cats, put them in homemade pizza. Put them in a homemade pizza on said smoke. Channel cats with pecan wood on pizza? A channel cat on pizza? Okay. Never had that. But I'm always down to try it. Apparently, yeah, we are. We in Humble out here, we're not under a boil water notice. But yeah, that is for Houston proper. There's a water boil notice because a pump went out at a purification station and the water level went down too far for it to work. So there you go. Houston ISD schools are breaking news segment on a rogue show. Yeah. So Houston ISD schools are canceled for a day. So there you go. There you go. The bacon into the glass, then dip it in so chocolate on the outside. But if you put chocolate on the outside, you get it all over your fingers. You got to put the chocolate on. You got to brush the chocolate onto the inside. Because, I mean, it would work both ways. Obviously, you put the chocolate on the outside, but if you put the chocolate on the outside, it's going to get all your fingers are going to get all chocolatey. Of course, they're going to get all bacony if you put the bacon on the outside. Deep freeze and fill with favorite beverage. Oh, okay. I guess if it's frozen, but bread rolls or chili or stews. Yeah, the bread bowls are absolutely delicious. Domino's does a pasta bread bowl. So there you go. I think I'm gonna dye my beard dark again. It's getting more gray than black, or than brown rather. Bacon. Want my 15 minutes of YouTube fame. You're welcome to come and join me. The link is down. In fact, I would love it if a couple people did come up and join me. I know I don't do panel shows very often. I know I usually complain about panel shows. I will do my best to moderate it and keep it moving forward. Y'all are welcome to come and join me. I would love to put Streamyard through its paces and make sure that it's working, because when I bring Lisa up, I want it to be properly functioning. Oh, you know what I can do? I can I can share my screen. I can use the other Chrome tab. See, this is what I'm doing on my tab. He said, let me hang on. Add this to stream. There it is. That's my live stream tab. And yeah, it's like it's holding up. That's my studio tab. 14 and a half minutes average, 19 total views, two chat rate is 2, concurrent viewers 6. So yeah, I can do this too. I wonder if I can do add another tab. Do where's my conflict? I wonder if I can go back to my online games. I had conflict of nations. Stop sharing. Let's see here. I wonder if I can go back to my game streams. Don't Benadryl and booze. I wonder if I can go back and do. I wonder if it'll hold up for a gaming stream, where I can do. Oh, I can. Look at that. It looks like it's going to hold up well. Okay, I'm good. Let me see if it sounds good too. Because this would be, yeah. So far, good. I'm not losing any frames. I'm not dropping anything. I'm all set. Are we good? You did great. You did fucking amazing. And now we got a unstable fucking connection. I'm not on Wi-Fi. I'm plugged into the goddamn router. Thanks, StreamYard. Thanks for reminding me how much you're a piece of shit. Okay, so I can't do anything, and there goes the camera. Browser has lost connection to the camera. Start the camera back up. Thanks, StreamYard. Thanks for reminding me. Thanks for reminding me. Awesome. Do we even have audio now? Did I lose everything? Yep, nope. Settings. Camera. Yeah. There we go. Back up and running. I don't know what that was. I don't know what that was. I don't know why I did it. But so annoying. I literally had to unplug the camera and plug it back in for it to work. Literally had to do that.
Hello.
Oh, hey, it's Sunflowers. What's up?
Relaxing.
Well, cool. What? Those with permanent diarrhea. What is Vanessa Kitty? Whatever. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know either. I missed that convo.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So what are you thankful for?
I'm thankful that we're friends.
Aw. That's just because you don't know me well enough to.
And then
to
I'm
hate me.
friends with bacon because I lost a lot of friends. You know,
you have had a bit of a challenge this year.
you know why.
Uh-huh.
And so I'm grateful and thankful that you two are my friends.
Oh, thanks. And I agree with you. Green bean casserole is yummy, and
Mhm.
bacon too. Y'all are both correct about that. You have correct opinions. Congratulations.
Thanks. I love green beans. It's one of my favorite foods.
Well, there you go. I agree with you. And I mean, you say I'm a very decent human being, but
I mean,
if you let that rumor get out among the people, then you will ruin my entire reputation. So
all right, you're awful.
just
You're
keep that
horrible.
between the two of us.
Alrighty.
So yeah. So what are you looking forward to for 2023?
That's very difficult to answer
Yeah.
because I don't know what life's gonna be like.
We never do. That's what's fun about it. It's
No,
exciting.
no, I'm going through things.
Yeah.
And so I don't know where my life will be, but what I'm hoping is that I can get a good job and get out of my circumstance.
Well, there you go. That's you should make that a plan and not just a hope. Like,
I've been working towards it,
do it.
but sometimes, all right, I'm going to quote Hillary Clinton here.
Mr. Jiggs is in the house. Cheers, Mr.
It
Jiggs.
takes a village.
Sometimes it does.
And I
Sometimes
need
it
that
does. You're very
village
right.
to come through for me
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
because I can't do it alone. So,
And
but I've been putting my this year I've been trying to put my goals into fruition.
Yeah.
I'm staring at a board. What do you call them? Like a French board?
A French board.
It's like some people use this for like vision boards.
Oh, okay. I get you. I follow. Okay.
Something that looks like that. It might be called French board. The one I bought particularly. But
that would be in board.
I have it on my board, my goals, and I have to actually keep going despite what's happening. So that's what I'm looking forward to, challenging myself.
I'm playing with my light. That's a good. I mean, I did the same thing several years back, and I do it with the distillery too. Like, my sales goal for the year, and what do I have to do? I work backwards to get to. What do I have to do? If this is step 10, what do I have to do with step 9? What do I have to do with step 8? What do I have to do with step 9? The same thing I did with the channel and back in February when I decided to start making the channel better for the first time ever. I set a specific target and worked backwards to work towards that target.
That's cool.
I went way past it, but I was not expecting that to happen.
Maybe I should try that. I am taking care of my health slowly but surely, and I have a dietitian, and she told me I should do SMART goals. Do you know what that is? It stands for stuff like.
Oh no, I don't know what it is. If it's an acronym,
like specific, manageable, timely. It's to get you to think how you're actually going to achieve the goal.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Like little baby steps, manageable goals to move to the next step. Yeah, but they should all point in a certain direction too. You should have like Franklin Covey. They always said begin with the ending in mind. So you're not just making steps along a progression of steps. You're making a steps on a progression towards a specific goal that you're shooting towards.
Yeah, this is all. You would think at 43 I would know all this, but I'm just learning.
Yeah, it's not intuitive. It's less intuitive than you think.
I wish I knew this before, so my life would be better.
Well, I am. Speaking of life being better, I'm going to bring up a notable degenerate from the West Coast to join the party as well.
Hello, hi.
Degenerate indeed.
And we're gonna make the whole thing better tonight.
It just got dark
cheers,
in here.
Bacon. Cheers.
I decided to make a questionable life decision that didn't involve a woman today.
Darn, not me. Oh well.
And Vanessa,
It's got a bunch of X's on it, though. That's for sure.
Time out real quick. Vanessa, we used to have a pecan tree in our backyard at our old house. And one time a pecan fell and hit my beagle in the head, and he had a big old knot on his head, a bruise on his head, right above his left eye. And the only thing we could figure out, he comes in with a bruise over his left eye. We couldn't figure out what it was until we saw out in the backyard the pecans dropping out of this giant pecan tree. And yeah, he got bonked in the head with a pecan. Of all the random places for him to be, he was underneath the pecan as it fell out of that tree.
Oh, that stinks.
It hurt him for a few days, and he never went around that tree again.
But did you guys make pecan pie?
We make pecan pie, not pecan. Ugh.
Wait a minute. Is there a correct way to say it?
We always say pecan because pecans were what we brought with us on long trips, so that we didn't have to stop. But only the guys could use the pecans. The girls didn't know how to. Couldn't.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah. So cheers, Bacon. Welcome to the party.
I gotta ask, just how big were these? How big were these pecans that actually left the?
Just a regular sized pecan. But when they're in their green shell, they're a little bit bigger than the pecans you see in stores because the green shell.
That makes sense.
It's like a coconut that has the big husk around it, and you peel the husk back, and you have the nut inside. This is the same way. Pecans have a green husk or brown husk when it falls out of the tree, but it also fell like 30 feet. These were tall trees. These weren't like little shrubs. It fell and conked him in the head.
Right, so it was enough to achieve terminal velocity. There is what you're saying.
Enough,
or at least close to it.
Enough to hit him in the head and give him a bruise. So how's your year been?
You could say it could have been a lot better. But hey, I'm still here.
Good.
Hey, I'm still here and I'm still drinking.
There you go.
That's cool.
So what can you say something specifically that you're thankful for this year?
I know it might sound cliche, but my family,
yeah,
they have been they've been good people, pretty much since I've known them. I mean, so there's that. Seriously, like I can't say exactly what, but let's just say they've been more than helpful. When I actually needed help. Usually I'm the one that people end up calling if they need help for something. As long as you're decent people, like if you're somebody I'm willing to talk to, have a beer with them, chances are I'm gonna be around to help you out.
Yeah, I get you. It's
there's no problem, but yeah.
And,
and
to Christopher Holly for joining the show. Welcome to the party.
Hello.
Carry on. Keep going.
But I mean, let's just say, I needed help, and I know a lot of people like this isn't the case. Family doesn't. You have friends that that care more about you than the people that live within 100 miles.
There's
whether you're blood related or not,
and family and the chosen family.
Exactly. Which I mean, with family and friends, I mean, if you're somebody who's good to me, your family, whether you're blood or not. They just happen to be, mostly blood related, but it's like, like I need help. Like they don't even think they actually think of ways that they could help me out, in the situations that I, find myself into. So I'm thankful for them, not only just for that, because, just how rare that is these days. You don't get that too often. You hear stories of quite the opposite, or hey, I was always there for you. Can you help me out with this? No, I can't do this because reasons, or that's the passive version. I've heard a whole lot more horror stories than that. No need to get into that because it's a thankful stream or whatever. But let's just say it normally doesn't go that way. I'm just happy that I have family that if I need help, I don't have to ask if I need help, they'll be there. They've been there.
Yeah,
So
yeah, and I'm
That's nice.
I'm luckily placed that I have that same kind of family network around me that if I need something, you try to solve your problems, but if you can't solve your problems, you have a network of people behind you, and
That sounds
yeah,
doing something risky like starting a business, you almost certainly have to have that network of people behind you to make sure you don't fall completely flat on your ass and make an ass of yourself. Just fall a little bit on your ass and make a little bit of an ass out of yourself. That's the
just a
where
little
we're at.
start the business. I mean, that's one of the. I mean, that's one of the riskiest things you can do.
Yeah, no shit.
You know, I mean,
especially
So
if you have a
ask Uncle
family.
how he knows. Yeah, I mean,
Like,
even something that should be a a success hit as I don't know making whiskey. You know, I'm pretty sure whiskey in the state of Texas. I'm pretty sure it's going to sell, but I mean that even as it's going to come with its own its own risk and its own unexpected things. As I'm sure you found out.
oh yeah, there's a whole
And
bunch
it
of
doesn't have to be indicative of the word. Like it could just be seasonal. Like, could you imagine like starting this? I don't know, what 2007, 2008, when basically, basically the bottom fell out of the market or whatever.
you're right.
I mean, timing matters.
Yeah, and
Climate
I was
matters. That
actually
kind of stuff.
working.
right, but you're doing it in the midst of COVID.
I was working in the Treasury Department, kind of in a finance position, at a funeral home and cemetery consolidator in '08 when the bottom fell out of when like all the markets seized up and everything went like straight to hell. And I was getting my MBA at the time, and everything was just chaos and crazy because we were working on the financial side, working the trusts, and it was a very interesting time to be in the financial world. And then I got to go into 2 years later, I was in the cleanup side of that, working on the other side of the trusts for the clients. It was an absolutely fascinating time. I
Fascinating
don't
way
ever
to
want to
put
do
it.
it again.
I'll bet.
Having people calling you up, like literally calling you up saying, "Should I sell everything in my portfolio?" And you're like, "Well, you can't, for one, because nothing will sell right now. But also, no, come inside off the ledge. You've lost a third of your value. You don't want to sell now, ding dong." So yeah, like a good portion of my job was like suicide prevention hotline.
That's got to be no, but all kidding aside,
I feel uplifted already.
I'm sure some people thought about it.
Oh yeah, a lot of them did. Well, I mean, this wasn't like money that they had access to directly. This was like money that they had access. So my former job, when I worked at the bank, and when I worked at in the trust department prior to working at the bank with the consolidator, what I did was I basically managed the accounts that managed the money for the funeral directors. When you pay for a contract, a funeral contract, a prepaid funeral contract is what it's called. You
All right.
write a check to the funeral director, and the funeral director has to take that money by law and put it into a trust that they don't control. Otherwise, they have that money in a savings account or whatever, and they go buy a boat and a house and graduation embraces and all the other shit that money is used to pay for. And then when you die, that money's gone because it's in a boat or a house or a farm or whatever they went and bought. But they have to put it in this trust, and then professional trust managers manage that money on their behalf, so that when you die, the funeral director then goes to me and says, "Hey, we need that money," and I write them a check and say, "Here's that money plus another check for all the interest attached to that money." So that's what I did.
So it actually goes into account where it accrues interest. That's interesting.
It goes to account where it accrues interest, or it gets invested. They get investment gains and all that stuff. So they were looking at their investment accounts and they were losing 30% of their, like the markets are plummeting. Everything's freezing up. They're freaking out. They're losing like value on paper that they can't get a hold of and they can't touch. They can't do anything to. So they're freaking out thinking, "Oh my God, what if all my clients die?" And you as the the trust officer, you have to be sitting there telling them, look, whoa. You have plenty of cash reserves. Everything's fine. You're not going to realize these losses. You're fine. Everything's good. Just relax. Come inside. Put down the shot. like just like really trying to calm them down, because at that point they're seeing like oh my God, I have to sell everything to preserve anything. And they're like, no. If you sell anything now, you're fucked. Don't do that. And that's
don't panic.
So
exactly. And that's what investment officers, that's what investment officials all over the country were doing at the same time, telling people, no. Now's a buying opportunity. Everything's 30% off. You don't tear up your pants when pants go on sale 2 to 1. You go out and buy pants. This is a buying opportunity. And that was like a lot of financial jobs are therapy jobs where, people are calling, going, oh my God, should I buy gold? And you're like, no. Just relax. The S&P is down 20%. Buy S&P. It's going to come back.
I have a question. So
Yes,
since you were working with the funeral home with these trusts, do the people only get to use the trust for their funeral expenses, or what can they do with this? That's it?
That is absolutely how it works. That way when you pass, your kids can't say, I know grandma wanted to have a funeral with all of these particular things for her funeral, but we really want to go to Disney World. We're in grief and we want to go to Disney World and buy a boat.
But I thought this was
supposed to be able to do that.
But I thought this was what life insurance was for.
Life insurance is different. This is specifically to handle funeral arrangements and funeral end of life arrangements. Life insurance can go to that, but
it's not required.
Right. You don't often get life insurance.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. Your life insurance doesn't usually kick in until several months after you pass.
Oh, I didn't know that. I was told it was for when you die.
Well, yeah, but when you die, your life insurance will kick in when you die. But if you die in, let's say, June, your family's not going to see the life insurance money until after a death certificate is issued, after the paperwork is completed, after all the vetting is done. And it could be 6 weeks to 3 months before the life insurance stuff gets settled.
Oh, I gotcha.
Completely. And by then you stink a lot. So, you've got to be cremated. You've got to be embalmed and put in a box and put in a hole, or you've got to be cremated, put in a jar and put in a hole, or scattered, or whatever's going to happen. All that stuff has to happen within several days of death. Otherwise, you get awkward glances at people when people come and visit your house because grandma's still sitting on the couch.
I had life insurance, but then I'm like, well, I'm single. Why am I paying for this?
Right. Well, and the reason you get life insurance is, like if your significant other and any children you have, like
I don't have a family of my own.
I know, I understand. This is why I'm explaining this.
Yeah.
For those who don't know it, your life insurance is like, okay, let's say I'm a humble oil distilling company. I'm bringing in, $250,000 a year selling whiskey. Hey, 6 figs. And he has a stay-at-home wife, like watches his kids, or she takes care of the alpha stuff. Joe gets hit by a bus, or I don't know, something about him like sending a satellite to space and somehow lands on him afterwards.
Yeah, I think that's how he's going to.
Probably. Yeah. We'll hear about this on the news. Anywho,
yeah, absolutely.
He goes, and suddenly the family's without income because, Humboldt was the sole breadwinner of the family. That's where the life insurance comes in. It pays whatever portion. I don't know the intricacies of that, but it basically makes sure you don't get thrown on the street.
Yeah, it's intended to replace income for your family. Which is why children don't tend to have life insurance policies, because children don't make income.
Exactly.
True.
Oftentimes they'll have a small life insurance policy of $10,000 or something to cover burial expenses should something happen up until the age of like 18 or something like that.
Okay.
But very rarely do children have to have a life insurance policy because there's no income to replace with a child.
Yeah, well, I figured I'm not getting married. Why am I paying? When I get married, I'll revisit that. So I just stopped paying.
Well, I mean, who would the life insurance go to if you just met an untimely end? No, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And when it comes to final arrangement,
I was told growing up that when you grow up, you have to have a life insurance policy. Everyone insisted it's for like when you die. That's what I was told.
Yeah.
It's like a necessity. My family thinks it's a necessity. But then I concluded, well, yeah, you're all married, not me.
Well, exactly. And if you are married, it's good financial planning. If you're not married, maybe a small life insurance policy to cover final arrangements. But the difference between life insurance and the funeral trust or funeral insurance, in Illinois, you have both trust and insurance. Most people, well, they go either way. You get to decide your arrangements. You've already bought the plot of land. You've already bought the urn or the casket. You've already made arrangements for how you want your memorial service to be. You've planned it all out and you've paid for it and it's done. And then nobody can come in behind you and say, "Well, we're just gonna take the ashes and do a hotel room."
With the trust?
With a trust or insurance, either way.
But isn't that what a will's for?
Well, the will is for the will does that. The will does that, but it also has to be paid for. So
that's true. Yeah.
What the funeral trust does is it pays for it, and it's all done. And then the people who are coming behind you,
just go here,
cleaning
do this.
out your apartment and cleaning out all your stuff and adopting your child, they don't have to make the arrangements on your behalf.
And out of your boxes of Playboys that you kept for the articles.
And you can put in your will to give specific instructions to clear out your cookies and your search history before anybody takes your computer.
I'm sure that's what Bacon's got, right?
No, I'm leaving all my thumbnails up. I want to. Hey, if I'm going out, I want to scar as many people as possible. Like on my way out.
All right, then check my search history.
There's a box of utensils under my bed. Please throw them in the trash.
So to speak.
Wish. Check my search history.
You know what? I might just leave labels. I might leave labels with these like, "Hey, guess what this is for."
Oftentimes, those instructions will be given to like a neutral third party who's not really related, doesn't really know you. They're the cleaners. They just come in.
Oh, even better.
Get all the stuff cleaned up.
I want to scar the people I know, damn it. Yeah, I just got through talking about how, hey, family, you guys really been there for me. I really appreciate you all. And should I die, you guys are going to have one heck of a therapy bill.
Yeah.
Because you're welcome. That's why.
It's always a very good plan to just have one shoebox, one boot box full of dildos. No matter what, just one, like a full-size boot box, like the 18 by 18 boot box, just full of all kinds of just dungeon toys and butt plugs, all the lube,
loggers, bull whip.
Just so you know, like even if you never used them, that's fine. That's even better. So they come in and they're like, "This is completely out of care. Where did he get these chaps from? I never saw him in these chaps. Holy crap!" Yeah, that's absolutely. You definitely want to have that in your house somewhere.
Oh, pro tip: even if you never use it, just put like some old, like KY jelly or something on them, so it looks like you used them.
Yeah.
Don't ask me how I know.
And ideally, maybe put a lock on the box just for so they're really curious and they'll open it. Yeah, definitely do something like that. The better hidden, the better.
St. Peter's gonna have one hell of an eye on us for this.
You can imagine looking down from whatever perch you have in the afterlife, and you're there with the other people, and you're like, "Hey, check this out! They're about to go into the closet."
It's like, "Hey guys, come look at this!" Kind of like a watch party.
Gonna be messed up. Oh,
I'm just imagining now, like, once they make it back up here, wherever the heck we're going after he shuffle off this Mortal Call, like once they join us, is like, what are they going to say afterwards?
Wait, what?
Like, what are they going to say? Once they end up shuffle off the Mortal Call, that means die. Once they decide to show up wherever we are, like, what are they going to say afterwards?
You're right. I ain't worried about it. I'll be dead, worm food, or hanging out with the big guy, whichever one it is. I'm not going to have any interest in what's going on Earth. It's going to be great.
I think Sunflower is actually eating popcorn.
Yeah, I was trying to tell you. Yeah, somebody goes here, and he gives me popcorn. And it says on the bag, it's popcorn time.
Awesome.
Oh, Implements has its own room, a box chuckling around.
Yeah, I saw that. We have.
And I said, I've known you for at least a year. Let's just say, you know what? Other people might be surprised I'm not.
In our old house that we used to live in, we had a little door in the back of a closet that went to like the air conditioner and all the stuff. Like it was like the secret door that went to the attic.
Oh boy,
utility door. That's what it was called upstairs.
Okay.
I used to joke that was the sex dungeon.
That's upstairs.
Yeah, it was upstairs. Behind, a secret door in the back of a closet. That was our sex dungeon. And then there was another door in the back of a closet that was just a little bitty door. It was only about that big, and it went into a crawl space. Never used it. Never had the need to go in that door. But when you opened up the closet door, it created a vacuum with the air, because the door would open this way and it would create a vacuum wind tunnel. And that
the door opened outwards or inward?
Open a little bit and close. When you open the door, it would swing open a little bit and close, and it looked like a troll door. And I used to tell people, check it out, it's our troll door. And I'd open up the closet door and you'd see the door like swing shut. Like, see, they get spooked by the light. And I'd shut the door. And
I'm about to say, I was going to ask, like, okay, I don't have anything above me right now because I'm on the top, literally on the top floor. It was like, you're just scrubbing my fucking place. It's like, I gotta have the same thing. There's a crawl space that's around here, and there's one entrance is in my bedroom. I define that loosely. And there's one it's like the world's smallest walk-in closet.
Nice.
Like, and yeah, there's an entrance in there as well, to get to it. And it's funny you bring it up. Like, I actually named the place I used to live in, because it was on the second story, but just because of the way I was like, hey, it's the basement that's upstairs. All joke that goes back, like, even before I had this place. Yeah, I live in the basement. It's upstairs. Then moved to this place. It's on the third floor, and there's like 2 windows. One looks out onto the street, so if all hell breaks loose, I at least have the best sniper position on the street. Then there's the other window that's directly in front of me. It just sort of overlooks the backyard. That's it. Like, those are the only 2 windows. If this place was the worst armor tank ever, that's a building. This is it. And I went ahead and did the lighting the way that I did. I like going with just warmer light. I don't like, the 5000K whatever is kind of like just bright white or slightly blue or whatever. I decided to go ahead and call this place Fort Sky Dungeon. Yeah, it's on the 3rd floor. It's still a dungeon. That's what he said. I was like, okay, I know exactly where you're going with this. Some habits are a lifetime.
What the fuck is that? Oh, sheet labels. Oops, cancel that.
Hi.
Almost.
Hello.
So I'm still playing around with it. Oh, hey, look, she's got a face. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I've only seen her face like 3 times.
Hello.
She's busy eating popcorn. What kind of popcorn are you eating, by the way?
So I'm still playing around with the tabs to make sure that I can add them.
Do you see it?
Not really, because the light's behind you.
Orville Redenbacher's.
Oh, got you.
Popping corn.
Oh yeah, that's a classic. I think I have some of that laying around here too. I haven't made any though.
So now people know
Okay.
where I am. If they find me, they find me.
Okay. All right. So this isn't Ask Me Anything. So I don't know. Just related to that whole thinking about you dealing with the funeral business and financial side, all that stuff. You talked about the different types of funerals people have. Have you ever had to deal with the Viking funeral?
I think I fucked up.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Okay, I'll let him
I think
focus on what he's.
I'm still playing with the tab to see if I can do it, but I keep getting an unstable connection. But I'm not on Wi-Fi. I'm direct wired, and I shouldn't be getting an unstable connection for anything.
Yeah, that should be the most stable. I mean, again,
So
who am I to say?
there's only I don't know what exactly is going on or why it's doing it, and it's Bothersome. Well, now you fucking lost me. Fucking stupid thing.
Uh,
Try it again.
Damn it.
It's okay.
Damn it.
We're still working.
But
We're
we
still
can hear-
working.
I'm channeling my inner Big Angry Phil.
Okay.
Anytime you get stuck on something, doing games. God damn it. God damn it.
Oh, you're back.
There.
Welcome
I'm back.
back. I'm
Everything's
curious. In your time spent at the funeral home, did you deal with people who wanted tree burials?
One of my clients was a tree burial cemetery in Oregon.
Oh. In Oregon.
One of my clients for the cemetery, but she was a tree burial person.
Ooh. So
So
how does
I
that?
didn't work at the funeral homes directly. I worked at a bank that worked with the funeral homes. So
Gotcha.
I think that would be cool myself
Mm-hmm.
being turned into a tree and then having like in my will, like every year someone needs to make a pie with the apples that come from my tree. That'd
I was wondering
creepy as fuck.
that's becoming more of a thing because we know someone, all kidding aside, he's a funeral director, my uncle's best friend from yesteryears. And I think I heard through the grapevine that the cemeteries, they're running out of plots.
Some of them, yeah.
So I would think having a tree, and then people can see, think of you. That's better than just looking, at the plot. At least in my opinion, it sounds lovely.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Plus, you're returning, your protein and everything else to the earth, so you're literally recycling your body to the planet.
Right.
So, it doesn't matter which side you're on an old climate thing. It was like, there's nothing wrong with that.
Relatively modern concept. It's a relatively modern idea to do that sort of thing. I gotta move my camera over here real quick. I thought I'm looking to see if I can improve my performance by going on the old computer screen all by itself.
Yeah, because
but there's plenty of land for burials. There's cemeteries that are running out of land, but there's plenty of land and plenty of cemeteries.
But that's what I meant. Where we go,
it is a great business to be in. Yeah, it's a great business to be in because you basically turn an acre. A $10,000 acre of land into a $400,000 cemetery. The math on a cemetery is insane. It's just a matter of being able to sell the plots and match cash flow to needs.
But what I meant was, by me, where we go, where our families go, there's 2 cemeteries.
Mm-hmm.
At least one of them, I don't know if it's both, is running out of space.
Yeah.
So,
It's probably a pretty old cemetery too.
Let's see here.
That'll make sense.
My one grandpa died, I think in the 90s. So it's probably around well before the 90s. Whenever Al Capone, do you by any chance know when Al Capone died?
I can look it up.
Because he's buried in that cemetery.
Oh yeah, what's the name of the cemetery?
Oh,
Evergreen.
No.
Everlawn, Greenlawn.
No, I don't remember. I think the cemetery's name is Mount Carmel, but I'm not sure if that's where he's buried.
No, he's buried in Mount Toffee.
And what?
Nothing.
Mount Carmel Catholic Cemetery in Illinois.
I'm not sure if that's the one, but there's 2. I can't remember the other name.
Mount Carmel is.
Is that in
How old is
Hillside?
Mount Carmel Cemetery? It is established in 1901. So
Is
it's
that in
120
Hillside?
years old. So yeah, it's running out of
got a bit of history there, then. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They were not were they a client of mine? No, it's a Catholic cemetery. They weren't a client of mine.
But I can't recall if he's buried in that cemetery. But one time, though, my father's funeral. I mean, my uncle's funeral director friend showed us the plot.
Yeah.
So I technically have seen Al Capone's grave.
I tried to get them to be a client of mine, but the Catholic Church, the diocese, I had the St. Joseph's Catholic Church as a client in some little town up there in Illinois, and they went with the rest of the diocese. The rest of the diocese had all their stuff with a investment manager with some investment firm outside of a proper perpetual care trust. But anyway, that's inside business. Nobody cares.
I don't know. I found a lot of what you have to say. That's pretty fascinating. A lot of things people don't think about. When it comes to that kind of. I mean, unless it happens to them, and
it's a fascinating niche of an industry. Because people don't think about the business end and the engineering end of cemeteries. Like you can't just dig holes. You got to dig them particularly spaced out, and if you dig them the wrong way, they collapse in on themselves. And if you dig them in the wrong way and fill them in the wrong way in certain areas close to the Mississippi, then caskets tend to pop out of the ground and float into the Gulf of Mexico.
A nice surprise for everybody.
Yeah, and New Orleans is especially bad because they're under sea level. They're below sea level. So if you bury, that's why they have mausoleums, filing cabinets for the dead. Because if you bury people in New Orleans, they tend to pop out of the ground when it floods. That's also one of the reasons why you have those concrete vaults that caskets go into in the ground to keep them in the ground. All kinds of cool things that you never think of that go into, just digging holes. Like it takes a long time for one guy to dig a hole with a shovel. Like a long time for a dude to dig a hole, to put a dude in with a shovel, like 6 feet down, 7 feet long and 4 feet wide. That is a deep hole. And it takes a long time for one guy with a shovel to do that. And fun fact, it's really hard for two people to fit in a grave digging a hole because it's designed for one person.
It's meant to put one person in there.
So the development of backhoes and excavators and the affordability of excavators made it was a big deal for funeral homes and cemeteries.
I can only imagine.
But yeah, you go to conventions and they talk about all this stuff, how to design, how to build, how to arrange. They talk about the perfect height for the fences around the outside of cemeteries. You can't have them too short because people are dying to get in and they just jump over.
So to speak.
The jokes at cemetery conventions are dead, but they keep telling them. They talk about the burning issues in the industry, which is cremation. And those are the three jokes. That's it.
The other ones went out to sea.
Yeah, business is dead, but it's booming.
Oh wow.
Anyway, but yeah,
okay.
it's a fascinating industry and the fascinating people in the industry. But it's very niche. It's very niche, and it's weird. It's weird when you're a consumer because you know about all like the business end of it, and it's just like ritual and all the other stuff that we do. But also as a consumer, you're like, yeah, this is like really important at the same time because you even if you know the academic things about walking your way through grief and moving through the processes and doing all the stuff, academically and like empirically what's going on, you still like to do it because as a consumer, you're like, okay, I need to go through these steps. This all makes sense. I get it.
Right.
But
and plus then there's the human chaotic aspect of that too, because you don't know how you're going to react to it until you're there.
Yeah, and there's a little voice in the back of your head the whole time going, yeah, this is just stupid ritual stuff that you're just paying people to walk you through a stupid ritual that you can do by yourself. You know that, right? And you're like, shut up, stupid voice. This is what we need to do as human beings.
All right, I have some news.
There we go.
Breaking news.
Remember I mentioned Al Capone and his grave?
Uh-huh.
Okay. and I said Mount Carmel, and I wasn't sure, so I wanted to look up for my own self if that's where he was buried.
Uh-huh.
And I came across this gem, the Chicago Sun-Times, from today. This was reported at 6:47 p.m., or at least posted on the website. Al Capone's grave in Hillside is defaced.
Oh, really?
It says here, a photo on social media shows the word evil spray painted in red on Al Capone's grave marker.
Well, how about that? Huh.
So
I
there's-
like how when you end up doing these random shows where you invite us up, you start getting all these breaking news segments showing up. Just want to point that out.
That's what happens.
well, I just wanted
I
to
do
know
want
where
to
he was buried.
acknowledge Vanessa Kitty's cousin-in-law who passed a couple weeks ago. He was a funeral director, committed suicide at his father's grave, but was raised by her sister-in-law's
I'm
mom.
so sorry, Vanessa.
That sucks. It's shitty. It sucks, and it's a shitty time of year for that stuff to happen. But it's not uncommon for that to happen. Condolences. Cheers to
100%.
the whole family. Hope it.
Vanessa Kitty, virtual hug. I'm giving you a virtual hug.
Hope y'all all find peace. It sucks. It
Yeah.
sucks. And this
Very
is
hard.
that time of year that people think about. I guess it's a good time to also like post the suicide prevention outline because that is a common theme this time of year.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a common.
I thought
theme.
this was the most wonderful time of the year, man. Hey,
It
those
is the most wonderful time of the
TV
year,
ads
but
lied to
also-
me.
It's
Yes.
also a very challenging time of year for a lot of people, because they look at. I mean, it just sucks. 988 is the number for the Suicide Prevention and Crisis Lifeline.
988, like
988, like
Like
911, except
dash 988 or something like that,
the
or
Suicide
star 988.
and Crisis Lifeline. Tell a friend if they need to hear it. If they need to hear it. If they need to hear it, or call it yourself before it's too late. Because there's a lot of folks at this time of year, they look around and they're like, God, I wish I was doing better. I wish I could do this for my family. I can't do this. There's a whole lot of keeping up with the Joneses and score keeping, and people get frustrated, and that this is
About stuff that ultimately makes no real
Exactly.
real difference to boot.
But when you're in the fits, when you're in the depths of that sort of darkness, it doesn't matter.
That was me on Friday, Bacon.
Yeah, I know.
It doesn't matter. You get into a cycle, and you got nobody to talk to, and you hear the voices tell you that there's another way out, and you start listening to the voices, and nobody's there to break the cycle, and it sucks. And
Hey, have you been in my head lately?
Asking for a friend.
People travel down a lot of
I have
roads.
no problems talking about it. I have no problems admitting it, Bacon.
There are a
No,
lot
no,
of
no.
roads that people travel down, Sunflowers. There's a lot of roads. People can be familiar with a bunch of them.
Vanessa Kitty actually does have a good point. Holidays are difficult for many. Loneliness, etc., triggers bad depression and so. Yeah,
and plus seasonal.
if you don't have like family, friends, or whatever around you, and at a time where traditionally you would have them around. Yeah, I can see why that's problematic. Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
I'll be back.
And sometimes even when you're in a room full of people, you feel. The last guy I buried took him 4 hours to dig his. Oh, Jesus Christ, Mike! Cheers to Mike. Welcome to the party.
Yeah,
Hope everybody's having a good night so far. This has been a very uplifting show.
I agree with what you said. Next month will be very difficult for me.
Well, actually, what I wanted to ask was I don't know if you know about that. what are the people who work in on those kind of hotlines? How do they cope with that?
Oh
Because
my God, that's got to be one of the worst. That's got to be because I mean, I'm sure on the you're the one answering the phone, and you like to think to yourself that you're making a difference and you're saving lives, but man, there's got to be more than one occasion where you don't, and you are just I don't
mission fail. Like,
how the
yeah.
fuck do you sleep at night? I don't know, man. That's
The reason I asked though is because I've never worked in that, but without going into too much detail, I have not literally, but I have pulled more than one gun out of someone else's mouth.
yeah, I hear you.
I pulled more than one person's head out of the stove. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, just being there, trying to help them. Like, hey, look, you got a lot more to live for than what you're looking at right now. You know. I mean, there's a lot more that goes into that, but I mean, those are the friends. Some of them were family. Um,
Wow.
you know, I mean, those are just situations I just ended up finding myself, in the middle of. You know, well, for whatever reason, at least they open up. That's what I'm grateful for. At least they open up to me
Yeah,
as far as that goes. They felt comfortable. Everyone's like, I'm thinking about this. I don't know. You know, it wasn't one of those situations, like where they seemed super happy, like right up until they were gone. There was nothing you could do about it.
hmm
It wasn't one
and
of those like, okay.
that's probably a saving grace for people who work in that kind of industry. Suicide prevention hotline world is that if they're reaching out,
Oh,
they
we're losing
probably
you.
somebody to talk to. Yep, I see it. I lost bacon too. Okay, so it looks like I can take on 3 guests or 2 guests and a screen.
No, you're fine now. It was a momentary lapse. That's what
Yeah,
it was.
momentary lapse. Yeah.
Yeah, but what I was trying to do is add the wheel of names.
Oh,
I was trying to add a screen from my Chrome. I was trying to present an additional tab over here. Anyway, but for folks who reach out, there's more hope. Because if you're not reaching out, then you're in that echo chamber of your own darkness. If you are reaching out, you're trying to get out. So that's probably the saving grace. And that you have a better chance of making a difference to somebody who reaches out than for somebody who doesn't.
right, because at least they're reaching out.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but can I keep it real here?
Absolutely.
Some people cannot tell that people need help because some people, not everyone, fake it.
Right. Yeah. They fake it. They put on a mask.
So people sometimes, when someone that perishes because of mental illness, it's not necessarily your fault. Like, you wouldn't have been able to help them anyways if you don't know.
Absolutely.
That's why when they check up on you, or they ask how you're doing, or they'll say, here, so-and-so wants to contact you. Here's how you contact them. Even if we don't show it, it makes all the difference in the world. Got that, Bacon?
Oh, I'm a huge proponent of that. I mean, I've said it. I've said it many times. Like, I mean, if you have somebody that you haven't talked to them with, it just how you guys have, whether they're friends or family, maybe just associates, whatever. Just reach out every once in a while. It's like, hey, how are things going? Everything going okay? Just haven't heard from you in a while.
Drop in texts.
Once in a while.
To say, hey, just wanted to remind you that you're awesome. I miss you. That's it.
Right. They may not.
You know how many people that I've done that to? Like, where to go? Like, I mean, first, they're very thankful that you reached out, which I'm grateful for. That's number one. Number two is like, I've had more than a few people tell us, like, do you know how many people, like, I don't have family that actually, checks in with me like you do every once in a while. I mean, you never know what people are going through, especially if you, obviously, if you haven't talked to them in a while.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Like I appreciate it on Friday. I'll just put that out there. You know what I
Understood.
mean. I really
Mhm.
appreciate that because, as you pointed out, sometimes family doesn't. Yeah, my family doesn't, but they're not receptive to stuff.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear
Sometimes it's
that.
hard to even talk
No, and it's
about that
part of
stuff
the
with family.
problem.
So.
Part of the problem with this topic is that I'm just gonna keep it 100. We're not taught this stuff unless you go off. Like, for example, my niece. What is she? 20. She's a junior in high school. So does that put you at about 20?
Junior
I
in
mean,
high
That
school.
would be about
I meant to say
16, 17 or so, but
no. I meant to say junior in college.
Oh yeah,
College?
probably about 20ish.
a
And
little
she's
bit closer to
going
that.
to be she wants to be a therapist, a psychiatrist. And so this is the first time she's learning about it. But the first time I learned about
Yeah.
this,
At least she's learning about it.
I was in my 40s. And I said to my therapist, if only I knew this when I was younger. Imagine how much better the world would be from my point of view, because I would know how to do things better. That's why I think if we're going to seriously talk about changing education, we should teach this stuff, like social and emotional learning, or because I think it helps us be better humans. I'm
I
just
think
putting
you're
that.
right. I think
I'm
it does
just
help
putting
people
that
be
out
better
there
humans.
because if we really want to help people, at least you could recognize so and so might be in trouble. They
Right.
don't necessarily have to,
Recognize the signs of that kind of stuff.
even if
Oh,
they
yeah, that's
don't
what I was
tell
going to
you.
say.
Right. Even if they don't tell you, then you could go, aha, I must call so and so just to check up. At least it lets you.
Yeah.
At least it helps you, because otherwise, we just let mental health go in this country, and that's not good. Like the citizens of Chicago had to pay for their own mental health because Rahm Emanuel got rid of the he got rid of a lot of that stuff.
Oh yeah.
So
Well, and a
that's
lot
why
of
we
places
need to
don't
know
think of
this
mental
stuff
health as
to help
actual
each other.
health. They think of mental health as something that we do on our own. That it's you have your friends, you have your family, you take care of yourself, you take care of your own mental health, and they don't see it as an actual medical necessity. But
Right.
a lot of folks could go to therapy and don't realize that they could use it. A lot of folks who should go to therapy don't realize that they should.
Okay, I can't
because they're quote unquote fine.
In their own definition, they're working off their own metrics or barometer or whatever. They're not working off
fine. It's fine.
Somebody else's. It's the same thing that goes with people who get addicted to any kind of drugs or alcohol or anything like that.
And then one day they're minding their own business and they end up getting in a full on fist fight with somebody, and they're like, "Where the hell did that come from?" You end up getting arrested. You go to jail, and the judge says you need to go to some anger management therapy. You're like, anger management therapy? What the fuck are you talking about? This guy was an asshole. And they're like, you need just do it, and you do it, and they're like, and then you go to anger management therapy, and they're like, this is your shit, and you're like, holy crap, are you kidding me? And yeah, that legit happens.
Okay, I recently read something. I read something to the effect of, since you said anger management, I read something to the effect of, women are thought of as more emotional than men, but don't forget that anger is an emotion too.
Oh, men don't have emotions. I don't know who told you that. That's a lie.
So is grief, by the way.
Yeah.
So is a sense of loss.
Mike Carrier is desperately trying to change the topic.
Okay, I wasn't the only one noticing.
Did you hear about Pluto?
That's been like that since the Bush years. Where have you been?
What, Pluto not being a planet?
Did it really go back? Does it really go back that far?
Neil deGrasse Tyson used to do some work for the Bush administration.
Oh,
that had nothing to do with the Bush administration. When was Pluto?
And I thought they discussed it at that time.
When was Pluto redesignated? August 2006. The International Astronomical Union downgraded the status of Pluto. Downgraded is a fucking bullshit term. They changed the status of Pluto to a dwarf planet, putting it in the same category as 3 other large objects in the solar system.
Is Ceres one of those?
2 other large objects in the solar system.
I thought that was brought up during the Bush years because
Yeah,
I know
2006.
Oh, 2006. Yeah, that'd be the Bush years.
Yeah, because
But it had nothing to do with George Bush's administration.
no, but
Or the invention of the landing strip.
So
no,
it's
why I say
Pluto,
that was
Ceres,
because
Eris, and Haumea, and 6 others. Holy shit, there's a bunch
yeah,
of them.
but what I would say that
No kidding.
Sedna, Quoar.
Mahi, really? They named a planetary body after a fish.
Oh, this is a great one. Grongong. Grongong.
Ooh.
That sounds like a viscous meat that instantly gets you hammered. Just sipping 3 ounces of it.
Yeah, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's more dwarf planets than there are planets.
All right.
That's pretty fun.
So it has more company, so to speak. You know.
Yeah, it wasn't down. I don't like the term downgraded. It wasn't downgraded. Its status was changed to better reflect what it is. When Pluto was discovered, they didn't know about Ceres and Eris and Haumea and Maki and all these other.
Oh, Maki, not Mahi.
No,
I thought I heard the fish, dude. By the way, I can't remember the last time I've had that fish. I don't know. Another couple places I can get it.
But that's another thing that I don't understand. Like, why the fuck do people care?
care about what?
That Pluto was downgraded. Like, people are up at fucking, like, they're still pissed off about it. It's been 16 fucking years. Like, people are like, Pluto's always a planet to me. I learned it as a planet when I was a kid. It's going to be a planet when I die. Fuck it.
Because
even, like, who cares?
I know the answer to
it's
this.
a fucking object you've
It's
never
still in my astronomy book, damn it.
I know the answer to this. It's because people learn facts. It gets embedded in their heads as a fact, and then it's hard for them to take new info because some people because I work in a public library, and sometimes and we had all these books, and I'm like, dude, when are they getting rid of these books? Pluto's not a planet anymore. And then people get confused, and then sometimes they turn off because they have to do more research. And then when they're not in school anymore, it's harder, with the internet to know what's what sometimes. And so a lot of people just cling to what's comfortable for them when it comes to facts.
Yeah. Well, see, when I was a kid, it was my very ex-mother just served us 9 pizzas, and now it's my very excellent mother just served us nachos. It's not that fucking hard to remember. You just don't have to remember one more thing. It's easier.
Right.
I'm not, emotionally attached to Pluto as a planet. I don't give a shit. I've never fucking seen it. I'm never going to go there.
Now I'm in the mood for pizza that's loaded like nachos now. Thanks.
Go for it.
But I think
I figured that out after mealtime style.
Is that it's even cooler that Pluto's connected to this other group of celestial objects that I didn't even know fucking existed before Pluto was changed.
That's a good point. Actually,
I didn't even know it existed, and this is the king of dwarf planets now. Pluto's, instead of being the smallest, shittiest planet in the entire solar system, it's like the coolest dwarf planet in the whole solar system.
And by the way, it still has a moon orbiting it too.
It has 2 moons orbiting it.
Does it have 2? I thought it was only 1. There's Sharon, and is there another one?
It doesn't. They all 3 of the pieces of rock orbit the same center point, but Pluto's center point. Did I ever tell you, speaking of dwarf, did I ever tell you the story about when I got peed on in a bathroom?
Wait, what?
Okay, that's probably a good story for another time.
Do you know there might be other planets than the ones we originally?
Yeah, this.
I'm still waiting to figure out which one is actually Planet X that was being talked about in the late 90s.
Yeah, supposedly it's out there past the Oort cloud, way out there.
And there might be more galaxies too than the Milky Galaxy.
Oh, there's definitely more.
Well, they are. We're on collision course for one of them, as I remember correctly.
So
I'm not sure if it's the Andromeda one, but there's one where is that the one we're on a collision course with?
Yeah, Andromeda is on a collision course with the Milky Way galaxy.
How many planets do you think are out there?
Trillions of trillions and
So do
trillions
you
of planets.
think, all kidding aside, that the universe, the outer space universe, is infinite?
Maybe not infinite, but vast enough for us to consider that word to be applicable
I
for the
think
foreseeable future, at least.
I think it's probably finite, but like Bacon said, it's so vast that we would never be able to experience the edge.
That's what I was wondering. Yeah, where
Like
Where
the
would the boundaries
frontiers
be for
of
the
the
end?
universe that we know of have gone past our ability, have gone far enough away, fast enough that the light emitted by the first things would never get to us. They're going away from us at faster than the speed of light, so we'll never see them. So it is
Which is scary if you think about it.
probably infinite. Well, it's probably finite because there's got to be an edge to it. Because if there was a beginning, there's an edge, but that edge is so vastly far away that we'll never see it. Just like I think the universe is populated with infinite number of planets and an infinite number of living beings and an infinite number of intelligent beings, but they're so far away. It's like a colony of ants in Australia and a colony of ants in France. They'll never know that each other exist
I get your point. So where
because they're
exactly?
so far away and they have no way of communicating.
Depending on the type of ants, but that's a discussion for another time, as you said.
Where does the universe?
Look up Argentine ants if you don't know what I'm talking about.
yeah.
Sorry, go.
Do they have a definitive where the universe begins?
No, they just
Here,
have
as
an
far as
edge.
I'm concerned.
I mean, every time they put a new satellite up there, we see further and further and further into space
That's why I was wondering if
to
Earth.
the point where we're seeing like the first things that could have possibly been created that, in a few 100 million years, we won't see those anymore.
I mean, I'm not sure this is scientifically accurate, but I did always think that Earth is where the universe begins.
Well, for our
As
purposes,
far as we're concerned, yeah.
Humans, I mean, but
for our
for the
purposes,
actual
we're literally in
scientists,
the center of the
I'm
universe.
curious what they would say.
Well,
They'd
Neil
have to be here to
deGrasse
say it.
Tyson would say that from our vantage point, we are in the center of the universe because you go 13.5 billion light years that way, and 13.5
that's
billion light years
true.
that way, and 13.5 billion light years that way, and 13.5 billion light years that way. But if you go 13.5 billion light years that way, then Earth is 13.5 billion light years over here. You're in the middle, and there's 13.5 billion light years that way. But we don't know how
Possibly
far it
even
goes
more.
that way. We don't know how far it keeps going. Because
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering, where do you
you
have
get to the edge of the bubble, you don't know what's on the other edge of the. We don't know what's on the other edge of the bubble that we can see, observe.
Now, we have, like, on land, we have the explorers that they discovered the Earth was round. And do you ever think we're going to get to this point, like an outer space, that will actually know these answers?
I don't think we will.
I mean, should we? Because I think awesome.
I don't think science can answer that question based on the technology we have. Because
Not right now.
we are limited by the speed of light. We are fundamentally limited by the cosmic speed limit of light. So the only way we can know what's beyond the visible horizon is to physically move from where we're at to closer to the visible horizon. But the visible horizon is leaving us faster than the speed of light. So we would have to travel to the edge of known space-time faster than the fastest speed that we can travel because the universe is expanding faster than that speed.
And by the way, if you talk about the stuff that's visible right now, keep in mind that light has to travel at light speed to get here. So if you're looking at something that's 300 or 13 million or whatever light years away, you're looking at it at the time as it was 13 million light years ago, not as it is as its present state.
Right,
So,
but
like the
people,
Andromeda galaxy,
to give you an idea, I mean, I'm pretty sure Humble knows this. The light that we get from the sun, and that's our closest, big astronomical body. It takes that light 8 minutes approximately to reach the Earth. That's at light speed. it's in the same solar. It's literally the core of the solar system. We're not that far away from it.
Right. And
you
like
know.
the Andromeda galaxy, the closest galaxy to Earth, is 2.5 million light years away.
Wow.
If you were standing on a planet in the Andromeda galaxy and looking down on Earth, you wouldn't see humans because we weren't there. We weren't here yet.
Right.
So, I mean, you get to these scales, it's mind-bogglingly huge. And Tyson, Neil deGrasse Tyson says something like, the most profound thing that I think about when I think about the universe is the fact that it's expanding faster than the speed of light. And at some point in the future, a person's going to look up at the sky and see nothing because all of the stars, everything outside of our galaxy has left. And it's expanded. The stars in the galaxy have burned out. They've used up all their fuel. They've burned out. They've gone dark. And all of the stars outside of our galaxy have left, have traveled away from us. The universe has expanded faster than the speed of light, so that even the close stars outside of our galaxy have gone away from us faster than the light that they emit can get to us. So one day, if mankind survives, we'll look up into the universe and see darkness. And the most profound loneliness is to look up into the sky and see infinite blackness looking back at you.
But
and
in all
I'm like,
reality,
that's depressing as fuck.
There we go.
Okay,
I think this is appropriate.
I'm being
Got dark in here.
Since Alaska already sees the darkness for so long, would you think in this scenario
Called out?
Would they actually see light then?
No.
Do you think it would?
They would see profound darkness
Other than
our own sun and moon. But even then, the moon
there's no sunrise, but there also are no celestial bodies to look at. That's what he's trying to say.
I know, but I would think
even the moon would have gone out of orbit, so we wouldn't even see the moon in the sky. By that time,
not the moon.
By that time, the sun would have burned out. The stars in our galaxy would have burned out. All of the celestial objects outside of our galaxy would have traveled away from us, so far away, so fast that the light emitted from them doesn't come back to us. We would look into a dark, empty void in the sky. Not even our sun would be around producing light because all the stars in our galaxy would have burned out. Everything. We would be a dark, cold, lonely rock floating through the galaxy. How's that for depression?
It sounds like the apocalypse.
But the good news,
like what I would imagine the apocalypse would be like total
the good
darkness.
news is that by that time, mankind, the DNA that we have in our body would have broken down to the point where mankind would cease to exist at all. So,
and how long
that's the good news.
Like, what do you think?
Entropy returns to ash to ashes, dust to dust.
When does Neil think this will happen? Like billions of years from now?
Tens of billions of years from now. The sun burns out in 4
billion. Well, the sun's going to burn in about 4.5 billion years. It's going to turn to red giant. It's going to consume Earth. So we'd have to be off the planet by the time that happens.
The universe ceases to exist in trillions.
Can human beings, do the scientists think we should stop that from happening if they actually think it's going to happen?
How are we going to stop that?
How on earth?
I don't know. I'm not a scientist. But do they think it should just naturally happen?
There is a theory, a hypothesis that mankind can survive without the sun by using nuclear power and nuclear habitats. Like if the sun just ceased to exist and Earth shot off into the universe 8 minutes later, right? Because gravity stops and we just go off into the universe.
Then we become a rogue planet.
If we survive that event, Earth turns into a snowball.
And also let's just throw this on top of there. Let's be optimistic. We actually keep our atmosphere for some reason because our molten iron core keeps everything together.
I want this to happen. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
We'd have to keep our atmosphere long enough for us to create habitats, enclosed domes, where we could heat ourselves because we'd have some thermal heat still from the Earth because of our molten core until that freezes. But if we could set up nuclear power plants, we could generate enough energy to heat our habitats and continue surviving without the sun for thousands of years into the future.
Okay, but I'm skeptical of nuclear.
Well,
Right, so what
don't have to live in
Umbo's
the
saying is
house.
like the only problem we're going to have unless we run into another celestial body is that navigation is going to be a bitch because the ionosphere is going to be all over the place.
Well,
Okay,
yeah. I mean,
so
we'd have our magnetic poles, and that's it until
okay, so if
the
the
core
sun
froze,
dies,
and then that's it.
then all those people who put up solar panels are screwed. If
Well,
If the
yeah.
sun ceased to exist, yeah.
it's still around.
But the good news would be that if the sun ceased to exist, like most of the people on Earth would be screwed, not just the people with solar
But
panels.
wouldn't we get extinct? Wouldn't we die?
Most people.
It would depend on our technology and what we have available at the time. But
it
yes,
depends on
there's
how
not a
much
very
we-
good likelihood of
Recipe
survival.
asks, what happens when a larger sun dies? That's what I think. We would be nearing extinction.
If a larger sun dies, if I know what you're talking about, it wouldn't just turn into a red giant and then turn into a dwarf like ours would. It would blow up. It would turn into a supernova. The way that suns work is they fuse. They work. They're literally nuclear fusion machines.
Yeah.
So they instead of splitting atoms like nuclear fission, which is what we have as far as nuclear goes these days, they'd actually do fusion where they take smaller particles and they put them together, and that creates an exponential amount of energy. So right now, what is it? I believe it's hydrogen that gets turned into helium. Helium gets turned into something else. I can't remember what it is. And then whatever
Stepping up into bigger
that question mark is, it gets it starts losing momentum, right? Then it starts getting turned into iron, and iron is pretty much like the cancer of any any solar body. Like it'll just leach the energy out of it.
Iron
and
makes it go supernova.
It either make it go supernova, or I mean, before it does that, it'll turn into a red gas giant, the radius of which would hit the Earth. Earth will be turned into a cinder. Mars, anybody who's on Mars might live for a little bit.
Yeah.
They'd have a hell of a front row seat there, and
well, you're talking billions of years from now, anyway.
Well, wait, why
it
Mars?
is billions of years from now.
Why Mars?
Because Mars
will actually be outside of that radius.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
I mean, Mars would have a tough time because the first stages of that is like just casting off hot gases out of the.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. So Mars is going to have a tough time. Everybody's going to have when our sun gets fucked. Everybody's going to have a hard time. Probably the best place. I think they say the best places to be in the solar system would be like Titan, or one of the big moons around Jupiter or Saturn, because they'll be far.
Possibly, yeah. Those are also possible places for terraforming and habitation.
We'll be long dead.
We won't have to worry about
it. And Vanessa Kitty reminds us that Andromeda will eat up the Milky Way.
Okay, so I was right. It was Andromeda.
Yeah, Andromeda and Mars.
That's who we're on the collision course with.
Here's the other thing that they say: there's so much empty. Like galaxies are huge, but there's so much empty space in these galaxies that even when they do collide, we probably, if we were alive, if we were there to see,
might not even notice.
It would be an amazing cosmic show, but we would likely get missed. Like nothing would hit us. It would just be a really cool cosmic show.
Hey, sunflowers! Make sure you have popcorn for this. If this happens in the near future.
And the size of the current verse in our current universe in our current estimation is 13.5 billion. I'm sorry, 13 point. Oh shit! I think it was billion. Is it billion or trillion? I think it's 13.5 trillion light years in both directions, all directions.
I think the farthest we're able to go is billions. Actually, I'm not sure if it's trillions, but
I think it's trillions.
I mean.
It's billions.
Both of those are pretty damn far out. I mean, ultimately, it doesn't matter.
Okay, so the universe is 93 billion light years in diameter, but 13.5.
As far as we can see,
I think it's 13.5 billion years old. How old is the universe as we know it?
You find that I'm going to turn my heat on real quick, and I need to refuel.
It's 45 billion light years the radius from here. It's 45 billion light years from here to the edge of the universe, and the universe is 13.7 billion years old. The difference in size of 30 billion light years is because it's expanding. It expands faster than the speed of light, which is fucking mind blowing. But there you go. That's our universe.
This is so interesting.
We have officially crossed 12,000 subscribers.
Nice. There we go.
Subscribers
Happen live on the show.
during a live. That is awesome. So
Those last 200 want to see you fight a kangaroo. That's what I'm guessing.
That means we will officially be having 1,200 fireworks going off for New Year's.
Oh boy, here we go.
Yeah. And hopefully Lisa will have the camera pointed, switched and properly pointed this time, and we won't miss it.
Well, that's what I was asking.
That's assuming Lisa wants anything to do with this.
Yeah, she may not want to have anything to do with it. So that answers both those questions, Vanessa. The universe is 45 billion light years from here to the edge of the universe. 93 light years across. 40.
I guess this one here, you guys.
Light years from here to the edge. And the age of the universe is 13 billion.
Well,
so the visible universe from Earth is 45 billion. Well, I guess, 45 billion light years in all directions, because we can see to the edge of the universe with James Webb, JWST.
That's what I was going to say.
And it is chock full of galaxies, trillions of galaxies, trillions upon trillions upon trillions. And the oldest thing James Webb has seen is, oh shit. That's a good question too. Let me look that up real quick.
Kitty, I was asking before, how big do we think the universe was? You know, where the boundaries are, and the best way to think about it is, it's only as big as we have discovered.
NASA's James Webb Space Telescope has documented the oldest known galaxy formed 300 million years after the Big Bang. So that's 13.7 billion years old. This is 13.4 billion years old.
I mean, kind of in a rough ballpark. It really is. You're kind of nitpicking at that point.
It's an estimate. It's an estimate. They estimate it to be that old, 13 and a half. So, it's in the neighborhood, whatever. But they also they don't understand why it's there, because it shouldn't be.
Do you think we're going to keep up with all this, like in future decades? All this science, NASA?
In future decades, it's not even going to matter, because, astronomy, whatever speaking, that's a blip on the radar. That's not even a blip on the radar, That's a flicker life.
I think we're going to discover some amazing fucking things out there, and then a lot of energy.
Oh no! Okay, let me re-say that. I'm not saying we won't find anything that's like different or whatever. Maybe get some things that makes us recalibrate what we look at on a cosmic scale. What I'm saying is, what we know now. I mean, again, keep in mind, as humble as some say, like, we're talking about stuff where we're measuring this in the tens of billions of years.
Yeah, that's true.
What is a couple of decades? What are even eons? Eon is, I believe, that's measured millennia. Even the eons, that's a drop in the bucket, a very big bucket, I might add.
Okay, you're correct.
So.
But the reason why I'm pondering this...
What do you think, Sunflowers?
The reason why I'm pondering this, it's just me. I'm starting to think we need a age of enlightenment again. And I'm wondering if all this, what the direction of our country's going. And a certain bunch want the religious people to take over. So then I'm wondering what happens to all the science knowledge and all this wonderful discovery. Because they collide with religion. So then I wonder if all what Neil deGrasse is doing would have been for naught. Like how could we justify at that point what the purpose of space exploration would be? because I don't want it to happen. So I need help here because I'm trying to convince people pay attention to space.
I think that it's.
Because I think it's important.
I think the alarmism is unfounded, because I think we've always had religious zealots, and we've always had the exploration and the research for the sake of research, and the exploration for the sake of exploration, and the education and investigation and pursuit of knowledge for the sake of the pursuit of knowledge. And we're looking at things in the cosmos that are profound and hard to understand, and fundamentally shatter our understanding of the universe around us and the world around us and our place in the universe and all that stuff. But we've always had religious zealots. I mean, Copernicus and Galileo and Descartes and all these guys back in the old days. Galileo was put under house arrest and was convicted for heresy for 600 years before he was pardoned. Descartes came out with his whole "I think, therefore I am" treatise in order to get the Pope off his back so he could continue to write shit. The guy who came up with the idea of the Big Bang, for crying out loud, he was a Jesuit priest. We've always had this tension, but it's never stopped us. And every time we've pushed the edge, we've pushed the boundaries, we've sought out new things, people have clutched pearls and freaked out about it, but more people got more curious and did more stuff. And we are on the verge of discovering something astonishing and amazing and awe-inspiring in our own galaxy and in our universe. We might find another planet that's inhabited by people 10,000 years ago. We don't know. I mean, that's the big challenge.
Well,
if we see a planet like
and that's the best answer you could ever give is, you know what? I don't know.
Yeah, but we're going to find some stuff we're pushing the edges. We're sending people back to the moon. We have a crazy billionaire who wants to put people on fucking Mars and let them die there. We're gonna get to a point where we're looking at stuff and going, we may finally get that communication from somewhere that's not Earth, and then we've got to figure out how to answer them. And that's going to be this monumental project. When we've done monumental projects before, we defeated malaria in Panama. We defeated the Spanish. Well, we didn't defeat the Spanish flu, but we contained it. We've done all these things in the past. We can do big things again.
Are you talking
we just
about
don't have anything to aim at.
Or do you mean the U.S.?
I think just science in general. It's not just
doesn't matter.
All these people are doing it, and we have more people doing stuff, doing big things now than ever before. We have more people doing big. India sent a probe to the moon. India sent a probe to the moon for less money than it cost us to make a movie about the space station being destroyed.
How did you hear
India
about
did this shit for $150 million, and the movie Gravity cost $200 million to make.
I forgot about the moon, by the way.
That's a fact.
Okay.
And I also want to point out the fact, a lot of the stuff that we know now, which is still very relevant as far as anything astronomy or interstellar related, was thought about, and Humble touched on this. It was back in the time where everybody had like some sort of religion that actually had a deity behind it. Again, keep in mind, everybody has their own religion, just like as everyone has their vice. Back then, there was just a lot more structure, a lot more defined. And yeah, you had some of the assholes, like you're going against our God, or whatever, or our beliefs, so we're gonna lock you up and put you in a house or whatever. But a lot of those people who went out and figured that stuff out, they had no religious beliefs back then too. Just because somebody's religion doesn't mean they can't be scientific. And a lot of people back then, and even today, I'll give you an example. My instructor, my combat martial arts instructor, you know what? That guy got his master's of physics. He can explain a whole lot more of what we're talking about way better than any of us. I mean, and he's an out and out Christian.
Now
maybe he may be an outlier or something, but just because somebody is religious doesn't mean they can't follow science.
I
I
agree
just
with
want to
that.
point that out.
I agree with that to a point. I'm skeptical. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying I'm totally right. I'm skeptical because certain aspects of our educational system become polarized by politics for political gain, and we're having
You're not wrong about that.
and we
Yeah.
have a
You're not.
strain
We're
of
not disagreeing about that.
and we have
Trust
a
me.
strain of anti-science because of propaganda. And then when people say they're Christian and science together, I want to believe that if you want to be a Christian and love science, you can. But then I'm skeptical because I'm like, well, then they say contradictory things like, with the whole where life begins concept. And then I'm like, well, are you here because of propaganda purposes, or is this your belief because you follow religion and then you're confused? Because I don't know everything about science myself.
Well,
so sometimes
I'm
it's
less
hard to figure
concerned.
out.
I'm,
know what
I'm
I'm
less
saying?
concerned about politics involving themselves in pure science because science doesn't give a shit.
At least it shouldn't.
Well,
And actually, if
There's
you're
a lot of people.
if
there's
you're
a
dealing
lot of
with
people
science,
in-
really, it doesn't care.
No, there's a lot of people, individuals who give a shit, and they will try and find science to back up their
that's correct.
presuppositions. But the field of science, the peer review of science, will look at that and go,
supposed to be apolitical.
"Yeah, no, that's
Right.
not how it works."
There's a difference between science, quote unquote, and the scientific method.
Well, there's a difference
What you're
between
trying to say.
science and scientists. Like
That
science
too.
is a broad field. You could sit there as a scientist and say, well, obviously the fossils were placed there by God. But the rest of science, the scientific
To fuck with the rest of us, by the way.
the scientific field will look at that and go, "You're full of shit. That's not what the evidence says." And
Right.
there's a big difference between the two.
But too many
So
people are
I'm less
confused.
concerned about that because you're talking about the entire scientific field being corrupted, and that's just not how it works.
No, I
Because
understand
the entire
that, but
scientific
people get
field is
confused.
not beholden to a government.
But people get confused.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck the people.
Yes,
I don't give a shit about the people.
It's
The
like
people
when
can
we tried
suck
to
all the
explain
dicks.
to
I don't
them.
care.
It's like when we tried to explain to people in general that the peer review is out there, that we have global warming, and people still won't believe it.
Well, by the way, you
Well,
have to
that's
understand what
because-
peer review. Peer review involves humans, and that is subject to the same failings as what Humble's saying and what I'm saying.
Media. Because the media will
That's
sit
true.
there and
People
say,
are not
well, we
perfect.
need to have both sides, when both sides and 97% of all the
That's
scientific
what I'm trying
fucking
to
community
say.
and 3% of the scientific community is paid for by the oil companies.
That's why
not
I
how
say-
shit works. Everybody, no, there's very few people who disagree with it. It just so happens that 300 of the people who disagree with it are being paid by oil companies,
That's
and
what I'm
40
trying
of
to
them are
say.
senators.
That's
So-
why
Hey, you leave one of my favorite movies out of this, sir.
Okay, but Humble, that's why this is about me now. That's why I care that politics gets involved, because people get confused.
Because politics has to get involved because
then
it
when
wouldn't
you tell
exist if
people-
it didn't.
Because you're trying to make the world better, like for inhabitants and for real reasons, then people think, they'll be like, but these 300 scientists, and then they won't help you, and then nothing gets done.
I didn't say 300 scientists, 300 people. That's why you vote. Fucking vote. Just
By the way, if you want to know more
vote.
about the whole climate change thing, I know a lot more about that than I probably should actually.
And it's the God's honest fucking
It
truth.
was just an example.
It's the
I didn't
same
mean
way
to
it was.
nitpick.
with
I understand.
nicotine, where there
Yeah.
were 3 fucking companies that were telling us that nicotine's good for you, smoking's good for you, it makes your baby small so you can have easier childbirth, and all that shit that these companies were. And they got caught and they got fucked, and now we have.
They may have not been wrong about that, but the consequences, yeah,
But they got
100%.
caught, and they got fucked, and now we have ads on TV telling people not to smoke, paid for by the companies that try to get people to smoke. Oil companies did the same goddamn thing. They knew about it. They lied about it. They
confusing for
paid
people.
money to obfuscate the truth, and they continued to do it. But
Are you saying large entities may have vested interests?
they have a deeply held vested interest, and they, oh my god,
Say, okay.
they follow the
All right,
fucking
so-
money.
You and me agree on that. That's for sure.
Oh, okay, back to
You
that
want to find out why Texas stays red? That's why.
Okay, back to that point. So if we got money out of politics, Do you?
Braid Awesome.
Let's say we did. Citizens United. We did something about that. Do you think disinformation would be less?
Would be less? Oh, hang on. Let me make sure I heard that correctly.
Yeah.
Could you repeat yourself, please?
If we did something about money and politics, like Citizens United, how the companies buy off the politicians, and that's why I think we get a lot of propaganda in our society. That's my opinion. I often think if we did something about Citizens United, the disinformation would be less because the companies have no stake in lying because they can't buy off the politicians.
Okay.
At least that's what I hope.
Let me offer you an alternative scenario. You're a multi-billion-dollar. Let me offer you.
I have my own answer, but I want to hear Humble's.
And then you
give you an alternative scenario.
Okay.
You're a multi-billion-dollar transnational corporation that is large enough to control an entire fucking navy. Let's just start with that premise. Schmexon, let's say, is the name of your company.
Okay.
Totally doesn't run with anything he doesn't know about.
The Supreme Court says our bad. Citizens United was a mistake. Sorry about that. Let's undo that. We're going to overturn that. And you had been spending, let's say, $500 million a year lobbying and buying senators and representatives to make sure that there were lax regulations so that you could do what you need to do and you can continue to grow and
I follow you so far.
And they said, no. You can't spend $500 million anymore. And that $500 million was protecting your multi-billion-dollar transnational corporation. Don't you think you'd spend that $500 million, which is, by the way, a drop in the fucking bucket? Don't you think you'd spend that money maybe, I don't know, buying a news outlet? Or maybe hiring, let's say, 100,000 internet tweeters to push your information out through Facebook and Twitter and everywhere. Don't you? The money would go somewhere else.
So we would have to regulate.
The problem isn't money in politics. The problem is multinational or transnational corporations that are larger than governments that can control entire fucking navies to protect their oil shipping lanes. Because that's why our Navy patrols the Indian Ocean to protect shipping lanes.
In part, you're not wrong about that.
In part, but I mean other things too. But that's what they're doing. They're protecting shipping lanes. And what shipping lanes are they protecting? The shipping lanes that are being used by Maersk and Exxon and Shell and all these guys coming out of the Persian Gulf and up into the Red Sea and through. That's what they're doing. They're protecting shipping lanes. And if the U.S. Navy didn't do it, guess who would have carriers? You don't want Exxon having carriers. We did that once with the Dutch East Indian Company, and they fucking took over a whole country.
Okay, so then if we're dealing with Citizens United issues, then the regulation or whatever we do has to be big enough so they can't be a repeat offender in some other capacity.
You'd think we need a government big enough to break up the companies that are larger than governments. It's a fucking dangerous path we walk down if we do that. A very dangerous path.
So then we have to break up.
Do it. We did it to Standard Oil. We busted up Standard Oil. We busted up AT&T. We busted up.
Wasn't that monopoly busting?
We used to do that shit.
Standard Oil actually was a monopoly. Mm-hmm. The thing is, the reason it became a monopoly is because they were so good at what they were doing. They did end up becoming corrupt. That's why the government broke them up.
But part of what they did,
that was actually one of the only times where it was actually a voluntary monopoly. That was one of the only times, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong.
He was very predatory in his growth. I mean, when you control it was Standard Oil because it was like standardized everything because they standardized.
Right, yeah.
But he was very predatory in what he did. He targeted a refinery.
But he provided a service that everybody else wanted. So
if the refinery didn't play,
or whoever it was,
he would stop doing shipments to that refinery because he controlled the railroads too. It was or if when he was trying to buy,
it wasn't just black and white, is what you're trying to say. There was a lot more going on in the background.
Yeah, but we used to before the 1980s, we used to make sure companies didn't get too big that we couldn't control them. But now, after the 1980s, we're like, yeah, big companies are good because, it's easier to regulate 6 banks than it is to regulate 6,000 banks.
And
so we should have 6.
And we think, because this is just my
Right along with the media networks too. We have like 6 of those as well.
Yeah, there's very few companies.
Almost as if 6 is
everything.
almost as if 6 is an important number for some reason.
6
Okay,
is a
but
very
I
important.
want to point out my opinion. The reason why I think we keep these big companies the way they are is because people think that's what capitalism is supposed to inspire to. I mean, I think over time Americans decided capitalism changes throughout the decades.
It doesn't really.
No,
And the thing is, hang on a second, hang on. The reason these companies get to the top of that is because of government.
Well, yes,
And it's not even necessarily government's fault, to be honest. It's that,
kind of.
if you have a company, if you're running a company, you have a bunch of shareholders that helps keep the company running, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And your job is to return dividends to these, you have to take every route you have to, kind of make a profit. If you do something that hurts the company, you are legally liable. That's also a government program, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no system.
So you have to invest in the government. You have to have lobbyists because guess what? You know what? Hey, Goodyear, let's say they decided, okay, you know what? We're just going to make great tires, right? We're just going to do it. We're not going to lobby the government for this. We're not going to make tires for F-15s or whatever, for whatever reason. Totally made up scenario, okay? But just hear me out. Okay. So don't get mad at Bridgestone when they say, hey, you know what? Goodyear said they're not going to partner with you, your Departments of Defense or whatever, and BF Goodrich is going to make or Bridgestone or whatever is going to make tires for F-15s and shit. They're taking that profit that you just left on the fucking table. It doesn't matter whether it's private profit or public profit. What direction it comes from, it's still profit. So, but you're on the line for that. If you don't take that opportunity, they kind of have to. That's in part one reason you have so many private manufacturers in that. Aside from the fact that it actually is pretty profitable because you're working with an entity that basically, until everything fucking collapses, has an inexhaustible supply of resources.
Yep. The problem comes in when Bridgestone and Goodyear decide.
So it's not capitalism. It's not capitalism. That's the problem. What is capitalism? You know what? Hey, Humboldt has whiskey.
Mm-hmm.
I have a medium of trade, that he's willing to trade with. I think it's $35, $50, whatever. I have that. He has the whiskey. I traded with him. There you go. That's it. Yeah, it does get a little more complicated, but that's because of outside influences.
It gets a lot more complicated.
And also, it also has to do because we're all humans, and we tend to be chaotic in and of our own selves.
That's true. We're not perfect.
But it's not
right.
it's not just capitalism. I mean, just capitalism on a human scale works just fine. But when you get into capitalism where it's corporations that are larger than the governing bodies that humans choose to make, transnational, international.
Well, then you have to ask how they got there to begin with.
Well, yeah, and governments pick winners, and governments don't always pick winners and losers, but corporations, I mean, they have their own interests in mind. You expect them to, and
100%. Everybody has their own interests in mind, including people in the government and people in the private life. Yeah.
There's no such thing as a term limit on a corporation. It can live forever. But then you have situations like with Disney that literally controls
the evil mouse. Yeah,
they literally control all of the stories from your childhood. They fucking retcon. Oh yeah, the expanded universe of Star Wars. Okay, apparently that's just legends now because fuck what a bunch of other people wrote, and poured their blood and sweat and tears into, right? But if something gets interesting, they can just, if they wanted to buy DC, they could buy DC. And it comes to a point where if one entity controls it, then you've just traded government for private corporations. And private corporation, you don't get a vote in a private corporation. You don't get to choose if a private corporation is doing things. Private corporation wants to put carcinogens in your drinking water. They can do that. If they want to, they can do it.
At great cost, I might add.
It doesn't cost them shit. It passes the cost on to you because you're the one who gets cancer.
Oh,
What do
don't
they
get me
fucking care? They
started
don't
on
care.
that.
And then your government comes in and says, okay, well, then we'll have to pay for, well, you have to pay for your own medical care. You're going to get your own insurance. Fuck that. And then, like, you know, or
Let me point, if you don't mind, can I point out a small flaw in that line of thinking and actually agree with you as far as that goes?
I mean,
But sometimes
there's a
corporation won't
balance,
do the right
obviously.
thing.
I mean, you don't want the government to control everything, but you got to have government in the interest of the people. You got to have someone on your side, because the reason we have an FDA is because food companies were putting sawdust and human body parts in food, and we couldn't.
But
You know, there was nothing stopping them from doing it.
The shadier ones were.
but old
All of them
Humble-
were. Well, not all of them. All the big ones were the national corporations. It was up in Chicago. There was a whole book about it.
By the way, that's actually more of an argument. Is like, hey, why don't you shop locally?
But even then, I mean, how do you know
You
that
know.
the local guys are any better than the national guys? They're cutting corners and cutting.
The same these days. For the most part, you don't.
Exactly. And you know, I mean, the local abattoir could be selling you rotten meat because it's just cheaper to do it. And they're trying to cut
But
corners.
even
and
though
save
we
money.
do have these so-called regulations, the mega corporations will still ignore it. Like, did you hear about this story? Okay.
Be right back.
Okay.
Did you hear about this story about, didn't I tell you about Lake Michigan with the surfers?
No.
All right. Surfers
Maybe.
were surfing on Lake Michigan. And then they decided they're going to go to a part of Indiana. Okay. Because it has gnarly waves. And when they came out of the water, they were like, what's the matter with you? And they had like sores and stuff all over.
Oh yeah, right.
And they
Polluted
discovered
water in Lake Michigan.
this part of Indiana called East Chicago, Indiana. And that area has a lot of the old kind of industrial companies, chemical companies, whatnot. I'm not sure, but like U.S. Steel. And so they got busted in a lawsuit. But
Okay.
it didn't matter. They did it again.
Okay.
So you're right about the companies being way too big. In that scenario, it seems like the company is way too big than the government has the power to regulate.
Right. They're
And
bigger
the
than the
thing
government.
is, Lake Michigan, where do you think Illinoisans get their drinking water?
They get it from Lake Michigan,
Ta-da!
among other
And
places. But yeah,
now I'm
that's the
scared.
big.
Now I'm afraid. After I heard that story, I realized the only place we have a filter for our water in the house is in the refrigerator. So when I have to make food, I can't put a pot underneath there. So I have to use the tap water. And now I'm thinking, how much bad chemicals have I been ingesting?
Yeah.
Because
mean,
I think I
and
heard
how
one
would you
time-
know otherwise?
they might
How
have
would you
found
know if you were
cyanide.
ingesting bad chemicals?
Yeah.
Because you know you trust the central water, you trust your city, the Central Water Authority, to be providing you good, clean drinking water.
Well, we do get a report, and we're pretty good. My town where I live, actually, it's a village, but who knows? Because we also discovered that in homes in Chicago, there's lead in the pipes.
Yeah,
That could be problematic.
and that's not uncommon especially for old homes.
Mhm.
True.
So who knows?
Yeah, but catching up in chat real quick. That's my
Okay.
clever
But
segue.
this
to
is
change
why
the
you
subject.
need companies not to be as big as the government.
Oh
That's
yeah,
why I brought
and
this
that's
up.
what we used to do. But there's reasons that we, well, they relax the trust busting anti monopoly situations with the government. There's reasons they did it, good reasons that they did it, but at the same time they were on a small government crusade. So I mean, in the 1980s when they relaxed the anti-competitive monopolization antitrust office, when they relaxed all that stuff, they said, big corporations aren't so bad, and they started letting corporations merge and get bigger and bigger and bigger. There's a reason they did it, but at the same time they did this other thing, which made it really hard to continue to regulate these super duper giant corporations.
Which, by the way, appealed and lobbied to the governments to help make them in the first place.
They appealed and lobbied the government to continue to do that. And we're still suffering the consequences, but I think in the next 15 years or so, that's going to change.
Right.
But I still don't think that's going to affect the overall science that's being done, because there's a lot of people there. The scientific community is not beholden to a government. The government can steer a lot of stuff, and we saw that in the previous administration, where the climate change science and research kind of stopped.
Climate change. Sorry, channeling Big Angry Phil again.
It stopped being an official thing, but it didn't stop happening. They just changed the way they phrased it, because the crayon-eating moron who was sitting on his golden toilet didn't like to hear certain words, so they just changed the words and did it a different way.
But
I, for one, I'm happy to hear it's not just global warming anymore, just because of like.
But the scientific community and
or global cooling before that, as a matter of fact.
The problem I have, Old Humble, is that it appears to me, from what I see, that people are taking this like, my corner of politics, so they consume news that goes with their side. Now I notice people are doing that with science. They have a conclusion. They're not a scientist. They have a conclusion about something, and then they look for the science that backs them up.
Yeah.
Okay. I can explain this. That is one of the first things that I can talk about.
I was going to ask you both the question. Do you think we need to relearn critical thinking in our society?
Oh, absolutely.
Humble, you go first. I'll go after this, because I actually have a pretty definitive thing about this.
I'm just curious.
I think the art.
Well, Humble, if you're going to go first, don't mute yourself.
We can't hear you, Old Humble.
Humble! Hello!
Music!
God damn it! God damn it! God damn it!
Then why don't Bacon go first?
No, I want him to go first. It's his channel, so.
Okay, but he's still muted.
He showed up outnumbered on my channel before. I'm showing up outnumbered here, so I think it's fair.
Alrighty, but this is an awesome conversation. I like talking.
Oh, it's fine. All right.
How about now? We better? We good?
Yay!
You're you definitely are on a different mic, and you're a little bit hot, but I can hear you. You're just fine.
All right, I'm gonna plug this in and see if I can get some juice back into it.
Yeah, you sound.
Oh, did you run out of battery power? Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Ah, god damn it! I hate it when that happens. That's what she said.
So I think.
Wow, Vanessa, good luck on your new degree.
There we go.
Is she going for another degree? Jesus Christ! How many degrees is she going to go for? She's 60.
One more degree.
Oh my goodness!
Hang on, let me try. Let me see if I can switch it one more time.
Okay, you sound good.
Hey, if it doesn't work, what you're working with sounds fine.
Let it just charge up for a minute. Okay, so the question is critical thinking.
Yeah.
I think the art.
It was more than that, but okay.
The art and skill of critical thinking has greatly diminished.
Is that due to the internet?
Am I out again?
No. Is the diminishing of critical thinking because of the internet and how we consume news?
I didn't say that.
No, I'm asking.
Well, let me finish talking.
Okay.
She had a follow-up question in the middle of your monologue. That's what she said.
So I think the art and skill of critical thinking has been diminished, partly because people don't listen to answers when they ask questions.
Oh, sorry. I knew it was coming. I deserve it.
Sunflowers, just to put that out there, you are a great sport. I just want to put that out there.
Part of it is part of it's the polarization of the media in general. Part of it is the choice of going into echo chambers, and part of it is just the failure of primary education, because there's a whole lot of dumb idiots walking around thinking that they're good at debates, but they're not good at debates. There's a lot of people thinking they can walk around convinced that if they make a good argument, they can change the meaning of words. One of them is a senator from the state of Texas. But they think that if they make a really good argument, they could convince you that you think that cows are horses. And they've just
wait, they're not?
That they're smarter than they are. And,
damn it, my whole life has been a lie.
And that they can create reality with their own words. And that's not how life works. I don't know what the source is that people thought that they could just create their own reality. But I saw this when I was in college in the 90s, that people just thought that they could create realities that didn't exist and form a world that didn't exist and live in a world that of their own creation, like in this bubble that they create around them. And I don't know where it came from. I don't know why it happened, but this was I think a unique cultural phenomenon from like the 1990s forward, that it's a failure of critical thinking, because it's like this, I think it was kind of a reaction to cultural relativism almost, that if cultural relativism
in part,
I can create whatever I want relative to a culture and it's equal.
I just wasn't muted. Damn it.
And it's just not, it's just not, it's a failure of people just to connect with reality and connect with each other. And you see this happen again and again and again, where people are like, oh, I'm against abortion. And then their girlfriend's like, well, I'm pregnant. They're like, well, I'm really for abortion in this case. Or I hate the fucking gays. And then their son comes up and says, well, Dad, I kind of like fucking guys. And they're like, well, I hate all the other gays, but not this one. It's this weird thing where like they have these two concepts in their mind of this thing of how the world should be and this thing of how the world is, and they hold them completely separate, and they say, I'm opposed to abortion until my girlfriend's pregnant, and nobody else should have abortions but my girlfriend can. And it's this weird thing, and I don't know if it's the failure of critical thinking or if it's just that like people don't think. They don't really think. They've lost the ability to answer or ask the question of then what, because it's like, we're gonna do away with the electoral college. Okay, then what? Then what happens? Like, what do you think's gonna happen then? Like, what's how does this look? How do you do it? What's the plan? What are you gonna do? Well, I want to be an astronaut. Okay, well, how are you gonna be an astronaut? What are you gonna do? You can't see. You have 2400 vision. You're going to be an astronaut. How are you going to do that? You can't fly planes. You don't know physics. You don't know shit about anything. How are you going to be an astronaut? What are you going to do? They've lost the ability of then what. They have this grand scheme of pie in the sky ideals, but they don't like have the basic critical thinking skills to be able to go from A to B to C to D and move down their path, because they don't know what the path is. And I don't know what caused that breakdown, but there's a definite breakdown of that. So there you go. Bacon.
All right. Yeah, I wanted to make sure I muted myself because, look, I'm just going to have it's voluntary actions, but it's just their action I enjoy it, and I didn't want to interrupt your stream there.
Also, the sun's going to die in about 4 billion years, and when our sun dies...
And you're all fucked. You're all fucked.
We're all going to be dead. Who cares? Go.
Okay. I want to go more to the core of literally what Sunflowers was saying.
Okay.
And you actually described it perfectly. You described it perfectly. I don't even think you did, but you did. What did you say? You said, instead of the scientific method, I don't even think you said this, I'll just fill in the blanks, where people start with a question, they start working with the evidence, and they eventually come up to an answer.
Mm-hmm.
They start with an answer, and they go backwards, and they look for evidence that supports their answer, not the other way around. There's a word that describes that. It's called sophistry, and that is the antithesis of me doing a live show here, professionally.
What did you say? Sophistry?
But also,
sophistry.
It's the antithesis of philosophy.
Sophistry?
Yep.
Sophistry. Yeah, look it up.
I've never heard it before, but I've heard the explanation.
That's what it is, and that's what a lot of people do. They have this. Notion like this is the way it needs to be, or this is the way it is, and instead of looking, for ways to support it, they look for ways to support it, and they actively go against things that don't. And usually, there's a lot more emotion that goes into that rather than scientific evidence or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But
That is a big underpinning in the term that I actually coined called retardism. You're laughing. I actually did coin that.
It's not inaccurate. It's
but
It isn't.
there.
But how many individuals?
Ooh,
Like
that's
I
a
don't
good
even
question.
remember all that entails in the scientific method, because it's been like ages since I learned that stuff.
Well, the scientific method is simply a codified method of inquisition, where you see a thing and you consider why a thing is a thing, and then you formulate an experiment to test your assumption, and then you go back and review the results of the experiment to see if they match your assumption, and then you modify your assumption.
So basically,
Exactly.
You
Now,
continue to
no.
modify the
Okay. Let me ask you a question, Humble. Let me ask you a question. Okay. What is the opposite of that?
It's going to sophistry. It's going the other direction.
Exactly.
Where you decide, well, the election was stolen, so let's figure out an explanation.
Fair
for how
enough.
it was.
You know what? That's
And then
fair
you come
enough.
up with fucking Venezuela.
okay.
Like,
That
how the fuck
thinking.
is Venezuela?
That's
doing?
fair enough. You know what? I'm not sure if I agree with that. You may be right. I may be wrong. Who knows? But that is a good example. I started with this conclusion. Let me work back the other way.
As opposed to starting from the
Literally
beginning.
literally
looking at the
backwards to the
systems.
scientific method. Literally backwards.
Sound
Exactly.
logical thinking.
Ass backwards, opposite
It
direction.
isn't. That's the thing. And a lot of it actually is emotional thinking, and a lot of it is emotional inducing.
Because basically,
You know?
it seems like to me, people are trying to prove their opinion.
Exactly.
that's
That's
exactly
the
right.
point.
And isn't
That's the point.
science and sometimes opinions aren't provable. They're just like
Their opinions.
Let me throw a phrase by you there, Sunflower,
I
that
don't
you
know
may
how
or
to
may not have
explain it.
heard before. Let me see how you react to this. Oh, the science is settled. Have you ever heard that phrase before?
Yes.
Yep.
What do you
I would
think?
answer? You know what I would answer, because when just being myself. Please, I would like to see proof for that.
Okay, you're not wrong as far as that goes.
Because
Well,
sometimes I don't know enough about
Humble.
science.
Yeah.
So I
Well,
would
see,
need.
that's the thing. The thing about science is it's never settled, but there
Exactly.
are consensus conclusions.
There are some, but the thing is, you know what? Nothing is ever settled. The theory of fucking gravity isn't settled. It's not gravity isn't a theorem. By the way, there is a difference. Gravity isn't a theorem, it's a theory.
Uh-huh.
There's a difference between those two.
Right.
But the question of whether or not there's gravity is settled science. There is gravity.
You're not wrong about that.
The question of
But that's the reason I bring. Okay, that's the reason I bring that up. That's the reason I bring that up.
Yeah.
If something as ubiquitous as gravity is still a theory, and we're not even sure just how well that works yet, the reason we don't know. By the way, the reason we don't know how well gravity is just because we have a hard time measuring gravity. That's the problem with it.
No. That's misunderstanding the word theory. Just because it's a theory doesn't mean it's not commonly accepted and real.
Oh, I never said that.
Gravity is commonly accepted and real, and people.
Oh no, 100%. No, I didn't say that.
To understand it, but that doesn't mean that it's.
I'm just using it as an example. That's all.
I mean, how do you? I guess the better question would be, how is gravity not settled? Science.
Ask the fucking scientist, dude.
That we don't know
That's my point. That's my point.
I mean,
The science is never settled.
There is to know about it, but we know
For the most part, it isn't settled.
we
Wait
know
just a
enough
minute.
about it that it's settled enough that we can use it to literally slingshot.
And yet it's not a theorem. Again, that could be attributed to, you know,
Just because it's a
us
theory
being
doesn't-
human or whatever. That could be attributed to that. Again,
just
keep in
because-
mind,
just because we
I'm
don't
just
know-
using that as an example.
Yeah. But just
But
because
wait a
we don't know
minute.
how gravity works at a quantum level versus
Well, yeah, I'm not jumping off every other statement anytime soon, if
Yeah,
that's what you're
But
asking.
it doesn't mean that we don't know how to use it and it's not settled, like it's not mostly settled. I mean,
Well,
it's not like it's
Oh,
not like
mostly
we
settled,
look around
100%.
and go, well, there's no gravity anymore. It's something different.
The point is that
Maybe.
science is always questioning. That means the science, you know, unless it's real fucking specific, it's not always settled.
Our
So
So
understanding
this whole
of
fucking thing
science
was like, you know what? Hey, the science is settled, especially if it's on shaky shit that isn't gravity. That should be enough to raise, you know, question marks about for
Yeah.
anybody
That's what I
who is
do.
any kind of
Yeah.
critical thinking. And that also that goes to your point there. Critical thinking isn't taught anymore. By the way,
Right.
believe it or not, back in my days when I went to elementary school, critical thinking actually was taught. It actually literally was taught. It was a literal class.
And what state?
Believe
was
it or not.
this? What state was this?
California, Inglewood.
That's
Yep.
cool.
Inglewood, California.
See, to me, settled science means
Believe it or not. Yeah. By the way, mostly black school too.
that's cool. But to me, settled science means like a scientific consensus. Like for example,
There is no consensus in science.
Yeah, there is.
Unless there's actual absolute definitive proof. There
like what
isn't.
we were talking about before.
There's always going to be somebody who's going to be opposing you there.
like,
Just
for
because somebody
That's the
opposes
whole
it
point of
doesn't mean there's
science.
no
talking
consensus.
about when we were talking about global warming and how the peer review that most of the peer review backs that up. Can't you use that in an example of that settled science for the time being?
Yeah, unless you're getting more specific there, but
In it,
that's me. That's me. I can get into that, but that's getting to more things that I know about. You probably don't. Like where they actually took these readings. Yeah, okay. You take a gas station parking lot that's sitting in the fucking sun. Yeah, it's 130 degrees there, but the rest of the ambient air is like still about 90 or something. That's a whole lot of what went into that.
Oh, hi, Dustin.
Yeah, Justin
Hi,
is in the
Matt.
chat. To
He was
answer
in there earlier,
Vanessa-
wasn't he? I remember texting him earlier on the
he's
chat.
here.
Actually,
He's been here a little while. To answer
Okay.
Vanessa's question from about 45 minutes ago, Jesus Christ, how am I fucking 45 minutes? Fuck it.
Because we're
because
black.
you're talking to us degenerates. That's why.
Humans have existed on Earth. Proto-humans existed 6 million years ago. Modern humans evolved. The earliest versions of modern humans about 200,000 years ago. Civilization as we know it is about 6,000 years old, maybe slightly older than that. So that answers that question.
That also answers the question of if you guys want to pick on the newer ager people who were religious or whatever, like we were only 6,000 years old. That coincides with a timeline. I'm just
Yeah, exactly.
I'll
It
point that
starts off. The Bible starts 6,000 years ago, but guess what?
All life began 6,000 years ago. Yeah, okay.
Okay, but no, I mean, the science is settled as a simplistic statement.
A very simplistic statement, I might add.
But it's kind of shorthand for saying that a consensus has been reached. It's not to say. I mean, there's even stuff in algebra that they're still investigating and still seeking out and still searching out new ways of doing
Right.
things.
Fair enough.
And new ways of doing stuff, and that's just fucking math. And
Exactly.
there's still
Don't tell that to do not tell that to Vanessa Kitty. She's going to hunt you down in your sleep.
Questions about set theorems. There's basic like.
You just pissed off Vanessa Kitty, by the way. I just want to point that out.
proofs
Probably.
that they're still working out the details to. And
Fair enough.
But algebra is settled science. It's settled science. I mean, we know this shit. It's a thing. We know how it works. We know how to do it. We know how to undo it. We know how to redo it and reproduce. We can break it.
Yeah,
apart.
what you're dancing around is a weaponization of that particular
do all that
phrase.
shit.
The science is settled.
But yeah,
That's a
phrase
weaponized
itself
phrase.
is a problematic phrase.
That's true, because there's a lot of aspects of science that are always evolving, like in astronomy and that sort of stuff.
But that's but like what I do, the science that I do of distillation and fermentation, it's settled science. We know how to do this shit. But that doesn't mean that small distillers aren't still trying to push the
Or
edge
like
of
baking, for
figuring
example.
out new things and doing new things.
Fair enough.
Like baking is settled science.
It's settled, but
So-
There's settled science, but there's always room for improvement. There's always room for different things to happen. You know.
That's
Absolutely.
because people who are scientists are curious, and they're always
Exactly.
boundaries of more. Like when I was saying, like when we were talking about the solar system, like how many planets do you actually think there are? We only know as much as we discover.
this is correct.
And when I bring up the whole what is it, the science of shells thing, what I'm talking about, not that phrase specifically, but the people who use it, they're using it to push an agenda. That's what they're doing. It's like, okay,
a lot
this
of
is here,
times.
whatever side you're on, it doesn't really matter. Whoever's using that, they're probably fucking D-bags.
Yeah, and that goes back to the critical thinking of just simply asking the question, why? Why?
Exactly.
Why are you doing
No,
this? Why are you saying this?
100%.
Why are you telling us this? This doesn't
So
make any sense.
people who decide to fucking just use it, like they're basically using it to try to shut down the argument, not compliment it, like we're doing what we're doing here now. I'm learning things from you, Humble. I'm learning things from you, Sunflowers, and I hope you guys are learning something
Yeah,
from
I'm learning from both.
what I have to say. But we're actually being constructive with this. This is destructive. You guys have to understand this. They're using it that way. So it's like, okay, shut down the argument. You know what? My way is, or my mindset is the mindset. You need to obey that or else.
But if science is settled,
like-
well, then if we're trying to say that there's a consensus, should we just say there's a consensus within the scientific community?
There can be a consensus with the
No,
science
I mean-
community.
should we
It
just
doesn't
say
mean that they're right.
Should we say
That's what
that
the
in
scientific community says.
Wait a
The
minute.
scientific community says we have a consensus.
If there's a consensus within the scientific community, did I hear
That's
right?
an oxymoron, by the way.
No. Did
No, it's
Bacon
not.
say something to the effect of there might not be right?
Well, yeah, they might not be.
Well, who's going to prove them? Other scientists?
Other scientists. That's what the scientific community does. For
That's
years and
the
years and
entire
years, the
point.
scientific
Okay,
community
so when
thought
we
that Earth was at the
use the
center of the
phrase-
galaxy.
Okay, so when we use
Or
the
center of
phrase
the
settled
universe.
science, I've heard people use that to shut off a debate. So I agree with Bacon on that point. But I think we should rephrase and say a scientific consensus, but for the time being. Because just like with outer space, we only know what we explore.
Mhm.
That
If you don't
is,
have a hypothesis,
that's actually fair, to be
or
honest.
if you don't
It's
do
like-
the extra scientific method,
Just like the comment we have pinned down below from Vanessa. to prove the Earth traveled around the sun in an elliptical orbit. That was Earth literally
Let the math expert throw that fucking
shattering,
nugget of knowledge in.
universe shattering, paradigm breaking, astonishing stuff. And it was complicated at the time, and it's still complicated now. But the Copernican model changed the way we envisioned our solar system and the way we envisioned the world around us and our place in the universe.
And by the way,
Galileo
can I
improved
point
it,
out,
and
way back when,
Einstein-
the science was settled that, the Earth was the center of, going back to what we were talking about, the Earth, not the imaginary way that we were doing it, or the asshole way we were doing it, just in tongue in cheek or whatever. But people literally back then, they thought that the Earth was literally the center of the universe.
yeah,
or the
You
Earth
know?
but not just the center of it, that everything revolved around the Earth.
Exactly. And that was accepted.
Because the Earth,
That was literally, you know
of
what?
the visible
The
universe,
science is
Earth
settled.
still is the
That was the
center of it.
science is settled back then.
But remember, I pointed out, and we also have to keep going. I agree with that. So, like when the people thought the Earth was
You really
flat,
what?
somebody goes, "Well, I got to see for myself." So then they discovered something else. So
Yeah,
that's the whole point of science, I think.
We figured out that
but this is a
through
perfect
Galileo and other
example.
people, like, okay,
This is a perfect example.
the sun doesn't revolve around us. We revolve around the sun. That's
Yeah.
first of all.
And that
Right.
is a perfect
second
example
of all,
settled science that was
there's a
shattered by
bunch of
science.
other things in our solar system, and maybe we might have even figured out things outside of it too,
Yeah,
So we're
even way
both,
back when.
but see,
That's my whole
was
point. It's like, you know what? You
Bacon,
cannot treat science as something
Absolutely.
that is just settled. You
but
know,
bacon, hear me
there are a
out.
lot of things you can take that are solid, right? You know what? Fire is going to burn you. Water, you probably want to drink that if you want to live for the next 3 days.
Bacon.
probably.
The internet is going to be problematic because people are on the internet.
Okay,
You know?
slow down, Bacon. What?
Okay,
Sunflowers?
Bacon.
What?
Oh, I lost my train
Sure,
of
go on.
thought. Give me a sec.
All right. Well,
Sorry, I didn't mean to make you lose your train of thought.
So back to this. I think I said this point, but it bears repeating.
Okay.
So the whole science is settled is what I said was stop saying that and we should say it's a consensus. But I also agree with you that science always evolves. Therefore, it's for a time being, the science is settled means that the community of scientists agree upon said science for the particular time until we explore something new, just
yeah.
like the universe. So it's
Fair enough.
in 2021. I don't know. Pluto is not a planet. It's a dwarf planet. Unless they can prove it's supposed to be something else. For now, the science is the consent that
It's an arbitrary term, but I understand what you mean.
You know what I mean? I'm just
Yeah.
so we're both right, actually, in a way.
See, I hate
My
that.
question is this: what happens if you're in an era where the science is spoken and it's wrong, but before it could be made right?
Wait, I'm confused.
We are.
Wait a minute, I'm confused. Repeat that again.
What if you're in an era? Let's say, you know what?
Can you give me an example? Because I'm trying to understand.
Well, I gave an example earlier. We'll just go back to that one. You know, the Earth is the center of the galaxy, or center of universe, or whatever the fuck it is. I'm sorry, I keep pronouncing like the New York people. New York people, they just make me do it because it makes me make fun of them. Just saying univoice. Sorry.
Okay, Bugs.
But anyway, so we're in an era where the science
Okay,
is wrong.
we're in that area. It's like, okay, clearly the science is wrong because the science came out later, but we're in this consensus now. It's like, we're in the center of the universe. The sun is surrounding, and we have all kinds of scientists, very smart people, by the way. They're doing all these complicated, calculations or whatever, trying to figure out why the sun is moving the way it is, why Mars is moving the way it is, why Saturn is moving the way it is, why Jupiter is moving the way it is, and
Are you saying
other planets outwards. When another switch was, if we assume that the sun is the center of our solar system, it makes things a whole lot more simple. It makes those calculations a whole lot more simple. And again, we're talking about people who were actually back in the 13th century, 12th century, whatever the hell they were. What if we just went with that and didn't question it? What if we just went with that?
See, I think
Do you think we'll be where we are now?
But
Do you think
wouldn't
we'll be
that
where we
blow-
are now?
Okay,
Obviously
wouldn't that
not.
blow up the whole point of science?
That would, as a matter of fact.
Wouldn't the whole idea of what the whole scientific method is supposed to be?
Mm-hmm.
So then,
And thus, okay, that answers my
Wait a
question.
minute. So those people aren't having a scientific mind. So then, how is that
No,
even in the realm of science?
No.
That's not science.
Exactly.
and I'm glad you realize that.
So hold up with my thinking here. So if it's not science, should we take stock in what those people say and point out to them, you're not using the scientific method?
If you knew what it was at that time. But point taken.
So it appears to me
Okay.
that those people might just be ignorant or ignorantly arrogant.
Now take that line of thinking and apply it to everything else.
That's not fair. That's
It's
bullshit.
not just
Y'all
science,
fucking-
it's politics, it's everything else.
Shit. No, you can't
Wait a
fucking
minute,
do
wait a
that.
minute.
It
Hold
is.
up, hold
You
up,
can't
Humble.
fucking take a
Hold
line
up,
of
Humble.
fucking skepticism and apply it to every goddamn thing. Because if you're going to go out there and apply your fucking skepticism to whether or not your car is going to start, apply your fucking skepticism whether or not your food is going to be edible, apply your fucking skepticism whether or not the car coming up to the intersection is going to stop at the stop sign the way they're supposed to, you will fucking be paralyzed. There is such a thing as scientific consensus, facts that are commonly accepted. The earth is going to rise in the east.
So then what is
and it's going to set in the fucking west.
No, I think he's
You know,
playing
you're
devil's
not
Okay, so
skeptical of it.
all right. First of all, I want to congratulate.
Okay.
You know, Sunflower.
Okay.
She actually realized that.
No. Stop. Both
That's
of you
number one.
shut up.
But
The sun's
let
gonna
me
fucking
let me
rise in the
address
west.
what you're trying to say. I
The sun's
understand.
gonna
I understand what
rise
you
in the
mean.
east.
There has to be some commonality, is what you're trying to say.
The sun is going to rise in the east. It's going to set in the fucking west. I've muted both of you because y'all are both talking fucking nonsense. That is settled fucking science. There's no question about the consensus. There's no skepticism as to whether or not the sun is going to rise in the east and set in the west. That's what it fucking does. And we're not in a world. I'm going to unmute you now. We're not in a
I agree
world
with
where you
that.
have to wake up. I'm
waiting.
again, girl. You don't have to wake up and go, well, I wonder where the sun's going to rise today because maybe a scientist is wrong. We know this shit. It's fucking settled fucking science. And if you want to say the science community has a consensus understanding of where the sun's going to rise and where the sun's going to set, you can say that. But there are commonly accepted facts, things that we know, and they don't give a shit about your feelings or whether or not you like science or whether or not you like the authority of somebody else who's telling you that the sun is going to rise over there and set over there. They don't give a shit because it's going to happen whether you like it or not. And you can
I'm not saying that's wrong.
Say, this doesn't quite fit. I don't quite understand it. And you can do the calculations yourself if you're capable of it. But most of us are not capable of doing the calculations. Most of us have to accept the understandings of experts and people knowledgeable. And when 97% of the experts say this is a thing, and 3% of the experts don't, and you say, well, I'm going to stand with the 3%, well, then you're doing a dumb thing. You're just being contrarian and standing with a bunch of people. And you got to ask why they're being contrary. You got to look at the actual data. You got to look at the actual information and look at it and say, is this reasonable? Am I being reasonable or am I being skeptical for the sake of being skeptical? Am I being contrarian? Am I just being argumentative? And at some point it comes down to where you look at the wall and you say, I could pass through that wall. And everybody looks at you and says, no, you can't. And you go, no, yeah, I think I can because my reality says I can pass through a wall. If my atoms form in just the right way, I can pass right through the wall because that's the reality that I live in. And everybody's going to look at you and go, nobody fucking believes you. And you say, well, I can do it. That doesn't fucking matter. The wall doesn't give a shit about your feelings.
No, it doesn't.
I agree with everything you said.
And this is a philosophical question because people go out, you start a business where everybody says that's a crazy idea. You say, I think I have an idea. I think it's a real thing. And you're the only one who believes in it. That is an entirely different circumstance.
Right.
That is an entirely different circumstance than when you look at a thing and you say, I can turn that lead into gold. You can't. You can't fucking turn lead into gold. You can't do it.
That goes in alchemy, which is not proven anyway.
You can't do it. And it was settled science because there was a bunch of charlatans who did that back in the 1400s. You can't do
it. It depends who decided it was settled science, first of all.
No, it doesn't. It's not.
Yeah, it does. Because who is in favor of alchemy these days?
They were wrong. They were charlatans. They were liars.
You missed my question. Who is saying you can turn lead into gold these days?
Well, Bitcoin salesman.
different medium, and you know it.
But is there an actual
salesman today?
I'm asking for legitimate reasons here. Is there an actual, like, a scientific consensus? Like, we use global warming as an example, but the scientific community have in order for this to be a scientific consensus, it must meet the following criteria, or is it just a number of the scientific community in agreement?
it meets a certain criteria that it gets reviewed and reviewed and reviewed and reviewed and reviewed.
By
And
the peer review community? By the
it's
peer
not just
review
people. It's not just people looking at it and going, "Yeah, that sounds right." It's people who actually do the things and do it again and do it again and do it. They independent experimentation.
You mean
that
a peer
confirms
review?
the same conclusion, not working from the conclusion backwards, but different sets of data that work towards the same conclusion and continuously, repeatedly works towards the same. Like with the people who did cold fusion back in a couple decades ago, they said we did cold fusion and they put out that information, they put out their data, and people tried to replicate it and they couldn't do it. Like they're full of shit. They didn't do it. And then they figured out where it was wrrong.
Cold fusion, that's kind of a hard thing to do, to be honest.
I mean, and the same thing like down here with Copernicus, like he was making observations himself, and he saw that planets would go into retrograde, and he would do the math on it. And
Bless
he
you.
couldn't explain the math the way the model worked out.
That's what I was saying earlier.
And he would do the math. And
This stuff baffles my mind. I don't know how people can figure out.
They modeled things after what they believed was going on, and the math got increasingly impossible to figure out until they figured out, okay, the Earth wasn't the center of the universe, at least our our solar system. We figured out the sun was, and it got a whole lot easier to figure out. That's what I was trying to say.
Well, but that's the same thing with these idiot flat Earth morons. If you just make observations, just basic, simple observations.
Well, if you even take either of those into consideration, that automatically disproves that. But I understand where you're coming from.
Well, Copernicus knew that the Earth was round, just like everybody else with a half a functioning brain.
I just don't get how math and all this can determine.
But it was
math gets real fucking complicated. Ask me how I know, or better yet, ask. But that's the kitty house, you know.
It wasn't a scientific method that came to the idea and notion that the Earth was the center of the universe. It was just an understanding, an accepted paradigm that the Earth was at the center, and people tried to build models to confirm it. They were going in the backwards direction. They started with an understanding and a belief and went backwards from there. People didn't sit down and observe the universe and go, okay, let's work this math out. They started with a belief, and a lot of science is shattering those beliefs, those deeply held just beliefs of how
you are correct in saying that. Okay, fine, working backwards to figure that out. That probably figured out a whole lot of things. You're not wrong about that.
I mean, we didn't know that there was a universe outside of our solar system until like the 1940s. The 1950s is when we first were able to map the background radiation of the universe from the whole concept that there were galaxies outside of the Milky Way is a relatively new. That was,
by the way, you had to name it the Milky Way for a reason,
right? It was within the lifetime of people who are alive today. My parents, my mom, within my mom's lifetime, within my dad's lifetime, was the understanding that there were galaxies outside of the Milky Way. That there were that the Milky Way was a collection of solar systems. Like people didn't know that until early part, like within 100 years. The concept, the notion that the Earth being at the center of the universe was a result of the scientific method is false. It was not a result of the scientific method. It was just an accepted understanding based on religious belief or whatever the fuck. It's just how it was. There wasn't a peer-reviewed paper that said the Earth is at the center of the universe. Here's why we think that. Here's the math that backs it up. The first person who did anything.
Well, the math that went through it was exceedingly difficult. So, I mean, that actually goes towards what you're saying. Is like the reason that the math is so difficult, making the Earth the center of the universe, trying to calculate all those fucking things, where at least just having the sun at the center made things so much more simple, and that's actually what we work with now,
Right. But the notion that there's no such, that there can't be any such thing, the term "the science is settled" is almost always a response to people who aren't scientists asking it this for certain.
Exactly. Well, that was my whole fucking point to begin with.
Well, the scientists will say we are fairly certain that this is how things. Like they don't back.
There are certain things that are settled, not the whole fucking field.
If there's always the possibility that something new can shatter the existing paradigm.
Thank you. Okay, that's all I wanted to bring up. That's all I wanted to say.
But that's not to say that there's certainty within the certain. You can hold both things.
No, 100%. No, you're right about that.
You know that you're going to die in a nuclear explosion.
Or like we know what a volcano
maybe
is.
You might survive. The science is settled. If a nuclear bomb goes off in your office, you're going to die. But
probably. But
you have a chance, maybe. Maybe.
But yeah, I get your point. I don't disagree.
So like both things can be true. The science can be settled, but there's also the opportunity that something like there's the thing we don't know that's out there.
Exactly. Exactly. No, I agree with that. I agree with that.
That's why astronomy is the perfect example to use for that.
Well, Donald Rumsfeld would call it the unknown unknowns. You know, there's the things we know, the things we know we don't know.
You leave Gin Rummy out of this, damn it. Leave the Boondocks out of this.
And
it's an unknown.
Don't know that we know. But then there's the things we don't know that we don't know. And those are the things that we don't know.
It was an unknown.
Okay, can we take this discussion in a different direction?
My wife came and told me to keep it down, so I can't I can't get particularly passionate anymore.
Can we take this in a slightly different direction?
I can.
Because of Vanessa Kitty.
I'm in yours, so I'm fine.
My father works in manufacturing. Okay, so they grind and sharpen tools. So he uses math. And one day he told me, math. This is his opinion. Math is the basics of all things. What do you two think of that statement?
He's not wrong. First of all,
repeat the statement. Math is the basis of all things.
I guess
he's not wrong.
I guess he's trying to say because you use math for almost everything.
Because it's the ultimate. That's the ultimate. Like you know what? 2 + 2 equals 4. I don't care what your programming tells you. 2 + 2 equals 4. You know, in a statement.
Mathematics.
That's like that is the ultimate hard science.
I would tend to agree.
There's experiments you could do with math, I guess, but there's also a whole lot more experience you can do with the other STEM degrees, science, technology, all the other ones. But all of them ultimately depend on math at some point. So that one is that is one of the hard. That's one of the hard, sciences. You can't. It's very hard to disagree with it. And if you disagree with it, you better have a shit ton of proof to do it.
I think mathematics is probably the fundamental underlying universal truth. But I also think that it's entirely possible. Why is it so hard
to understand then?
I think it's entirely possible for cultures to come at me.
Is it hard to understand, really?
I'm not very good at math. Math is so, oh God, my brain hurts.
Math is a foreign language for most people. You learn math the same way you learn French.
That explains so much about society.
It is a.
Are you very good at math?
You learn it the same way you learn a foreign language.
I have been, and I could be if I need to.
You speak math the same way you speak English, the same way you speak. Some of us can do it,
it's a universal language too. That's the other thing.
We can go between English and math, English and algebra, and go back and forth and back and forth. Calculus is the same way. It's a foreign language, and you learn to speak it oftentimes in.
But the thing is,
I never learned to speak calculus. Vanessa Kitty can probably speak calculus very fluently.
Probably. I'm surprised she's speaking that for us right now.
Statistics is a foreign language. You can learn.
God damn it!
It's not. God
damn it!
I actually think I have a math learning disability.
It's not intuitive.
You think so?
Where you tell people you have a 50% chance of survival, and you can increase your survival by 10%, they think that means you're
By eating Arby's,
percent,
which is the opposite, but okay.
They just don't know. They don't understand statistics and probability and all that shit.
I
and
never
they
got
can't speak
math
that
in
language.
school. I never understood it. And but when I took summer school, okay, I took summer school, right? And then when I went to school in freshman year, I almost got an A in math. But the thing is,
I got to be plus.
Close in my whole life to get an A. I used to get like the worst of the worst grades. That's because I practiced it extra. But when we were in school, we had a teacher that would not lecture. He would make songs and do different things, and he would teach it differently. And that's how most people got it. And the people who took his class said, if we just got lectured, oh my God, I would never understand math.
So this isn't, speaking of which, this is an interesting topic that was in chat about an hour ago, talking about just basic intelligence and how bright a human civilization has to be in order to exist. And
Not to interrupt, I'll be right back.
Okay. That kind of ties into what we're talking about here, where intelligence is defined by the society itself. Like, we're talking about being able to fluently speak math and English, or math and whatever, we speak a language, and then we have a mathematics language that's a universal language that we can speak all over the place. We define oftentimes intelligence as being able to do those numbers and do that math and be smart, so to speak.
And by the way, how it applies to society these days and how it can be applied.
Right. The definition of smart is a very fluid definition, because
yes, it is.
Time that smart.
There's a difference between being smart and being intelligent.
Well, yeah,
those are very different things.
But
there's a difference between intelligent and being knowledgeable as well.
Right. We wouldn't consider the
all those are different
from the 5th century as smart by today's standards, because smart by today's standards is being able to do, I don't know, some fucking chemistry or something, maybe rocket science or whatever. I don't know what we consider.
Well, what matters is the application. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know what? I know a shit ton about military aviation. Is that going to give me a fucking job where I can, feed myself and any family I have? Probably not. Not in my capacity. No.
See, I guarantee. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. If Ted Cruz's family had gone to California, Ted Cruz would be a Democrat, because when you put your finger in the air in California,
you're talking about California,
to win statewide elections and be a senator in California, you kind of got to be a Democrat. Whereas in Texas, you kind of got to be a Republican. If his family would have landed in California, he would have had a very different path.
What you're saying is he's a product of his environment, is what you're saying.
He's a product of his environment. And arguably speaking, he's a very smart individual, because he can adapt to his environment, and he can say and do the things that he needs to do in order to survive and thrive. But does that make him a smart, productive member of society? I mean, arguably, yes. But would he
for himself? Yes. For others, who knows?
Is that what is? Do you need a bunch of those people in order to make society to exist and for society to survive? I don't know.
The thing is, I don't think you want a whole bunch of people like that, to be honest.
Yeah, if
they're, if they can adapt to their environment, I understand that.
Oh, hey, we have a 4th participant in the stream, Maddie J from North Carolina. One of the Carolinas.
You got it correct. What's up, Becky? What's up, host?
Howdy doodly.
But you see, if you put a guy like that into a field and give him a hoe and a plow and tell him to survive, I don't know if he does.
He means hoe as in the actual agricultural tool, by the way.
Yeah, not Heidi. I don't think that he is smart in an agrarian society. I think he's smart in a political society, but not in an agrarian.
That's the difference. See, this is why I'm not gonna have a problem with you hating him, because he's in the political side of things. Like, all right, go ahead, hate Ted Cruz, because that's what everybody fucking does. But I understand why you do. I understand why.
The people who knew him in high school in college, the people that I know who knew him, because he grew up in Houston, and I knew several people that knew him in high school and college. They hated him before he was a politician. I'm like,
Okay.
So he's just
And that's also fair as well.
He's just
I mean, that adds context. That adds context. I understand.
That grew up in college and didn't, or was in college, didn't do anything in college out of fear that what he would do in college might reflect back on his political career when he grew up.
Possibly.
He was a oh God. If you grew a politician in a petri dish, you'd have gotten Ted fucking Cruz. Yeah, this is the worst human being on the planet.
You think he's bad? You could have had some of the politicians I grew up with back in Inglewood.
I bet. Yeah.
You wouldn't think Inglewood would be a place. How big is Houston as far as square miles again? Do you know?
650 square miles.
Just a guess. How many?
650 square miles for the city proper.
650 square miles. That's a pretty big fucking city.
625. I can't remember, but it's like 650 square miles.
Texas,
Either way, that's a pretty big fucking city. You know how big the city of Inglewood is?
4 blocks.
Nope. You're not wrong.
No idea.
9.
9 blocks.
9 square miles.
Oh, square miles. Wow, shit. That's a tiny thing.
Mm-hmm. We have 4, or at least at the time. I don't know what it is now. I haven't been there in a long time.
Dude, my subdivision.
There's 4 districts, and there's a mayor.
My subdivision
is there.
9 square miles.
We have 4 fucking people overseeing districts, like, in that fucking city. 9 square miles.
4 people. The city council.
By the way, they're being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year.
Hundreds plural?
Hundreds.
Okay.
6 figs, bro. 6 figs.
Well,
by the way, if you wonder why Inglewood had like the highest tax rate of any city in the United States at one point, I believe that was like 10.5% to 75% or whatever the hell it was.
Is it hurting?
Well, it was. I'm not there anymore, but I'm still in the same place where, like, I'm in a place right now that's pretty close.
All right. Well, Matty J's now.
We had to deal with guys like that.
Yeah. Calm down.
And I still remember there was one thing. He was like, "Hey, we're gonna go clean up this neighborhood," or whatever. Actually, it was literally my neighborhood. Because again, Inglewood, not a big fucking place. So if you're talking about one district, is like, okay, what?
Like
2 square miles? That's about it.
9 square miles.
Nothing.
My subdivision that I live in Fall Creek on the north side of Houston. It is larger than 9 square miles. We have probably 15,000 people that live in my subdivision.
We have more people to live. We have more people to live in that area, but much smaller area.
Yeah. Anyway, okay.
You know the thanks we got from this guy? You know the thanks we got from this guy, like, after we decided to help him out?
No, what?
Hey, you know what? Thank you for donating your time. We really appreciate you. That's it. It's like,
well, there you go.
Hey, thanks, Daniel Tabor. Thanks a lot.
Matty J's in the house. My man.
The host and also Bacon knows I don't get butt hurt easily, so it's all good.
Well, but
I would hope not.
Bringing people up here, our Thanksgiving episode, and
I should have been butt hurt like an hour ago, but Humble completely failed to make me butt hurt. He should have done it. Yeah, I should be triggered by all the things that he's saying, but somehow it didn't happen.
Dude, I'm telling you,
and I'm still there.
Most people agree on more things than we disagree with.
I know, right?
Once
you get past this politics bullshit, hey, guess what? We're all human beings, and we all like each other.
I've always said, if you could agree on the what,
yeah, I love all y'all.
If you can't agree on the what, then it doesn't matter if you disagree on the how. I mean, we both agree that corporations are fucking us. We just don't agree how to solve the problem.
We have to figure out how they got there to begin with. But then again, that's me looking way beyond things. And that's beyond the scope of this show.
And see, I don't give a shit how we got there. I just want to.
I do. That's how I solve this kind of shit.
I am. I mean, I'm curious in an academic sense, I suppose. But it's like how the
That okay? That's a topic for another show. Let's just put it that way.
Maddie,
That's a topic for another show. Okay.
What are you thankful for this year?
What's my what?
What are you thankful for this year? Welcome to the Thanksgiving show. What are you thankful for?
I am thankful for life, health. I'm still alive.
Yeah.
Thankfully.
At least we have that in common.
Not willing.
Mhm.
I am a Christian. Christina, it's not your turn yet.
We hate you now.
All right, I'm leaving.
Oh, she's back. Welcome back.
No, Christina, don't leave. Please don't leave.
So far, shut up just in time to leave.
Please don't leave. Hey, you're a great person. Come on.
No, I'm going to do that.
God damn it.
I know.
Time out. Pause. The average IQ in the United States is apparently 98. According to
dropped below 100 a couple years ago.
Yeah, according to healthline.com.
Yep. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know.
But again, IQ measures.
Still better than Mexico, but whatever.
IQ is a measurement of intelligence based on society's presumption of what intelligence is. So you take it with
that's fair, but there's also a lot of leeway as far as that goes. So
yeah, but it's like measuring if you put a fish on a cross country track, it is going to fail at what you're asking it to do because
probably.
And if you put a cross country runner in the ocean, he will fail at what he does. So or she. So IQ.
Well, the thing is
to measure what society thinks is intelligence, but it is not necessarily a measure of intelligence.
Well, my question is,
True.
As far as things keep going forward, things are only going to get more challenging. So, do you want our intelligence quotient to get higher, or do you want to get lower based on what we're doing?
IQ tests don't measure the ability to learn, which is arguably what intelligence is. IQ measures what you know based on what you should know.
It also actually it not only measures that, you're not wrong about that, it also measures your ability to think on the spot. I know because I've taken a bunch of those fucking tests.
But it doesn't necessarily measure your ability to learn. And that
it does your ability to think on the spot. That kind of is important.
I'm very skeptical of IQ tests. And just for the record, just for anybody out there wondering, if you have an IQ of over 120, I am willing to provide you a certificate for only $99.95. I'll provide you a certificate with a nice frame, and I will send it to you certifying that you have an intelligence of above 120. And if you want,
does this come with a bottle of homo distilling?
If you want it to be above 140,
is it okay if I drop my Joe? Is it okay if I drop my YouTube link?
Oh yeah, drop it absolutely. If you want your IQ to be
him, not me.
IQ about like
it to be above 140 for
we'll
only
determine that
more
on a later date.
So for $119.95, I will certify you as a certified genius.
Okay, then with your line of thinking, what do you say to people who get into Mensa?
I say
Mensa people are assholes. I'll give you that right now.
A really good job at taking the test. Congratulations.
They're assholes.
No, I mean,
it's not that they aren't smart; they're assholes.
So then, if you don't think IQ is a good way, those IQ tests to measure intelligence,
I didn't say. I don't think it's the best way.
Okay, what is?
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Okay, what is the best way in your opinion? Or is there one?
I don't know if there's a really good way or really a best way. I think probably the best way to measure intelligence is to take several different tests. If you're trying to find out someone's intelligence, what you're really trying to do is find out what they're intelligent at.
Fair enough.
Because you can find a really good chemist who's a world-class chemist and a great chemist. Like fantastic. He can put chemicals together like a fucking genius.
And he sucks at mathematics.
But he can't cook. right? He
You know.
he doesn't know how to make a
He
grocery
can't.
sandwich.
He can't make a good pot of coffee, right?
Right. He doesn't know how to have basic personal hygiene.
I mean,
You know?
in other words, he's pretty specialized. You know,
Like,
Einstein was the same way.
He's a
Like he was
fucking
good at coming
genius.
with all kinds of crazy shit, and also he was good at like cheating on his wife. But
Yeah.
everything else he was doing, he sucked at.
He's a fucking genius with a dirty ass.
So basically,
Like, how smart is he?
Or a dirty dick. That's what I was.
Like, my dog
I
is
would say
really-
that, but
My dog is really.
I don't
good
know.
at
Maybe you know more about Einstein than I don't.
so
I don't
that
know.
is an intelligence.
Maybe his ass got more involved than I know.
I don't know. See, my dog is. My
I
dog
don't
is really
know.
good at- my dog is really good at finding squirrels, but I would not ask him to make dinner because he's a dog, right? But I'm really bad at finding.
He's terrible at making sandwiches. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, but I'm really good at finding, or I'm really bad at finding squirrels, but I'm really good at finding dogs who are good at finding squirrels. So does that make me unintelligent at finding
No.
squirrels?
No,
Or
it
does that
doesn't.
make me really
Here's the thing
intelligent at
about
finding
an intelligence course. It not only matters what skills you learn.
And
You
it
have
can make a
stupid people who have good skills. You know who Muhammad Ali is, right?
Muhammad Ali? No, I don't know who Muhammad Ali is. I know who Muhammad is.
You might know him as Cassius Clay. Then, okay.
Yeah, I know Cassius Clay and Muhammad.
Jesus
but not
fucking
Muhammad.
Christ!
Muhammad's the guy that makes the rice, right?
All right. Okay, you're gonna take my fucking. All right. Anyways, you know who the fuck I'm talking about.
Not a boxer.
Yep.
That guy was a fucking genius in the goddamn boxing ring. Even though he lost a few rounds, he was still pretty damn good. The guy had an IQ of 78.
Yeah. I mean, I would not ask him to do my taxes.
No. And by the way, you know, just socially speaking, he's been at the Sizzler that was in Inglewood where we used to go to, and other places. Like that guy was one of the nicest guys. He was one of the most well-read guys. Like he actually could talk to people and all the shit. Again, the guy had an IQ of 78. That's below retard.
And it went down after a while.
Possibly, who knows?
I hate to
And
say
guess
that,
what?
because I
That
love
guy
Muhammad
was still
Ali.
able to interact with everybody else, anyways.
You take a few punches to the face, your IQ is gonna drop.
And then he was still able to communicate with everybody else.
Yeah.
That's the thing. That's what I want to point out. You know what? Just because that number pointed that way doesn't mean he couldn't, communicate with society. Couldn't be, a good
So
community member. All that kind of stuff.
maybe IQ. Then we go back to Humble's point. Is not the best way to judge intelligence. There's a variety of factors.
There are.
Because maybe when he took that
And Humble's right in pointing that out. He's right in pointing that out.
Because I would think now, knowing what I know now, I'd probably be scoring higher on math class than when I was in actual school. Because you learn more, you get exposed to things as an adult, you learn different ways to learn, and so sometimes when you take those tests at that moment in time, it's just a capsule of that time. It doesn't mean what you're going to be like in 20 years from now.
In other words, experience matters, and what you're talking about, your experience that you're dealing with, and how you make it work.
Yeah.
After
I'm
after
learning
you
a
do
lot
it.
more now about things that I never knew before from talking to you two, and then Matt came. So whatever Matt can contribute.
There
Now,
are three of us here, but okay.
I guess to answer your question from
Miss
earlier,
Miss Sunflower, you are.
Hang on.
No, go ahead,
Humble is saying something.
No, Maddie, you talk real quick.
Okay.
I just said, Sunflower, you are way too still too young to know a lot of stuff.
Well, I'm 43.
But I love you dearly.
But I'm 43.
Even though you blocked my ass on several.
Okay, so that said,
Because we have a love-hate relationship.
to answer your question
Jesus
from earlier,
Christ.
Sunflowers, what I think would be a good measurement of intelligence would be
My goodness.
several IQ tests over the course of several years and several.
Welcome to my world.
Right?
Welcome to my world. I've had that done to me. Sorry. So,
If
I
it's
know.
a reliable IQ test, it should be consistent, right?
It
So
should
if
be,
you're-
yeah.
If it's a test that measures your innate intelligence when you're 25, when you're 35, when you're 55, when you're 95, it should come up with the same.
How about when you're 18? I had the first one
Right.
done that.
It
done
should
that
come up
time.
with a fairly reliable assessment saying your your ability to process information, your ability to adapt and process information is at X, and that shouldn't fluctuate over time, right? Because if it's just a test that
By the way, that
measures what
depends
you
on
know,
what's going on in your life too. If you have
Yeah.
traumatic events happen to you, then that's probably going to affect you as well.
right? But if it's just a test that measures what you know, that's just trivia.
That is trivia, yes,
But if it's
100%.
a test that measures how well,
But if it's
you
something
think,
that could actually
it
test
should
you,
be
like you
consistent.
test your ability to think on the fly and all that
Right.
kind of stuff,
it should
you
be
know, the
consistent.
ASVAB is a perfect example of that.
And
Actually,
3 or
almost a
4
perfect
different
example.
tests, 3 or 4 different tests should be fairly
Sure.
consistent. So at a particular point, several tests should be consistent, and then at some point in the future, several tests should also be consistent with that same point in the past. Otherwise,
Which
they're
means I might have to
discussing
do
what it is
another
you
one at some
know.
point here.
Because what it is you know is just trivia versus your ability to think, your actual intelligence.
There's a difference
That should be
between
consistent.
there's a difference between smarts, intelligence and
Yeah,
wisdom.
because like
Things that you
like
already
our
know.
example from before, a world-class chemist may know chemistry, and that knowledge will grow over time. But he could be just a fucking moron everywhere else he goes. He doesn't know what foot to put his shoes on.
He's a savant in his own field,
He's unable
a
to
moron
learn
and everything else.
what foot to put his shoe on, or what appendage to put his shoes on, because he's just a fucking moron. He's a
Which
great
hole to
chemist,
stick it in.
but he's sitting there
I'll be right back.
holding test tubes with shoes on his hands because he's an idiot. So there you go. That would be the answer to your question. But nobody does that. Like nobody reasonable. That's why
Not many people do.
personality tests. Those
You know
fucking
what?
Myers-Briggs tests, they change.
Oh,
over
that's
time.
something different. That's the different thing entirely.
They change over time because your personality changes over time. Your circumstance changes, your personality changes. So a
And
Myers-Briggs
so do the
test,
definitions, by the way.
a Myers-Briggs test doesn't measure your personality. It measures your personality at a certain point in time. So I hate those tests. I absolutely despise those tests.
And again, like I said, they measure your personality at that time, as you said, but the fucking results end up changing at the same time too.
Yeah, the interpretations and results and all that shit changes.
Exactly.
So,
Be right back.
but intelligence, like someone's innate intelligence, that shouldn't change over time. If you're intelligent at age 18, you should still be intelligent at 25 and 45 and 19 and 7 and your intelligence shouldn't change. What you know will change. Your ability to process knowledge shouldn't. If that makes any sense. I don't know if it does.
It does.
But wouldn't it depend on if you get elderly, like dementia and Alzheimer's?
Well, yeah, but that's and it's really hard to test intelligence when you're facing dementia because your ability to express yourself diminishes, but not your ability to process knowledge.
Wait,
It's
hold
just
on.
your ability to express that knowledge that you have.
Today is like Hump Day Wednesday, right?
No,
I mean,
today's
No, it's Sunday. Today
Today's
is
Not
Sunday.
Sunday. It's Hump Day Wednesday.
Okay.
It's Monday now.
Every day's hump day
I'm
if you're doing
joking,
it right.
by the way.
Well, it's Monday for me.
Every day is hump day when you do it right.
Okay, Maddie.
Yeah, Miss Sunflower, you are technically correct if you're on the East Coast. It is Monday.
Yeah, I forget. You're not. Yeah.
I'm on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Old Humble, he's in
I am in the central
south,
southern
dude.
coast.
Texas.
It
Southern.
is. It is Monday
hour
officially
behind.
now where I'm at as well.
Well, you got about like
Lucky you.
9 minutes.
No, it is 12:50 a.m. It is Monday
Oh,
where I'm at.
Dustin has a good point in chat.
Uh-oh.
He says, I assume IQ declines like most things.
It doesn't. Actually, it doesn't.
No.
Actually, it depends on how you. It depends on how you treat it.
The way we measure
It either
IQ
increases or decreases. You know.
No, because when you're
Sorry,
when you're in grade school, the way they measure IQ is you're 7 years old and thinking on a 10-year-old level. So your IQ is your 10 over 7 or whatever.
Well, how about when you're 17 years old and they decide to test it?
And that's why what they test is not actual intelligence. They test what you know. They're testing a fucking trivia.
Actually, they don't. Ask me how I know. They do test how you know. You're not wrong about that. They do test a lot about what you know. The reason that it's an IQ test is that they test how you know what you know. They test your ability to figure shit out. That's the whole point behind an IQ test. If it was just what you knew, then you're right. It's just a rehearsal. That's all it is.
They're insane. They're, at least they used to. I don't know. I haven't taken an IQ test in 25 years. Now, which metrics
did they use when you were testing your IQ back then?
I don't know. It was trivia shit. It was mathematical problems and grammar.
Trivia is not IQ,
and it was in English. Not.
By the way, there's nothing wrong with that. By the way,
I'm an American, but you know.
There's nothing wrong with that. You have to be able to understand the test to be able to take it. So
if I'm Portuguese,
that's nothing wrong with that.
Test is in English, it's going to be a shit test.
Yeah, no shit. That's why they don't do it that way. Okay, here's the thing. They have to be able to test your ability to be able to think. That is a major part of, your intelligence quotient, which is what IQ stands for.
Yep. But that's what I'm saying. I don't think IQ tests actually test intelligence. I don't think.
Then explain why the fucking military still does it.
For the same reason the military does a lot of things, because they fucking always did it.
Oh, tradition.
Well, the way they do it, and I know because I went through it. By the way, I got a 94 out of the last test I had. There was 2 tests I went through. There's 2 of them actually. There's the Army version, which actually is a set score. I got 132, I think, out of 146.
They're testing for intelligence that they are looking for.
Right. But then there's the other one that went through the METS process. I got 94 percentile.
Okay.
Nobody gets close to 99%. Almost nobody. Because that's the highest you can get.
You're smarter than a bunch of grunts?
Smarter than not intentionally, but yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
You're smarter than the average person that they put a gun in their hand and tell them to walk towards the people shooting at them.
Yeah.
And a lot of people that are put above them. Yes, I actually am.
That's a good thing.
I mean, that's.
I'm not saying that makes you a better person. I'm just saying that's what happened.
Yeah, that's good.
I don't think they measure actual intelligence. I think they're measuring for a level of a particular type of intelligence that they're looking for. Just like
maybe
stopwatch standing on the track is not looking for the fastest fish.
You may be right. Who knows?
I mean that.
What other environment do you think would have the most dire consequences if you fucked up?
Yeah. That's what I think.
Just saying,
tests are intended to do, and they are really good at doing that.
And by the way, just doing other tests outside of that, like just looking at those, like, okay, I had to figure shit out. Like a lot of the mechanical shit that they had there, I'm pretty sure it's probably more focused on like, okay, you want somebody to be a crew chief or something like that, I had to figure that shit out.
But
this is shit that I didn't know beforehand. This is not trivia, is what I'm saying.
Well, no, but as another,
I had to actually think this shit up. I had to figure it out.
If you're applying for a job at a garage, they hand you a set of tools and they point you at a car.
They also give you an ASVAB test, sir.
You go to the garage. They give you a set of tools. They crank up the engine. It's making a sound. They tell you to fix it.
But they also want to give an ass out for to figure that out. And so they would fucking assign you to that as well.
They're testing for a specific aptitude, a specific knowledge.
They're testing towards a lot of different. Do you know how many jobs there are in the Army?
Jesus Christ.
Army alone?
You can't
Sunflower, you're gonna get drunk.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If you show up at a hotel and you're looking for a hotel manager position, they're not going to give you a set of tools and point you at a fucking Datsun and tell you how to ask you to fix the engine. They don't give a shit if you know how to fix the engine of a Datsun. They want to know if you know how to run a hotel. They're looking for specific aptitude. They're looking for specific intelligence. They're not looking for intelligence. They're looking for a specific intelligence that they're looking to measure. A garage doesn't give a shit if you know how to run a hotel, and a hotel doesn't give a shit if you know how to run a garage.
Cheers.
You're looking for a specific
whoever cracked one up and cheers.
Aptitude.
Okay, all that being said, then why the hell would they run an intelligence check at all then? Why?
Because they're looking for a specific aptitude. They can call it an
Well, then why would they run a broad fucking test like that?
You think it's a broad
Because,
test?
Yes, it is. Because it is a broad test. I know because I took it.
Okay.
It's a very broad test.
Okay. And a Myers-Briggs
It's not something that's specific. If what you're saying, I understand what you're saying. If it's something that's like really targeted, like you're saying, I understand what you're saying. You're not wrong. You know what? You would look for that, that kind of spectrum, right?
Yeah. And if they're looking,
the Army is a big fucking place. The Navy is a big fucking place. Actually, so is the Air Force, believe it or not.
And the Air Force is going to ask you if you know how to fly a plane, if you're going to be a pilot, or if you're at least going to be able to learn.
Only 4% of the people who are in the Air Force actually fly planes.
Yeah. Do you think they're going to be a blind guy? But can blind people be intelligent?
Yes.
Well, that's a good.
Not going to say no.
So blind people can be intelligent. Does the
You're missing the point I'm making. The point I'm making is they're looking at the broad. They're looking at everything you can possibly bring to the armed forces, whether it's Army, whether it's Air Force, whether it's Navy, even whether it's Marine Corps. It doesn't matter.
Everything you can possibly bring. That is.
Maybe the MEPs are different for different forces. But the principle is the same. They want to know what you can bring.
Right.
What you bring to the table.
That will test everything that you can possibly do.
Not necessarily everything, but a pretty big amount.
Scantron will know your physical ability to be able to survive boot camp.
That's what they're testing, though. That's the thing. That's what that is there to test for.
You're full of shit.
How am I full of shit?
I'm telling you, you can't test a broad spectrum of intelligence with a test. They're testing for a specific aptitude.
Really? Okay. All right.
They're testing.
Look, I can't.
The next test you have to take is in boot camp. If you actually pass boot camp.
That's the physical test, by the way.
Exactly.
That's not an intelligence test. That's a physical test. By the way, that also requires, what can you handle physically?
Specific aptitude.
And a whole lot of different applications, by the way.
Specific aptitude that they are testing.
No, it isn't, because there's a whole bunch of different positions you can take after you finish basic. You can go to advanced infantry training. You can go into warrant officer training to go fly helicopters. You can go into medical. You can go into being a cook. All kinds of shit.
Got it.
I have an inquiry for
the blind people can pass because that's not a physical ability that they're looking for a specific aptitude. It doesn't.
If someone's blind, they're not going to be able to. They're not going to be able to pass that
because it's a.
There are hard limits.
Test. It's a physical aptitude test. They're looking.
You're making my point for me. It is an aptitude test.
It is. It's a specific aptitude test. They're looking.
But just because you know what the MEPS test is in physical doesn't mean that doesn't determine where you go. Trust me. a lot of it. You have people who are like they're 30. They pass it with 30%, and they are only available for the infantry.
Yeah.
You know,
I have a
or
question.
they get to 40%, and they can only do demolitions or something like that, right?
On cooking a
What,
mad ass
Christina?
fucking taco. By the
I'm
way.
curious. Bacon feels.
Do you know people who actually? Okay,
Wait,
do you
hold
know
on.
people who actually have gone through this?
Time out, please.
Come on, I have an inquiry
Sunflower's
here.
got to say something.
Okay, all right, sure.
I mean, Bacon said
Sure.
he took the test.
Sorry, I didn't mean to step.
That's okay. Bacon said he took the test and he feels it's for wide, base knowledge. How come it can't be if you can design the test however you want?
You can design the test however you want.
So where are you coming up with your conclusion? I'm just curious.
I'm giving you my information based on my own experience, okay, and the experience I have from other people who have been there.
I would love to answer your
after
question,
I
but
was
I
there, before and after I was there. By the way,
But I'm curious.
You
you know we had people who were in the U.S. Army and U.S. Marines and shit that were in our class, including an Army Ranger. Like we know.
Okay.
Like they kept us updated on that kind of shit. So
okay, your premise is that this Army aptitude test is testing every
Basic
single
knowledge, yes.
aspect of intelligence ever, because the
I didn't say ever. At least you know what? Fine. It may have been specific, okay?
The Army test, you're suggesting that the Army test is the broadest. It's in testing every level of intelligence ever, and not a specific set
Yes,
of
sir. I'm going to be headed
that
out.
they're
shortly, so
looking
I
to
love
test
you, girl.
for. Is that what you're actually suggesting? That the Army
Not
doesn't
gonna
have
be
a
up on
specific
panel
set of
first
attributes
here.
that they are looking to test for?
They may or may not have that. I'm not saying you're wrong. What I'm saying is, based on what I've seen and based on other tests I've seen that are civvy tests, they're pretty damn similar.
So based on your experience
and the experience of others,
the Army is
by the
looking
way,
for all of the attributes and not a specific set of criteria. You don't think that the Army has sat down with human
Soldier
resources
girl,
and
what's
said,
up?
we want a specific set of criteria, make
Hi,
a test
Soldier
that
girl.
gives me these people?
what I'm saying is that they looked at a whole lot of more things than you think are that you think that
So
they're
you're
looking
saying
at.
the Army is different from Ford, Chevy, KFC, GE.
Are we going cost
General Motors,
equivalences here? Okay.
and literally every other corporation in the
going
entire
cost equivalences.
universe
Okay.
that has ever employed intelligence tests.
If
Because every
you're a
single
corporation that
intelligence test
doesn't have to
ever
deal
been
with
created
actual combat,
is
are you
looking
going
for a
to
specific
employ
set
the
of
same
criteria.
fucking test that someone that actually, some entity that actually has to go in direct combat has to deal with?
That
Are you kidding me?
an intelligence tests are handed down by an all-knowing, all-thinking creature that is looking for all.
Let me tell you something, sir.
As opposed
If
to
I'm handing these
committee
tests
that is
down,
looking
there's
for
going to be a lot more
specific-
comment. You're not wrong about that. It's going to be a lot more comment oriented.
We have a
That
question
said,
in the chat.
That's what I'm saying.
We have a
That's
question
what I
in the
said from
chat.
the beginning, that IQ tests are looking for specific aptitudes. They are always.
it doesn't mean that they're
are
not
required.
looking at the same fucking things.
They are
It doesn't
all
mean that.
Are you talking about active or reserve?
Reserve. That's what soldier
Doesn't matter.
No.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does.
And then
Well,
Vanessa Kitty wants
I
to
beg
know
to differ on that one.
what did they test on that test? Aptitude and vocational possibilities?
Aptitude, that probably is the best way to put it. Aptitude was the best way to put it.
Yeah.
It was what you could employ at that fucking time. That's what they tested.
Absolutely. And an an organization like let's say the U.S. Army that has a very broad mission, they're going to have a very broad test to identify specific aptitudes, and they're going to want to know
A very broad test to identify specific aptitudes.
Are you going to be good at infantry? What are you going to be good at? They want to know. And you're going to get slotted based on that test that is looking for very specific
In part, you know what? Again, I don't disagree. You're right. You're right about
so
that.
We all agree.
Soldier Girl said bacon. Yes, you're correct.
What
Bacon,
the hell
yes,
is
you're
going
correct
on
that
there?
They're testing for broad aptitude to find out where you'll be slotted in the Army. Okay.
Well,
They're
look,
looking for specific.
all I wanted to do is I wanted to point out. Look, you know what? You wanted to poo-poo the fucking, like the IQ test or whatever that is done in civvy land. All I wanted to point out is that the Army, all the armed forces, they basically did their own IQ test,
Right.
and I actually participated in both of those.
Yeah.
That's how I fucking know.
Yeah.
That's how I know.
The Army is special, that their IQ tests come from a special place, not created.
By the way, it was a Navy version. I don't think it actually made a difference, but I think it went to a joint base for as far as that goes.
Okay, so what's the difference?
But I placed in that and was like, okay, fine. I placed real fucking high in that, and you want to tell me I didn't? Okay, fine.
I didn't say you didn't. I said you placed high. You placed 96th percentile.
94, 96, not 96, 94.
Come on, Megan.
No, look, you know what? I'm not gonna say I was any higher than that was. I'm not gonna do that.
Okay.
I'm not a dickhead, okay?
90, 94, 92, whatever. Dude, top 90, 95% is huge. It's a
That
good,
means you're
it's a,
bright.
it's great.
I can't even remember what my app tabs were.
That means you're
Look,
bright.
I'm not gonna claim anything I didn't do. I'm never gonna do that. I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna do it.
But
Look, I got to 94, maybe 92. I'm not sure.
If you
I
think
forget.
an intelligence,
but-
an IQ test
forgot.
handed down by an
I
organization.
don't think ultimately it doesn't matter because look where the fuck I am now. Like I'm not making millions of dollars and shit,
By
you
the
know.
way, welcome
I'm
to
not
the
making
fucking
six
drunk
figs,
stream.
you know. I'm a
If you think-
retard talking on the
if you
fucking
think-
on the fucking internet right now.
If
You know?
think that a
Yeah, but you're
test
talking to the
created
greatest
by
people.
human beings,
I mean,
That's
you guys are
biased.
great people.
It's
Don't
not-
take
it's
that
not
away from you guys.
and
You guys are
biased.
great people. I love being able to talk to you, but ultimately, it's like, you know what? Look,
Megan,
hey.
I'm not stealing your pig. That's it. It's all good.
all right.
You know
Hey,
me well
I'm the
enough.
greatest.
I know you well enough. I hope you know me well enough. I know everybody on panel.
All right.
My original statements.
All I wanted to point out was that, you know what? Look, there's a reason they do it. That's
Yeah,
all. That's
absolutely.
the only thing I wanted to point out. That's it.
Absolutely. I know.
There's a reason. There's a reason they put out the MEPs and shit. You know, there's a reason they have those fucking tests.
Absolutely.
Who fits into what role best? And I think even you would agree with that. You agree with that, right?
100%.
They fit in this
100%
position
agree with
because that's where they fit.
Absolutely.
You know?
Which speaks directly to my original point that these tests are intended to test specific aptitudes.
In part, yes, you're 100% right. I agree with that. I agree with that.
It's going to test for
That
the
is
aptitude
part of it.
mechanic, a hotel manager for the management of a hotel. When you have an organization broad like the Army, they want to know where you belong, and these tests are intended to find your specific aptitude, where you're supposed to go.
Or no, hang on.
Mechanics.
I'm going to disagree. I'm going to disagree slightly. I'm going to disagree just slightly. This tells you what the aptitude we have is. This is where you can fit in. You can fit in this place. You can fit in this place, other places, whatever.
Yeah.
That's what it's for.
Yep.
Just
Germany uses the
that's
same
my
thing on
slight
their food.
disagreement. But otherwise, I agree with what you're saying.
I mean, Germany does the same thing with their students, and they slot their students into
Okay.
technical training, high-level training, or whatever school they go to. They do the same thing.
Also,
that's
because
what IQ
it's
testing
Germany, and that's
intended
what
to do.
Germany does.
Well, modern Germany, not but that's not uncommon. But again, that speaks to the notion that IQ tests test for what is defined as intelligence by the people who are writing the test.
Well, the thing is, intelligence is defined by what are the results?
Wait, intelligence is absolutely defined by the people who write the test.
Hang on a second. What are the results of what people do when they're intelligent? It's not exactly intelligence. You have to be intelligent to get to those results in the first place.
You have to be.
And the funny thing is,
measure.
Oh, here's the funny thing. You can go ask me how I know. You can get to so many other results aside from those. that you would come to in reality that we know that are results of intelligent decisions.
Yeah.
I know that sounds fucked up. I know that sounds retarded. Hear me out. Intelligence can come up with all kinds of crazy shit that goes against reality.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It really can. Ask me how I know.
Intelligence is an aptitude test. That's all it is. IQ
Exactly.
aptitude test. You can take the fastest shark out of the ocean and put him on a racetrack, and he would fail your aptitude test for racing because he's a shark.
Mm-hmm.
You take a greyhound and throw him in the ocean.
Why the fuck did it take this long for us to figure this out?
I fucking said.
Why the fuck did it take this long to get to this conclusion? Are you fucking serious?
When you were like, no, actually, the Army test is testing real intelligence. I'm like, no, it's not. It's fucking testing your aptitude of where you belong. And you're like, no, they're special. No, they're not. They're not any more fucking special than Harvard.
I don't know. Sometimes people need to hear people out.
Well, that's why I'm here to hear. That's why he's hearing me out. That's why I'm hearing him out.
I'm thinking Bacon.
This is the scientific method in action.
I'm thinking he was changing his opinion in the middle of this debate. That's what it appears.
It could be possible. I don't know.
I'm sticking with my original premise that intelligence test.
All right, we have some questions here. Where'd it go?
Hang on. My original premise and continues to be.
I want to hear him out.
The person writing the test is the person is the definition of intelligence.
I agree with that.
Intelligence test measures the intelligence as defined by the people who wrote the test.
Right.
Not the person who actually has the raw ability on tap.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can be as
smart as you want to be. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I mean, if I'm looking for someone who knows how to rig a sail on a sailing ship, I'm writing a test.
Well, as you said, that's a measure of aptitude, not intelligence.
Well, that's what intelligence tests are.
Then you're looking for aptitude, not intelligence.
IQ and aptitude.
Intelligence.
IQ tests are aptitude.
Intelligence helps you get to the aptitude. It doesn't go the other way necessarily.
It is extremely hard to write an actual test that measures your ability to process knowledge.
Right.
I'm
I
just
don't think that IQ tests actually do that.
Joe Humble's fucking whiskey, and I'll leave it at that.
But I see what you're saying.
I just don't think tests actually measure that. I don't think they can. I mean, there are some like.
You know what? Hey, you know what I actually hope for?
Solution, like Amazon and Google do this with their interviews. They give you a problem with an unknowable solution, and they want to see how you come to the solution that you come to. Like, how many dump trucks would it take to move this mountain?
You know what I hope for? Actually, now that you mention it, you know what I hope for, Humble? You know what I hope for, Humble? Now that you mention all that, now that you mention it, you know what I hope for? Is that you're right? Is that you're 100% right?
Yes.
I don't know.
Because that would take so much off of my mind right now, because you know how many fucking tests I passed, like, and it's like everybody's looking like, what the fuck are you? I wish I was kidding. I'm dead serious. And you know how fucking hard it is to deal with that kind of shit? Even though like you can get away with it, you can get away from it or whatever, you deal with this shit, and then you get put in the same fucking position. You know what? I wish I could be told I was stupid. I really do. Because that would help out a lot. That would help my situation right now.
See, that's the thing.
Right fucking now, it will help out with that.
I think most people are a lot smarter than we give them credit for. I just don't think that they.
Well, can I be called stupider than I get credit for? I want that right now. I really do. Because it would fucking help.
Right now. What the fuck?
Because I'm tired of dealing with that fucking. I'm tired of dealing with that fucking. That gravity, fucking responsibility and shit.
Look, if the intelligence question is how do you find the square root of something? Like knowing how to find square roots is ultimately, when it boils down to it, trivia. It's two numbers multiplied, or the same.
That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
The number, right? That's the square of a number, right? So
that is trivia, as you said.
Equations, you know algebra trivia, you know chemistry trivia, you know English trivia, you know history trivia.
Doesn't
we
that
know
just
things.
mean you're good at memorization?
That is trivia, as you said.
That doesn't necessarily measure intelligence. That just measures your ability to
Oh,
recall
Soldier Girl,
You missed what I said.
Hold on.
I'm expected to do everything else.
Hold on.
I'm expected to do everything else.
Stop. We've already answered a bunch of questions tonight where we've just looked it up on the internet. The age of the universe, the distance of the universe.
Well, you looked it up
on Earth,
not us.
et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Well,
We
I
just
did
looked
some.
this shit up, right? But I think the measure of true intelligence is how you come about the solution to a problem, especially if it's an unknowable solution.
Well, then,
Like the example.
Ask me, I want to know.
Dump trucks would you take to? How many dump trucks would you order to take this mountain away? You know, there's this mountain. How many dump trucks? And there's no parameters. There's no solution. There's no knowable solution. Like, how many days do you need me to take it away? Like, how would you
humble? You're dropping a problem in my lap that I would have been given way back in the day. That's a problem I would have been given back in the day. That's the thing.
Yeah, but that's like true intelligence. Like, no one's going to ask you to move a mountain, like literally move a mountain. Nobody's ever going to do that. But if you sit down and you look at a problem, you're like, we've got
people have done that to me,
moved off
sir.
this lot.
People have done that to me.
You know, we've got a busload of people coming to the restaurant.
I don't think you can hear me.
Feed them. You know, these are
you hear me?
We hear you, Bacon.
You need to develop a solution for, and there's
Yeah,
no knowable.
It's okay. It's okay.
There's no knowable solution.
I get it now.
To find the solution.
So, old humble, you're trying to say that intelligence should be measured by how you problem solve.
I think that is the.
And how well you solve that problem, by the way, and how many problems you can solve in that amount of time.
If I were designing,
that is a big mark of that.
You want to put a person on the moon. How do you do it?
Very carefully, first of all.
Solve the problem. You are at A, you need to go to Z, figure out B through Y.
Follow the same steps.
The questions you asked me are questions that have been thrown at me, and I've had to answer.
Come on, Bacon. You can work through this shit.
Ultimately, intelligence.
Yeah, because I had to. I didn't have a choice.
But that's just my point.
You just gotta take another sip of beer.
Stuff that's in the past.
Why do you think I'm taking sips of beer?
Like I always do.
All right, please don't argue.
Intelligence
We're not arguing.
Where's
created the geocentric
fucking drunks up here?
I'm trying to get humble to understand what I'm saying.
What I'm trying to say is intelligence isn't just regurgitating facts like the heliocentric.
No, and that's exactly the opposite of what I would say. It is not regurgitating facts. It is be able to figure shit out as it goes on.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. And I've never said that. It is not regurgitating fact. It is not reciting history. It is not, figuring out old mathematics, It's not any of that. It is figuring shit out when you have to go on in the face of shit that, like, okay, I'm not even sure what the hell I'm doing here, but I'm going to figure it out. That's intelligence. That's intelligence.
That can't be measured on a Scantron.
Yeah,
because
the ability can be. That's all I'm saying.
Those are not form answers.
And by the way,
because otherwise,
if I may say so, even that is on the light end of figuring that shit out. So what I'm saying is, that's not the end all be all. Far from it. All it is a measure.
Exactly.
But all I'm saying is that is a measure that shouldn't be underestimated.
I'll fucking mute you if I want to. Which is why I said if I
Let's
were
move
designing
along.
the test, this is how I would design it. because I'm designing the intelligence test, because I'm measuring the aptitude. And if
You're
I'm
designing
measuring
the
aptitude,
test based
I'm
on
designing
your
the
aptitude.
and my test
Not
is
my
gonna be
channel,
different
but
than
let's
your
move
test
along.
and your test and your test.
Matt, I agree.
Because IQ tests measure the intelligence that the person who designs the test defines as intelligence.
Exactly.
And you don't see a problem with that premise.
Hey, Vanessa,
You don't see that problem.
That is the
very
premise.
familiar with them areas.
Intelligence tests are designed to
And yes,
define
I
the
come
intelligence
from
as
Springfield.
defined by the person designing the test.
Right.
If I design intelligence by how you figure out a problem, I design a test to identify your aptitude to do that. If I define intelligence by how well you can grow corn, I will design a test to show me how well you can grow corn.
But that's,
And you don't see limitations to this.
yeah,
You
I
don't
do.
see that.
Fucking point of what I've been saying, that IQ tests are limitations. They're not.
Right,
They don't
they're
fucking measure
biased.
IQ.
Oh, I never said they weren't. I never said they weren't. You're right.
You did. You said that the Army test was different, special, handed down.
I said it was more. I said it was more practical. I didn't say it wasn't limited.
Yeah, you did.
It is
What we're
limited,
arguing about.
100%.
Bacon, I beg to differ.
Yep, that's what
You
we're
don't
arguing.
think the Army test is limited?
You said your Army test was special.
It's very.
I said it was more universal.
light.
I didn't say it wasn't limited.
No, didn't you say it was testing a broad range of knowledge?
It was trusted a lot more than what we would think of. Don't think that it isn't limited as far as that goes. It just is a lot more encompassing.
You
That's
have
what
some
it
great
is.
Comments.
Because they have to deal with a lot more than most of what we think of. It doesn't mean that they aren't limited. There's going to be limits to everything. Come on.
All right, let me put it to you this way in my perspective.
Matt, you took the Army test?
Our Army is like all infantry. Air Force, bunch of little pussies in fucking airplanes. Navy,
I know a few people who will disagree with that.
On the fucking sea. You got the Coast Guard and well, the hardest of all fucking knots is fucking Marine Corps. Hoorah!
Matt, were you in the military?
Almost.
Oh, let me answer that
I
question.
do have family in military, and they're all in Marine Corps, Air Force.
That means no.
Okay.
Army also. Yes,
You say you have family there.
I come from a
You didn't say you were there.
No, but that gives them some perspective, though.
I come from
Fair,
a
in
military
fairness,
background.
I guess.
My brother-in-law just retired from the Marine Corps.
Vanessa does make a very important point that is pinned down below, that one part of aptitude is the ability to show up. Because I've known a whole lot of very intelligent people.
Because if you're not there, your other abilities don't matter.
I've known a whole lot of intelligent people that just don't fucking do the work.
Yeah, but some. Okay, but I also know some people who don't necessarily show up to college class and they can still pass the class very well because they can do all the work on their own.
Yep.
Like,
I was one of those people. I could pass the classes when I wasn't there. But there was no replacement for being there. I was not as good as the people who showed up. Even the people who weren't as good at doing the stuff, when they showed up, they got better. What do you mean you weren't as
good as the people who showed up? What do you mean? Like, in what way?
Well, the difference between day one and day whatever, the end of the semester, they got better progressively, and I did not. And I paid for that in future semesters.
Yep.
But that's problematic, no, isn't it?
Wait a minute. Isn't that subjective to their intelligence? Because what if you already were more knowledgeable about said subject or other things?
And I was.
Well, if you didn't involve with the rest of their training, that's kind of a problem.
I went in on a higher level than they went in, but because I didn't do the work, they left with better aptitude, better work ethic, better ability to process the information going into the next
in those instances, okay, I get it.
So where I come in here and they come in here, they moved up, and then
Oh, I
in
get
the
it.
next
Yeah, yeah,
stages
yeah.
they were able to go past because they learned a new level of intelligence that I didn't have, which was the work ethic. And
Oh,
I had to
see.
learn the work ethic, and I was a step behind.
It's not all academia.
Yeah. So then they go into the next semester. They're here. I'm here, but they're on this trajectory, and I'm on this trajectory, and they pass me. So per intelligence.
So they actually worked hard, and that's why that was the reason they passed you.
They passed me, but I was still able to process the information better, but I was just lazy. So I had to learn faster and process it faster. I had to work harder. And it was it was a fucking clusterfuck by the time I got out of school.
It doesn't mean that they were any more intelligent than you were. It's just that they worked harder.
Right.
That's what it was.
Student. I was an absolutely terrible student in my undergrad years. I was a terrible student. But the question of measuring aptitude and measuring intelligence, just because I was a terrible student, does that mean I wasn't smart?
No, it doesn't mean you weren't smart. It just means they worked harder than you did.
Because GPA is also an IQ test.
No.
And people who
you're conflating the whole IQ thing with putting in the work. You're conflating those things. That's what you're doing.
That's not the same thing.
No.
Yes, it is.
Absolutely the same thing.
Yes, it is.
Measuring over a period of time.
You know
what you learned.
Hey, you know what? He was smarter than everyone else, but they put in the work.
I don't know.
There's the difference.
Smart and
I mean, now you can see that in pretty much every metric, really.
I mean, if
somebody who's willing to put in the work is going to outperform anyone who's just smarter than them and doesn't put in the same amount of work. You get to see that in every metric.
There are plenty of idiots that have a 4.0 GPA and plenty of geniuses that have a 2.4 GPA. But that is not a measurement of intelligence. That's a measurement of work.
Exactly.
Those are two different.
You're smarter than them, but they outworked you. Aptitude. That's what happened. You were smarter than them, but they outworked you.
But I wasn't necessarily smarter than them, but they definitely outworked me. But when you look at what an employer is looking for is not intelligence.
It doesn't matter. It matters what's going on, what's happening here.
They're looking for work.
What work is getting done?
And the question is college teaching you a work ethic, or are they teaching you intelligence? A little bit of both.
You can't teach somebody in college intelligence. You can't. They come with it or they don't.
Depends on how you define intelligence.
Is that critical thinking? Can't you teach critical thinking?
Keep in mind, critical thinking back when I learned it, that was taught in grade school.
No, I'm saying
early grade school. No, and by the way, it was discontinued when I was in early grade school.
No, you said you can't teach intelligence, but isn't critical thinking?
No, you can't. Critical thinking does not have anything to do with intelligence. You can be a very smart person and not know critical thinking. You can be. Ask me how I know.
I never thought of it that way. I always think if you can critically think, you're intelligent.
There are plenty of stupid.
I mean, critical thinking that definitely helps with intelligent thinking. That does not make you intelligent. That does not give you, superpowers to be able to think super intelligent. Whatever.
Hang on. I think what we need to do is dispel the myth that the best and brightest are making the decisions.
No, they're not.
No,
and that's something we can agree with.
The smartest people in the United States did not send a man to the moon. They were good at math. They were good at math, and they were diligent workers.
Well, the people under them were good at math.
Wait a minute.
The leaders were good at organizing those people, and they were good at problem solving.
Damn,
but that doesn't mean they were the most intelligent people.
Wait a minute. People thought that lady, Catherine, whatever her last name is, they consider her to be pretty intelligent.
I just wanted to
fancy
y'all and say, I'll see you soon.
Are you tapping out, Matt? Are you tapping out?
Just sit here and be fucking quiet.
I think we're making filler over.
Well, I guess what we have to define is what makes someone intelligent.
Well, see, that's the thing. that's a squishy
So
definition.
I'll just do it this way.
Because a
Fuck
lot of
y'all. I love you. Goodbye.
Pleasure, Matt.
Hey, nice to meet you, man. Nice to meet you.
But see, that's just what I'm saying. Sunflowers, like
it's subjective,
intelligence
isn't
is
it?
subjective. It's
Because-
tremendously subjective.
Because before you were talking
It's
about,
subjective to a point.
because before you were talking about people who seem to be good at one subject, like a chemist is good at chemistry, but not something else. But isn't that also driven by your?
That's also. I mean, that's.
I'm sorry. Wait. Is that driven by what?
It's also driven by your interests.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
you can't know everything when you go to college. You don't study everything. So
Right.
No, that's kind of the point. You go there for a point.
I mean,
you go
I
there to
would not ask
study
an
your
accountant to do my
specific
taxes.
craft.
I wouldn't ask an accountant to fix my car.
I think
I
what
wouldn't
being
ask-
smart means is
I
being
wouldn't
an
ask my
expert at
dog
something.
to make my dinner. I wouldn't ask my dinner.
You wouldn't.
Squirrels. I wouldn't do these things. We don't ask these people to do these things.
Because I don't think just the idea, this is just my opinion, of answering questions on Jeopardy gets you just to be smart. Because nowadays with the computer you hold in your hand, your phone, you can look stuff up. You don't have to actually
Yeah.
know the
That's
facts.
just trivia.
And years ago, that's why people thought you were bright, because you hold all the knowledge. Now you can look it up. So there's other things that you
Right.
need to be considered intelligent. Like,
Right.
can you actually do the work? Can you problem solve? Can you critically think? A bunch of stuff.
Can you figure shit out like right in the blink of time there,
Damn.
basically?
Yeah, at least that's my opinion of how I think humans have evolved because of technology.
So just this is fucking awesome. An hour and a half ago at 12:12 a.m. It is 1:32 a.m. right now. Top Shelf Dustin makes the comment, but is college about learning or conditioning us to do work?
You're not wrong.
Our conversation is an hour
I would
behind
say
chat.
I would say the latter, to be honest.
I don't know
If I was,
Is an hour behind chat.
Wait a
Chat's already
minute.
gotten to this shit. We're an hour
but it
behind.
doesn't even matter. You know
What
what?
do you
That
think
question is so
conditioning to work?
relevant.
You mean
But it's
like
both.
research papers and
But
stuff
it's
like
both.
that?
Like college is teaching us to do both. Teaching us not only to do the work, but also imparting knowledge to us. Because
And also telling us how to get away from it, too.
because they can
That's
give
the
you the
fucked up part.
knowledge, but you still have to practice it, and that's what the work is about. The work is about practicing that knowledge again and again and again. And when I was getting my MBA, when I learned how to be a student for the first time, it was my statistics class, and I had to fucking do it at breakfast, lunch, dinner, and I put the kids to bed, and I did it again for dessert. You had to fucking do the work again and again and again and again and again in order to learn it and understand it and
But what is that
and
teaching you?
process the knowledge.
Just
Because I was an
memorization?
idiot, still an idiot. But you gotta do the work to process the knowledge, and part of college is teaching you to do the work. And if you're
Are you talking about the 70s or today?
if you're
Because
an
that was like
employer and
50
you
years
look at
ago.
someone who drops out in their freshman year or who doesn't bother to try versus someone who went through the process of learning how to work and maybe got the 4.0.
No, you're not wrong about that. But my question is, when's the last time you've been through college?
It is 2022. I graduated in 2010.
2010. All right,
For your
12
master's?
years. That's a decent amount of time. So-
Recent enough that I remember, but long enough ago that I can say it was a whole person ago because my kid was born right as I was graduating.
In fairness. Here's the thing. Now you can disagree with me, and if you have other information that I don't have, feel free to disagree with me. Okay?
All right. Let's hear you.
It isn't.
I'm glad
It
you
is
gave
the
me
same.
permission to disagree with you because I wouldn't have otherwise. I only disagree with you without giving permission.
You know, I love you, Humble. You're a good person. But I have to point this out. Like, the way things have gone between when you were in college, when I was in college, pretty much in the same time period, pretty close by actually, versus what's going on right now. It is totally different.
Because you're well aware of what's going on in college right now.
I'm not going to say I'm well aware of what's going on in college right now. I'm not going to say that. Okay?
That's a good start.
Look, hey, I'm not going to say I know everything that's going on. I will tell you what I know, what's going on the ground. And from what I hear. That's all I'm doing. I'm not saying I'm an authority on this position, okay? I'm not a retard, okay? I'm not going to be one of those assholes who's like, yeah, I know what the fuck is going on here. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do it, okay? I'm not going to do it. And why the fuck would I? Because you know what? Who the fuck does that help? Who does it help?
I don't know.
You know?
Mike?
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it.
Francis? I think it helps Francis.
Who the fuck Francis is? Is he drink?
Know, right? He's a fucking dick.
This is why I know, like, you know what? This is why I know. It doesn't matter what we disagree on. Me and
we agree that Francis is a dick. That's what
me and Humble, we can just drink together. It doesn't matter what happens. We can disagree on everything politically, and it doesn't even matter. It's like we're just gonna fucking find a way to fucking drink. Dude, that's what's gonna happen.
Whiskey. That's all that fucking matters.
Oh shit! Well, you already have the good whiskey, so I mean that's a nice start.
God, you've got to get down here to Texas. I've got to get up to Washington at least once.
I agree with that about lectures. That is
lectures suck.
Right?
Actually, in kind of a side conversation to this,
Soldier Gal is here, by the way. I can't believe this.
I know, because I told her I was here.
We're having the same discussion in the worship committee of our session at our church.
Oh boy!
By the way, I'm also a member of the session at our church. That like why?
I can't believe you're a member of any kind of church. By the way,
like, why do people come to church? They certainly are not coming to church to listen to a fucking lecture.
I'm going to your church because you have whiskey.
Waking up on Sundays, getting dressed, and going to church to listen to a fucking verbal Sominex. That's not why they're going to church. Like, lectures are the least. Like nobody wants to hear a fucking lecture.
Sorry, I'm sorry, dude. I couldn't.
Lectures like math class. And in history was so fun when we had demonstrations like for Civil War instead of just.
I mean, if you want to deliver standardized information to a mass group of people, that's great. You get the notes, you get into a small group, and you discuss. That's what small groups are for.
You know, I want to point out, maybe between when Bush was president and Obama was president, I read articles that what was going to happen in higher ed was that they were going to have a teacher lecture and be like taped to like a podcast, and then students could take it with them and listen. And then if they had questions throughout the time the teacher had the class time, they could come to class. That's what they were thinking technology was going to do.
Right.
Because
that's work. A lot of people think technology is going to do a whole lot of fucking things, you know, especially in the military. That's what usually happens.
A lot of people.
So
do a lot of shit people should be doing.
Hey, what happened at the end of World War II? The nuclear bombs were dropped. They weren't dropped where they were supposed to be dropped. They were dropped nonetheless on targets in Japan. Okay, well, it's going to be the hey. You're gonna fight a fucking war against somebody? Oh, they're just gonna drop a nuke on you. Well, it's a lot more complicated than that. Do you want to kill all the fucking citizens that are in there? You know, all the infrastructure, that kind of shit. You know, all the manufacturing. We wouldn't have the fucking. We wouldn't have all the kind of crazy shit from Japan that we have now. the Skylines, the Supers, all those fucking, all those people. We wouldn't have that just as a very smart part, as a very small part of that out of that economy. If we just went ahead and just bombed it out of existence. There's a lot more that goes into that kind of thing, a lot more.
I gotta say,
Listening.
when at Thanksgiving dinner, my family is me, my mom. My mom is the matriarch. She's the grand poobah. Me and my brother. My brother's a few years older than I am. My sister's.
Is there a chance that we can meet your mom? Just by the way.
She was on the 4th of July episode. She'll be back.
Was she?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I missed that.
So she was there. Damn. My older brother, me, my wife, his wife, my sister. So there's like 5 of us who are all the same age. I don't have any uncles that come to Thanksgiving, and it's really cool to have a drunk uncle tonight in the form of Bacon, who's just like rambling on about.
I was going to ask if I got involved in this, but okay.
And blowing up. Like, we wouldn't have the shit from Japan we have now if they hadn't fucking blown up all the fucking cities and shit. I appreciate you being here because that is absolutely a drunk uncle rant that we just don't get at Thanksgiving. I am thankful for.
I'm happy to help you, but
I am thankful for the goddamn Bacon being on the show. My very own drunk uncle rant about.
You're welcome, asshole.
Shit that we'd have from Japan if we dropped all the fucking bombs on all their fucking cities. Thank you, drunk uncle. I appreciate that.
It is nice that when I go to hell, I will have very nice decorations for this.
Oh God, that's the best thing. All right, let's move on. I'm going to move on in chat.
God damn.
I'm an hour and a half behind in chat. But
to the surprise of nobody, and like, you're worse than I am, dude. You're worse than I am. As far as catching up with the chat.
But at least I'm not. It's not a drunken rant about blueprint pins. It's a well thought out rant about blue pins. Anyway.
Wait a minute. Time out. Don't tell me you're not drunk and you weren't thinking about this.
Drunk on my shows.
Yes,
I absolutely do not. I measure my drinking. When I get drunk, I cut the show off. If I fuck up and get drunk, I cut the show. I'm out.
All right, fine. Okay, I'm the only one that gets drunk on the show. Okay, fine. All right, okay.
Good night, Dustin. Good night.
Good night, Dustin. I am so behind in fucking chat. Good night.
Yeah,
he is a measured form of drunk, apparently. I am just drunk.
I mean, I might get drunk, but y'all might not know it. Maybe, I don't know. I try to.
You know what? And you know what? That's fine. Hey, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Hey,
I'm nothing.
You know what? You drink, but you're measured, and you actually make sure to get to everybody there. I make sure to get everyone there. I'm just drunk when I'm doing it. Okay, that's fine. I'm fine with that. That's okay. That's okay.
A full bottle when I started.
Thank God I'm not drinking.
But it's been 4.5 hours.
That was the funniest shit ever.
It's been 4.5 hours, so a
little over 4.5 hours.
It's been 4.5 hours, so I think my net consumption is like 2 drinks.
That's it. In all fairness, yeah, you're right.
Because you metabolize a drink every hour, and I've probably had 8 shots. So,
and I'll probably take it about 16 or something at this point. So yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. I'm not saying you're completely sober. You're a lot more sober than I am. That's for sure. So, I mean, I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you. You're 100% right. You know what? Good point.
I'm moderating a goddamn show. I got to be
way behind.
Somehow you're way more behind than I am, even though I'm a lot drunker. But okay, fine.
I'm way behind in fucking chat. I'm 20 minutes behind in chat.
Hey, tell you what. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna leave the chat for a minute. I'm gonna go take a shower. I got messages to answer, and I'll be back. How about that?
Nah.
I'm gonna go fucking mow the yard, and I'll be back in a little while.
Yeah, because I'm gonna mow the yard at like midnight over here. Yeah, okay. While it's like 33 degrees out. Great.
Do y'all even mow the yard this time of year?
No, we don't. No, we don't.
I have to mow my fucking yard in December.
Stop yelling.
You do.
I have to mow my yard in December.
Sorry. Okay, my apologies.
A worm and
Because you're kind of loud.
see, that's just the thing, Vanessa. If we did the shit
Shocking.
that worms did, people would deem us as unintelligent. If we squirmed around in the dirt and ate poop and dirt, people would be all like, "You're a fucking idiot." I'm like, "I'm the smartest worm there is, motherfucker. Look at me with my fingers."
Yeah, we just drink beer and everything else.
Vanessa Kitty, can we see a picture of one when you make it?
But that
Dude,
is a good point.
I'll
Worms-
cut out for the next
a
15
worm
minutes
will
or
never act
so,
to be intelligent of other
and
worms.
I'll be back. Okay.
All right. Well, we'll be around. Probably.
Bye.
Hey. By the way, if I don't make it back here, thank you very much for having me on. I really appreciate
Oh
it.
man, thank you for coming up. It was a pleasure. This really was fun.
It really
This
is
was a ton of fun. I might do this.
The honor is mine. The honor is mine, sir. The honor is mine.
Now that I know my StreamYard shit works, I might be doing this shit more often.
All right. Well, you signed your own death warrant, I guess. I don't know.
Right. I'm trying to find the comments that I have it.
Until next time.
It's 1:45. I think it was at like 12:15.
See you, Nolan.
Found it.
Bye, Bacon.
Bye, Bacon.
Don't worry, I'll be back.
Hurry up. Hurry back.
All right.
It was
So
lively.
I'm desperately trying to catch up in chat. It's never gonna fucking
Now
happen.
you can take your time.
It's gonna be sunrise before I catch up.
Now take your time. It's only 1:47.
665 square miles. Thank you, Vanessa Kitty, for correcting.
Oh God, that's so far away. That's so far. In the comments.
665. I said it was 625 or 650, and this was 1 hour and 15 minutes ago. God damn it.
Why don't you just like fast forward through some of these?
Okay, so Dallas Fort Worth Metroplex is larger than the Houston Metroplex, but the Houston city proper is larger than Dallas city proper. So Houston is still larger than Dallas, but the DFW Metroplex, because it's two cities, is actually larger than the Houston Metroplex. Although I think the Houston Metroplex is catching up pretty quickly. Houston by itself is larger than Rhode Island, if I'm not mistaken. So that's a fun fact about the city I live in. If I'm not mistaken, 90% of the people in the state of Illinois live in Chicago Metro. Is that right? Or is it 80?
Wait, what?
80% of the people in Illinois live in the Chicago Metro area. Is that right?
I don't know.
Okay. Fine.
I'll look this up.
Texas is
80%. No, that's homicides.
Texas is 35 million people, and we have 6 million in the Houston metro area. So that makes Houston 1/5 of the population, almost 1/5 of the population of the state of Texas. That's pretty fucking awesome. Lasers on bodies. Well, the good news is most of chat is nonsense. Okay. We're going to catch this shit up. I am now at 12:39, which makes me only an hour and 10 minutes.
Okay, being that.
I'm catching up. Flip screen.
All right. Chicago has over 2.7 million people. That
Okay.
accounts for 21.73% of the state population.
Oh, 20%. I was way off. I thought it was 80.
Just so
What about
you know,
Chicago Metro? The metro area of Chicago. So the metro
Okay.
area of Chicago is huge.
let me find out.
Okay.
But
The
Chicago
2%
has
is-
been losing population.
Yeah, Chicago has been losing population, but the metro area, I think, has been
All right.
pretty steady.
Chicago metropolitan area Wikipedia. The population density was 1,318 per
Hang
square
on one
mile.
second.
The racial makeup, blah blah blah.
Hang on one second. Sound
All
fire.
right, take your time.
Destin makes a really good point that IQ tests are the best tool we have, but it doesn't mean they're perfect. That's 100% right. They're the best tool we have, but you see, that's the thing. You got to like layer it with other tools to kind of get a picture of intelligence. If it's just one tool, you're just measuring one aspect, right? So it's like taking a hammer to a screw. Like, it's not the best tool, but it's the only tool you have. If you have other tools, you can kind of do it. You can kind of figure out the best way to attach that wood to the other piece of wood. It's not the best tool. And knowing that it's not the best tool, you want to kind of come at it with 3 or 4 different tools to understand a broad picture around it. Because like he says, Allie is dyslexic. So yeah, you would do poorly. If you're dyslexic, you do poorly on an IQ exam that's not designed for dyslexic people. And you got to put these tools together to kind of get a broader picture. Like, she does badly on this one, but you do good on that one. Okay, something's going on. Let's do a couple more and kind of triangulate or coordinate like a true picture of real intelligence. That's a perfect example. That's an absolute perfect example. That the test is designed by the test maker to measure an aptitude, to measure an intelligence that they've defined. And that may not be a broad spectrum. It's this intelligence that they've identified as intelligence. So you kind of got to look at the whole spectrum. Like, maybe there's another way to identify how good of an athlete this person is than just running or jumping or swimming or whatever it is. But anyway, what were you saying about Chicago?
All right, let's see here.
Chicago Metro.
So this is old. This is from 2010.
Oh, that's good enough.
As of the 2010 census, this is according to Wikipedia, the metropolitan area has a population of 9,729,825. But let's see here.
Area. Go ahead.
I know I'm trying to figure this out.
But 9 million, that's huge. Houston is 6.
Well, here goes. Some people consider this Chicago, Naperville, Joliet, Illinois, and then Indiana - Wisconsin. So it depends on who you're talking to.
All right. Well, if you zoom out far enough, yeah.
Because some at times this is considered Aurora, Elgin, Joliet, Naperville. So it just depends on who you're talking to and what time frame.
Sure.
But that gives you some idea.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the broader metro area, if you're talking about Indianapolis all the way across to Wisconsin, but I mean, I'm thinking of the specific Chicagoland metro area. That's 9 million.
Then we have here where Chicago is located, Cook County. Okay, yeah. The county, 2020 census. It says here 5,275,541.
Okay. So the metro area for Chicago, Cook County, is 5 million.
Yeah.
So that's double the city proper, which was about 2.5.
Something like that, I think.
Okay. So what was the total population of Illinois?
Oh, the whole entire population of my state?
Yeah.
Let me go find that out. I think I know, but I don't.
I heard Soldier Girl was in chat, so cheers to Soldier
Girl.
Girl.
Because I told her I was.
There she is. Found her chat.
Yeah, because we talk to each other now.
I'm glad I met Soldier Girl. I'm only 52 minutes behind in chat right now. I'm glad I met her. Cheers, Soldier Girl.
She's amazing. All right. This is according to, let's see here. USpopulation.org. Based on our research, Illinois population will reach 12.785 million as of the 1st of July, 2022.
So 5 million in the metro area, 12 million in the state. So it's half the population is in Chicago area.
That gives you some idea, yeah. But we keep
And if
losing.
they add the whole metro area, they said it was 9.
Yeah, 9,000.
So 9 out of 12 is what is that? 65%, 66%.
Something, I don't know.
So 60% of the population is Chicago. Holy shit!
Well,
That is crazy town.
Well, this gives you a perspective. When you look
Yeah.
at our electoral map, okay,
Oh yeah, I've seen it. Yeah,
you
it's
will,
like all
I'm just
red and then
pointing
a
this
little
out
blue
for
dot.
people. It's mostly red. And so if you know nothing about our state or you hardly pay attention and you live in Illinois, you just assume that we're Republican. That's because we had
The
this
whole state
argument.
is red, right?
Because we've had this argument on Facebook with somebody who lives in Illinois. And she was like, because she thought something was funny. And I don't think she was being a conspiracy theorist. She just doesn't know enough. And we explained to her, this is my interpretation. Land mass does not win you an election.
Right. Land doesn't
Because
vote. Exactly.
people don't realize, I pointed this out to you before, but I'll say it again. Illinois has a lot of farmland because of southern Illinois.
Oh
And
yeah.
not the university, the southern part of the state.
Yep.
And people don't realize because we do corn. I know we do mushrooms because I've seen mushrooms at the store with the Illinois label. I think we do.
They don't
soybean-
grow mushrooms in big giant fields though.
Well, wherever. Anyways, my point is that's why people get confused. They're like, why aren't we a red state? Because more people live in probably my county.
Yeah.
Page. Cook County is where Chicago is. Because let's face it, urban area, somewhat urban area, depending on where you go in the city, and suburbs of Illinois are more democratic over time. Thus, they get more resources because the politicians will do stuff. Whereas in the rural areas, there's not much offering the youngins.
Right.
However, some of the universities are closer to the downstate, like in
Right.
Champaign-Urbana, the University of Illinois. So there are trade-offs.
Right. Exactly.
Which is
And
bizarre.
Texas is the same way. Most of you look at the state of Texas, it's red, and there's 3 very distinct blue areas of Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, Austin, metro areas. And that's probably where at least 60%, 70% of the population of the state lives. We're 35 million in the state, 6 million in the Houston area.
If 70% live there, wouldn't their political?
Well, slow down there. Half the state doesn't vote.
So is that why it is? Because in Illinois it's the opposite. Even though we don't have
Texas is not a red state. Texas is a non-voting state. The largest voting bloc in the state of Texas did not vote.
Okay. Well, I don't know how many people vote in Illinois, but even so, we don't have a lot. Like if you look at the numbers, you might go, "Oh, that's still not a lot." But I don't see that problem in Illinois because when you look at the vast majority of people are in Chicago, they're usually Democrat, and Democrat usually wins. So that's why I'm surprised it's not the same in Texas.
The voter participation rate in Illinois is.
You mean for 2022?
I
don't know what it is. I didn't.
Let's see here. All districts 1 through second lowest primary. That's primary elections. Electionsillinois.gov says. Let's see here. Statewide race.
That would be Cook County for Chicago.
Yeah, this is fucked up. I don't want to see this. I want to see better information than that. ABC 7 Chicago. Voter turnout strong for midterms.
Mm-hmm.
It says.
Hold on.
Page not found. Thanks.
Keep reading. I'll try to help you.
Yeah, it says page not found. Fucking ABC 7. IllinoisPolicy.org. Illinois 22 general election is the most contested.
Excuse me. Illinois policy. That's propaganda. Screw them.
What?
Illinois policy. That's propaganda. Don't pay attention to them.
All right.
That's like
all right. Calm down.
They're like the Fox News of Illinois.
Calm down. I'm looking for a specific statistic.
I know. Welcome
There
to
we
Cook
go.
County
Well, that's
Commission.
2016.
Oh, here we
Let's see.
go.
Voter
Poll. Okay. Cook
Pause.
County. Oh, let me see here. No, that's 2019.
Illinois 2022. I'm curious because I know our election turnout was
I know how to
super
find this
low in the state.
county.
We expected it to be higher, but it turns out it was really the primary turnout was low. They're saying in 2022, voter turnout Illinois 2022. See what it says. Okay, so election 22 surpassed 2018.
But in your state or mine?
I'm looking for Illinois. I'm
Okay.
curious.
I'll go.
They're talking about specific. I'm looking for the whole state.
Oh, here we go.
Here's 2020 election voter information: Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. CBSnews.com claims this is from the 9th of November. Only 41% of Chicago's 1.5 million voters turned out for the 2022 midterm elections on Tuesday.
Well, that's just Chicago, though.
Yeah, I'm just giving you specifically Chicago for right now. That just gives you an idea.
So 41% in Chicago?
Yes, but what else does it say?
I don't know. You're the one reading it.
Hold on. Oh, the black community turnout was low because the west side is usually where the blacks live, and it says low turnout.
Okay.
And some
this isn't, man, y'all have shitty statistics.
Well,
just bad information.
In my county, I know where to get we do good. DuPage is on the up and up with politics. So
what percentage of Illinois voters voted in TED in 2022? Just the live ones, please. I don't want the dead ones.
Yeah. Speaking of that, one time I was watching Glee and they made a comment about it. Something about, why Kennedy won the election. The dead voted too.
Yeah, that's kind of a trope for a long time. All right. I think I finally have a number. We've got Illinois governor election in Illinois. The results, we have 4 million votes cast in Illinois. And how many people in the state?
Oh, that's funny. 4 million voted for the governor.
No, what's the population of the state?
12 million something.
Illinois registered voters. Let's see.
But you said 4 million voted for the gov.
Roughly. Yeah.
And then there was Darren Bailey, so that's probably 2 million, close to 2 million. Now, according to this,
registered voters by party.
Tammy Duckworth got over 2 million votes. And then her opponent got close to 2 million. So sometimes when people vote, they don't always vote for everyone.
Oh, right.
Keep that in mind.
But governor's a statewide race. I figured that's a safe one to look at the first time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking for an exact number.
You know what? I'll tell you about my county because it's easier to find my
voters. County. Well, I can look up the Texas registered voters just in a blink of an eye. They don't have a fucking number in Illinois. What the hell?
No. I'll tell you about my county because my county has this all spelled out. I believe.
Report of registration. What's this say? Okay, I think I finally found a number. As of July 3rd, 2020, there's 20 million registered voters in the state of Illinois.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? 20 million? Shit, that can't be 20 million.
All right, can I tell you about my county? That'll give you some idea. My county is DuPage. So early voting ballot tabulated 86,600. Vote by mail ballot tabulated 71,351. Vote by mail requested 82,738. Election day ballot tabulated 184,615. And provincial ballot tabulated, I don't know what that is, 1,168. So according to this, voter turnout total 55.78% in my county. Ballots cast 343,734, and registered voters 616,281. That's DuPageResults.gov.
Okay.
Now, I want to point out something for you to consider. It's not easy for me just to find DuPage because I live in DuPage. It's because DuPage changed up how we do elections. And I, can vote differently in Illinois than someone else in Illinois. Like, for example, if you're in Cook County or not DuPage County and you're a registered voter, you have to follow different voting rules than my county. My county has some of the best laws in the books. And because basically what happened was we got new rules from because of COVID, the state, and then we're like, hey, we like these. And so they made it so easy for us to vote. It's like Bernie Sanders would be like in voting heaven. Because we can vote by, for example, do you know what a precinct is?
Yeah.
I don't know how to explain it. It's like a certain area where you can vote.
Yeah. It's a voting precinct.
We have I'm just saying 260 some. It's not quite 300. Okay? Because I'm a DuPage County resident, I don't have to go to a one central location on voting day. I can go anywhere in the state I want now and vote. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, we do that in Harris County too, here in Texas.
Really?
You go anywhere in the county and vote.
No. Not in DuPage County, because I'm a DuPage County resident. Anywhere in the state.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we only do it within counties. We can't go anywhere in the state.
Counties. That's the total for the state.
Yeah,
I can go anywhere I want and vote.
Well, I can't tell how many people are registered in the state of Illinois. I can't find that information.
But at least you got some idea where I live.
Yeah, there's 4 million people who voted for the governor, so there's that.
And 2 million some for Tammy Duckworth.
Okay.
Which is weird.
I guess. Which one's Tammy Duckworth? Is she the senator?
She's my state senator.
Gotcha. Okay.
She used to be my rep because I switched districts because of the census. Same house, different district.
Yeah, I got you.
And you want to know something funny about my town? Well, actually, it's a village. Somebody put an election sign out on the lawn. That's the first time we had. My nephew knew the lady that was running because that's her girlfriend's best friend's mom. Okay, fine. And we later learned her husband put that out, which was funny because he should know if the wife is running to be a representative somewhere who the voters are. Because technically my part of town can't vote for his wife.
Oh, how about that?
Because of how the boundaries are.
Had a sign in the wrong district.
No, but get this. One part of town, because one time I discovered, I was looking up information on the library's website. Not because I worked there, because I wanted to know info, because we can do sample ballots, and I wanted to know stuff so I could look stuff up, so I can decide ahead of time in years past who I was going to vote for to make it easier on myself. And I'm like, why does my village have 2 representatives? And I discovered it has to do with however they divvy up the boundaries for the map. And so one side of town is run by a Republican. The other side of town has a Democratic rep. Can you believe that?
Okay.
I mean, I find that really bizarre because because all kidding aside, I don't notice a difference. Like one part of town versus another. Houses may look bigger, but that's it. I don't really notice a difference in people's attitudes. I can't tell you. You know, I mean, I know I've heard the people
Sure.
at the library. I've heard the Republican viewpoint because the men come to the library and they discuss politics.
Well, on the local level, it's different. You know,
I'm just saying, I can't tell the difference. However, I know my neighbors are Republicans because they still have their Trump stuff up.
yeah, but on the local level, it's different. It really is different on the local level.
Yeah,
versus
that's
the
my
state
point.
level and the national level. It really is different. I'd like to say it's different in the state of Texas too, but there is a peculiar philosophy at the school board level versus the state rep level and state senator level versus the federal level, and there's a lot of, I mean, like we know our school board members like are all about getting rid of the public schools and moving it all to charter, but they can't do it because the community doesn't want them to. So, in the state of Texas, there's this ecosystem that if you're going to run for public office, you've got to be a Republican because that's just the ecosystem in the state of Texas. It is what it is right now. And that's partly because the Democrats abandoned us in the 90s, and it's partly because the way the national landscape is, and partly because there's 41 electoral college votes in the state of Texas, and without these 41 votes, the Republicans stand absolutely no chance on the national level. So there's millions of dollars. I mean, it's like Exxon protecting its corporate interests. It's the Republican Party protecting its corporate interests in the state of Texas. It is what
you're saying. But
it absolutely is what it is. But even as nonpartisan Republican school board members who don't get paid at the school district level, they still want to do, they've got instructions from the party to do what they want to do. If they ever want to go higher up to a higher elected office, it is what it is. If they ever want to go above school board to state level or whatever, they have their instructions of what they need to advocate and what they need to do, and if the opportunity presents itself, they take advantage of it.
Yeah.
But they're also in a school district and in a community that doesn't want them to do that. So there's this, there's enough people to constrain them at the local level, but we have to stay engaged and active. And
you have to.
They can still dick with where the polling stations are and who gets elected and how they get elected and all that shit. But needless to say, they're still beholden to the people who elect them. So at the local level, it's entirely different than it is when you start moving up to the state districts and state senators and state. And I can't speak to the dynamic in Illinois because I don't live there, but I can speak in general at the local level. The closer you get to the people, the less insulated you are from the local.
Well,
the more representative you have to be. The closer you get to us, the more representative you have to be.
I don't know about you, and maybe it's easier for you to pay attention to school board because you have kids, but I have the time. See, like I forget we can actually look up a sample ballot. So my problem is I'm like, oh, it's like a few hours before I have to go vote. I finally remember we have a sample ballot because half the time I will look as I pay very well attention to politics, but at the Illinois state level, it's very hard to find out who these people are.
Yeah.
I find it easier to know your federal politicians.
Yeah, absolutely.
And because nobody comes around. Like, nobody comes around. The last time somebody came around was when Tammy Duckworth was running the first time for our representative against Joe Walsh, and his people came by. And I'll get flyers in the mail, but no one comes knocking on my door. I could possibly just be not home, but I'm assuming they just don't come.
Oh yeah, the representation is not as representative as it should be.
I'm guessing. This is why I'm guessing. My county decided that they would go blue instead of red. So they made a conservative effort for a decade to switch up. because they saw who was on the DuPage County Board, and they're like, first of all, it's all white people mostly, and then they're like, huh? Look at the people around here. This is not reflective of our demographics. And then they got a whole bunch of new people, and they all turned out to be Democrats. And so, and because they're successful, more Democrats feel emboldened to keep going. And so we pick the Democrats now, so things are changing. But the Republicans are not like the federal Republicans.
No,
we
yeah.
had a guy
it's different
run.
at the local level than it is at the federal level.
Like, for example, some dude was running. He was very well spoken as a Republican, and he had a nuclear physicist degree.
Okay.
And I'm going, what? And he didn't seem to be dumbing himself down. We had some dude run for some job. I don't know what he was running for as a Republican, who loved unions and was in a union.
That's what they say.
I'm like, what?
But
They're so different than the federal.
Yeah, they are. And that's what I was saying. At the local level, it's very different than at the federal level. But
they might still advocate for the same thing, but they don't act like them.
Yeah.
So you're more willing to hear them out.
But more importantly, even than that, is I have about 45 minutes left in the show that I'm going to do tonight.
All right.
And I don't want to talk about this for the rest of it.
Okay. You're done.
But if it comes back to this, I'm not going to stop it.
No,
but yeah, they're absolutely different at the local level than they are at the federal level. The state, the city council, the school districts, the water boards, and it's largely a function of the climate of the state or the county. It's easier for Democrats to be elected in Harris County than it is in other counties, like fucking Uvalde County, for crying out loud.
I didn't get that.
Where 21 people get gunned down in a school and they
voted for Abbott.
And Greg Abbott comes out and says, yeah, it could have been worse, and they vote for Greg Abbott again. I don't fucking get that. But
they're not educated voters, maybe?
In Harris, it's easier to get elected as a Democrat than it is elsewhere, but it's still a climate. You move up from there, and it's a climate of the state. It's a climate of the general play, and it's different. Local versus district, state district versus federal district versus statewide versus, all that shit's different. And I wish there was an easy answer, but there fucking isn't. I don't know. I don't know how to go.
You just vote, hope for the best, and then hold your officials accountable and move on. I really do think now this is a show for a future day, but I really do think that I want to revisit this Wyoming plan, the 16 whatever I call it, the 1642 project, where it's where you end up with 150 senators and 1,500 or so 1490, I think it was 1,492 representatives, where it basically takes the Wyoming rule and goes nationwide. No less than 500,000. I think in like the notes that I put, like, there shouldn't be fewer. There should be as many representatives as there are senators for every state, at least as many representatives as senators. So a state like Wyoming would have three representatives, because I would have them have 3 senators. That would require a constitutional amendment. 3 senators. Why do they have to have equal?
Well, here's the idea. Because the senator, you should have a statewide election for every election. So instead of having a third of the senators every year, you should have every state elect senators every election, every 2 years. So every state should have 3 senators. So every 2 years, you're having a statewide election for senator. But the state senator, the federal senator for the state, shouldn't have, or your state representative, your district representatives shouldn't have more power than your senators. So your state shouldn't have fewer representatives than senators. They should have at least as many representatives as senators. So if you have 3 senators, you should have at least 3 representatives. So a state like Wyoming would have 3 representatives along with their 3 senators. And then you would apportion out all the representatives for all the other states based on the population ratio of representatives to population for Wyoming, or whatever was the minimum population state. So that would ultimately lead to like 1,500 representatives based on the current population apportionment.
But wouldn't we have to rewrite the Constitution?
Not for representatives. For senators, yes. That would require an amendment to add a senator. For representatives, it would just be a law.
Yeah, I love you and all, but
I don't think it would ever happen,
because
but it would absolutely improve representation. It would make it much more expensive to buy a majority. It would change the dynamic entirely. You would have regional parties. You would have local parties. You would have state parties, regional parties.
I have no idea if that would happen, but it sounds plausible.
I mean, it would never happen. It would absolutely positively never happen.
Well, when the Republicans think
because the people in office, not just Republicans, but Republicans and Democrats both would not give up their power.
Oh, that's true.
They would never voluntarily give up their power. That's why you'll never get ranked choice voting on a mass scale.
Doesn't Maine do it?
But Alaska did it, but who gives a fuck?
Doesn't Maine do it?
So, I mean, you'll never do that. They would never reduce the power that they have. There's no reason for them to do that, which is frustrating and annoying. But it would be nice. It would be really nice. It would be really nice. Vanessa Kitty asked the question, what is the volume of mountains with regards to, how would you solve the problem of moving a mountain with how many, and that's part of the it's not just the part of the solution is not just the volume of the mountain itself, but how long the volume of the dump trucks that you would use, how many dump trucks you would buy, and the amount of time that you're willing to spend to move the mountain. Like those are all functions of the problem and functions of the solution as well. Because if you have forever, then you would just use one truck. That'd be the cheapest way to go, right? One truck, just load it up and move it. One truck, load it up, move it, keep going. And over enough time, you'd move the mountain. If you have to get it done by January, it would take a lot more trucks. If you have to get it done by, if there's if there's a budgetary limit and like the rock is worth something, then, you only want to move as much rock as you can pay for the trucks that are moving the rock. And you would it would be an increasing scale because you could always add more trucks. It's a fun problem. I think about that problem on a regular basis. Like, how would I move a mountain? Because I'm weird. I actually think about that problem on a regular basis. Like, what would I do to move a mountain? Like, start with one truck, you sell the rock, start with one truck, and keep going with one truck until you can buy a second truck, and then keep going. Add more trucks, and then, it snowballs. And then next thing you know, the mountain's gone. And you have a whole bunch of trucks doing nothing. But I'm weird. So I'll leave it at that. Anyway, you still there?
Yep.
I put you to sleep?
No.
Okay.
What else does the chat say? Anything?
We're talking about chat we are at 1:15 in chat, so we're an hour and 15 minutes back. We're talking about SAT tests, aptitude tests, intelligence tests.
That was a great combo.
I mean, I thought I felt at a moment for a minute I thought we were talking past each other. I felt like but I felt
basically
like
we're trying to say the same thing at the end.
Yeah, I think we were pretty much saying the same thing. I think he was trying to. I felt like he was trying to refute it, but he kind of came around to the same.
Sometimes does devil's advocate.
Yeah. I mean, I think we were just speaking a different language at first.
Yeah.
But I think at the end of it, we were kind of speaking. We kind of understood that we were speaking the same. Because I kept saying aptitude, he kept saying intelligence, and we kind of
yeah.
Dustin says that up here that aptitude is intelligence. Where is it? That aptitude is intelligence.
If you're going to go with intelligence equates what your knowledge is, like the old school thinking, like when I explained earlier in this stream that we used to judge intelligence by the facts, like if you can. Like if you can answer questions on Jeopardy, right, or on the board game Trivial Pursuit.
Yeah.
But now since you could look stuff up,
trivia.
But since you can look stuff up, I don't think people just think intelligence is just facts anymore.
Right. Like just facts is just trivia. And to a large extent, we're cyborgs because we have a little computer database that's attached to us 90% of the time. And we can look up information. We have a hard drive of an external memory drive that we have attached to us on a fairly regular basis. So to a large extent, we're cyborgs already.
Right.
And just knowing things is not intelligence necessarily. It's it's trivia.
Well, knowledge plus skills.
But processing that knowledge and turning it into something useful, that is skill. That's intelligence. That's being able to take that knowledge and use it for something useful. Like the moving a mountain problem. Like if you needed to drain a lake, what would you do?
Right.
Like, how would you do it? You need to drain this lake. What would you do?
Probably like judging someone's intelligence would be like, all kidding aside, if we came up with a plan to help alleviate some of our environmental issues.
Yeah. Or, you need to turn Mars into a functioning habitat. What would you do?
Well, they've been already talking about that for a while.
But these are questions that don't have knowable solutions. They don't even have knowable processes to find the solution. We don't know what a habitable Mars looks like.
Well, first of all, we have to go to Mars to find out.
Maybe.
Because isn't that why we're going to Mars?
I mean, we don't have to go to Mars to find out what a habitable Mars looks like. We can sit here and theorize about it.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it'll be accurate.
Doesn't matter.
Because you have to actually see it.
Yeah.
Because
part of intelligence is being able to adjust your premise.
Unless you have like the scope with the technology to view it, like telescopes and that sort of stuff. Otherwise, you actually have to go there to see if there's water or inhabitable life forms. Because you can only see so far out, right, with the scopes.
Right. But they didn't go to the moon to find out if they could land on the moon.
Seriously, why did we go to the moon? Because I heard growing up, it was to beat the cosmonauts. But what was the purpose of what did they want to find out?
Because it was there. They wanted to find out if they could do it. If they could build a rocket large enough to send a man to the moon, because a rocket large enough to send the man to the moon would also be large enough to deliver a nuclear payload to Moscow.
So the whole thing was just to put a man on a moon. It really was what it was called.
I think the whole thing was to test rockets.
Oh. And then what did they want to do after that? More planet exploration?
They didn't want to do anything. They wanted to test rockets. And Top Shelf, I disagree. GPA is 100%.
No. I mean, with this new...
It is 100% an IQ test.
I meant with the new mission.
One specific type of IQ test, but it's an IQ test.
Vanessa Kitty said, with the new moon mission, the point is they're getting ready for Mars.
Yes, the new moon mission is to get ready for Mars.
But I don't know how the new moon mission is going to help.
Because the new moon mission is basically testing out the equipment to go to Mars.
Is that because we already had successfully done it with the moon? They figure that would be our safest way instead of just testing it out with not knowing if they can go to Mars?
Okay, so what I understand is the original moon missions, we had the rocketry and all that stuff tested. That was basically a project to test out missiles that would deliver payloads to low Earth orbit and Moscow, right? So it was basically developing intercontinental ballistic nuclear missiles, ICBMs. We went to the moon. The missiles worked. They said, okay, thumbs up, we're good. And then the mission changed. NASA became an entity, and like the mission for NASA changed, et cetera, right? So now the mission isn't so much to develop payload carrying intercontinental ballistic missiles, but the mission is to actually send people to Mars. and the step of sending people back to the moon is to shake out the equipment because they didn't keep a lot of documentation apparently about how to make these rockets. So we kind of lost that knowledge. We developed the knowledge, but we didn't continue to use it. So we kind of lost it. We didn't need it. So it was like, what?
Well,
I don't really understand it because we like developed it, but it wasn't like a long-term project. Like when Apollo ended, they just put all that stuff in mothballs and kind of like ignored it and forgot about it, right?
But can't they get it back? Because we archived everything else.
You would think, because we have SpaceX and all these other guys who Blue Horizon and these guys who've developed their own rockets, but NASA developed these rockets, but it wasn't an industry that continued to build rockets. It wasn't like the airline industry.
Well, I get what you're saying, but I mean,
World War II,
we have archival. Don't we have archival parts of government, like what the president does? So why wouldn't they keep all that somewhere?
Apparently, they didn't keep the record. I don't know, but
it sounds fishy, but I believe you.
Yeah, I don't understand it exactly, but the rocket program for the Saturn V rockets wasn't like the B-52 bomber program, or the DC-7 program, where a private company was building jets and airplanes for the Air Force, and then they had all these hangars and had all this infrastructure and had all this stuff that they built out. And they're like, well, what if we put seats in the jets, or what if we put seats in the bombers and turned them into cross-country airlines? And then they developed an airline. It wasn't like that because there wasn't a space industry.
I get
the way
what you're
there was
saying.
an airline, the way there was an airline market.
That makes sense. Yes.
Yeah. So
the incentives weren't there to do it,
so they just didn't. There was no need to keep it because there wasn't anything. They changed the mission. They weren't sending rockets to the moon. They started doing rockets into low Earth orbit. So like the mission changed. So the manufacturing changed. There was no need to keep it because they had a different thing.
Okay, so are they on the up and up this time?
I guess. I'm sure the Artemis.
They're making the same mistake twice.
Well, yeah. I think the Artemis program, they kind of just like blew off the dust from the old archives, and they pulled out the stuff, and they're like, okay, let's find out how they did this, and they re-engineered it to make it work. I think
I'm gonna look this up.
I mean, part of it was fresh development, but part of it was re-engineering the old development and making it better. Because, they didn't come completely from scratch because we had the knowledge. We know how to make rockets. We have ICBMs. We have SpaceX, and we have Blue Horizon. We have all these fucking people.
And wouldn't some people be around from that time?
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't completely lost institutional knowledge, but it wasn't
like totally coordinated.
Yeah, they changed their mission. It was different. Yeah. It would be like
I get what you're saying.
It would be like pulling in your airline engineers and saying, okay, we need to make a biplane again. They're like, well, we haven't made a fucking biplane in 65 years. How are we going to do that? And then they sit down and they draw it out and they figure out how to do it, and with modern components and all that shit.
Right.
So I kind of think that's kind of how it was. They just haven't done it in 65 years, so they like figured it out.
Yeah, since I'm off until Thursday, I'm going to do some learning.
But my understanding is that the moon mission is a step towards Mars. They want to put a moon base on the south pole of the moon, and that's going to be like a launching point for the Martian.
Well, last time we discussed this, Vanessa Kitty said the moon now, Artemis is what it's called.
Yeah.
Is to prepare us for Mars. And my understanding was people have been talking about because of global warming or maybe to privatize. I'm not sure if privatization has come up, but my thinking is we need other places to live. And I thought we were going to Mars to see if we could be inhabitable, if it could be inhabitable.
Yeah. You there?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's the kind of the case where they're going to have like a permanent, instead of having a low Earth orbit space station, they'll have a moon base space station.
According to
and then that will
PK,
be that'll be kind of a stepping stone launching point because it's easier and cheaper to launch something from the moon to Mars than it is to launch something from Earth to Mars because
I have no idea.
the gravity on the moon is so much lower or whatever. But yeah, I mean,
According to Vanessa Kitty,
we shall see.
moon base South Pole to mine the water there.
Yeah, there's water on the South Pole, from what they understand.
Let me guess. They're going to privatize the water, the mega corporations,
I doubt it.
and
Possible.
they're going to sell it instead of moon boots and moon rock. It'll be authentic moon water.
Maybe.
Don't you think that could happen?
Maybe. But they're going to need to use the water.
If the
for
SpaceX
the
and
base
all
on the
those
moon.
people can go to the moon, what do you think they're going to do if they discover all this stuff?
They're going to need to use that water on the moon, though.
I know, but we have water that we need to use for our residents, and they still bottle it up.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't imagine like Jeff Bezos and those guys that went up to space aren't gonna want to market this for their own pocket.
I would be surprised if that's how they pulled it all together.
Because that's why they wanted to go to the moon in the first place.
I would be surprised because there's going to be private companies probably leasing space from NASA for hotel space, and
I don't actually think this is a good idea. All those guys going up in space.
yeah.
I didn't think it was a good idea. Because I thought those rockets would actually fail.
Okay.
Because you know how they want to deregulate everything to save money?
Sometimes, yeah.
That's why I was afraid of happening. I'm dying to know if they cut corners.
Yeah. I don't know. I have no idea. Time out. JLM asks if there's academic games any longer. Yes, there's academic games and academic competitions all the time, especially at the high school and college level. But I'd be surprised. I'm sure there's going to be some privatization on a moon base, but for most of the moon, if there becomes a moon base, there will be. It's going to be a government. It's going to be the same type of thing as they have in Antarctica.
Mm-hmm.
That is my hunch. That's my guess. Vanessa Kitty was in college around the same time as me. She was in college from 1995 to 2000. I was in college from 1993 to 1998. And then she says 2014 to 2017. I was 2008 to 2010. So we were in college at about the same time. But she's got a couple of years on me.
Yeah, she does.
Just a couple. But yeah, I'm looking forward. I really am. I'm looking forward to the new developments that we're going to see. I am an hour behind in fucking chat. I'm really looking forward to seeing the developments with Artemis and SpaceX and all these guys doing low Earth orbit, moon launches. It's going to be fucking awesome. We are on the cusp of a golden age of space. I don't want to call it exploration, but space accomplishments.
Yeah, as long as the privatization doesn't ruin the knowledge.
I don't think it will. There's going to be some, but I don't think there's going to be a lot of it, especially when it comes to the moon. There may be some on Mars, but obviously, if Elon Musk wants to get to Mars first, but there's more likely to be public facilities that if people are definitely going to be returned to Earth.
Yeah. I wonder if Neil deGrasse Tyson would go on a privatization.
I think he said that he's not going to go to Mars if he has the opportunity. He wouldn't go. I think he said that because he says that'd be a one-way trip, and I don't want to die on Mars.
Wait, that would be a one-way trip
at his age? Yeah, probably.
Maybe
there comes a certain age where if you're going to Mars, it's going to be a one-way trip. Because if you're talking about a 2-year mission, 3-year mission, Yeah, I mean, if you're a private citizen going to Mars, you're going to be there for 5 years. There's a certain age at which it's a one-way trip.
I don't know enough
Yeah,
to think about it.
the bone degradation, the calcium degradation.
Right.
I need to get some of
the
my science
gravity,
people
I
on the
would
show and
guess.
talk about that shit. And
Yeah,
now that
but
I'm confident that my Streamyard will be stable, I can absolutely do it.
Mhm. Yeah, because
Soldier Girl says she gets drunk and has fun. I mean, I don't mind getting drunk every once in a while. I think y'all have seen me drunk on other people's channels, but I don't get drunk on my own. I will moderate and temper myself on my own because I'm trying to run a show and be semi-professional.
Those shows have seemed to run its course. The drinking community isn't what it once was.
Vanessa Kitty says 72.9% voting in Illinois.
Whoa.
She also says 11.3 voting in Texas. I don't think that's right. In Texas, I think it was closer to 41%. Maybe 11.3 of the total population, but we had 9 or 8 million votes cast out of 18 million registered voters. So it's closer to 15 or 50%.
But I would venture to guess the 2022 midterms had a higher voting turnout for a midterm.
Oh, yeah. It was the highest voting midterm in a long time.
Now,
the highest voting midterm since 2018.
Even if your state didn't vote as many as you would like in Texas, that's still a positive. So,
yeah. We had good turnout comparatively, but we had bad turnout, like empirically.
So, yeah, I get what you mean.
Like it was really low turnout, but compared to previous years, it was really good. I mean, so there's it was good compared to, but by itself, 9 million people stayed home, and didn't fucking bother. I don't.
But you know what? I'll just say this and I'll shut up. Whoopi makes the point that she encouraged everyone to come out and vote. Her stick was, those polls that say you're up, you're down, this, that, the candidate. She basically said, ignore all that. You won't know until you vote, until it's all over. And she has a point. So my new philosophy is, well, I voted. I did my best with trying to educate myself before voting. And now we just wait and see. Yeah, and now you just hold your representatives accountable, and your senators and whoever runs your state. And if you don't like them, find somebody else to run.
Exactly.
And then if it doesn't work out, don't get upset. Just say, well, we tried, and then keep going, because that's what the other side does.
Exactly. You just keep rolling with it.
But they do a little manipulating and cheating
and doing what you need to do.
And just
that's how civil societies work. You express your viewpoint. You work to get your viewpoint approved and signed on by the masses. And if it doesn't, you either come up with better ideas, or you work harder to spread the word about what you think are good ideas. And if you have bad ideas, then you should be relegated to the dustbin of history.
Exactly.
That's how it works. Okay, I'm going to try and add my Wheel of Doom. It's again. I have. There I go. I'm gone. Hold on. Am I back? It says I have an unstable connection again.
I see you
here. I shared my tab, and it says I haven't even added it to the stream yet. I haven't even added it to the stream. But Vanessa asked the question, why are there 2 senators for each state? That's constitutional. The Constitution of the United States says there will be 2 senators per state. So that's why having a 3rd senator would require a constitutional amendment. But we've already changed how senators are selected, because it was originally they were appointed by the governors of the state and approved by usually the Congress of each state. So we've already changed how senators are selected with one amendment. We can do it again. We can change how senators are selected with another amendment saying, we'll have a third senator
No,
for
that
every
might not
state.
be a bad idea.
I just think that I don't think that the senators should get that the state. I don't think that states should be allowed to sit out elections. We should have it should be a
What?
national referendum every 2 years. There should be a national referendum. Because this year
I don't
we
think
had
so.
our governor, but they're one of our. I think we should have had a senator on the ballot. I really do think we should have a senator on the ballot every 2 years.
You
But
know what? That doesn't
like I said,
bother me.
it'll never fucking happen.
That doesn't bother me, the lengths that they serve, as long as we can vote for them.
Yeah, I have no problem with the length of their service. 6 years is fine. I just think we should have, all 50 states every 2 years.
That's what we do for the reps.
Okay, so this is working. Seems to be working fine.
But you're breaking up.
Yeah, it's giving me a little bit of chop. So maybe me plus the wheel of doom and glory, but maybe not two people. But it's working fine with me and a member of the panel. It's working just fine.
Yeah.
And we had 4 people on when Maddie J was here, so we're doing good. I think I'm okay with bringing Streamyard back. Maybe. Maine does have ranked choice voting too. I'm trying desperately to catch up with chat. It's 222 in chat and 246 in real life. And I believe we have 3 people on 3 people in the audience. One of them's me. So we're going to build there's Vanessa Kitty. We're going to build a habitat on the moon with a space station there as well. Capstone is testing the orbit for the space station. Very cool. Moon base South Pole where there's water. Space station at Moon will orbit where Capstone currently is. Water will be fuel. Yeah, they're going to break the water into hydrogen and oxygen and use that as fuel. Yeah. But also as water, which is
That's cool.
Using water as water is good because otherwise you have to ship it from Earth to the moon. Right. But see, another thing that'll come out of these moon colonies and space colonies something's already come out of the space station, but the moon colonies and the Mars colonies and the space station around the moon, conservation technologies that conserve water, technologies that conserve power, technologies that produce power, all these technologies that'll come out of these.
What we do if we're not going to do anything on global warming?
But that's the thing. We'll have the technology to do it. So all it needs is a little push on the economy to transition over.
I know, but it'll be too late by that time.
I don't know about that. I'm not so pessimistic.
No, I mean for the global warming emissions, whatever. What is it called? Methane. Don't they say we have so many years left until if it gets too many degrees warmer?
Yeah, but I'm skeptical that it's always doom and gloom. Yes, it's not ideal, but we're not just going to stand pat and let the universe kill us. We're going to work. We're going to try and fix it. It's going to get bad. We're going to mitigate the problem and then mitigate the effects and try and solve the problem. That's what we do.
But didn't we fix the ozone hole?
Yeah. We've solved acid rain. We've solved the ozone hole. We've solved all kinds of
stuff. I saw a book somewhere.
No, we didn't do the work that needed to be done to prevent the ozone hole from forming. Like when people were saying, "Oh no, this is going to cause a problem," they said, "Oh no, this is a problem," and then we solved the problem.
I don't exactly remember what that was. Just at the ozone, there's something called an ozone that had a hole. Yeah. That's what I remember in school. Don't ask me what it does.
Yeah, there's an ozone layer that blocks radiation or something like that. UV radiation specifically.
But I read that a dude from Mexico City fixed that.
Yeah, we just we stopped selling CFCs. So Aquanet and Hairnet and stuff like that. It was mostly in hairspray. We were using so much hairspray that we were destroying the atmosphere.
Oh yeah, there's a aerosol spray.
Yeah,
I remember
that's how.
in
That's
the
that's
80s.
basically how we. And that and Freon and stuff like that was going in air conditioners. We stopped
But
using stuff
look,
like that.
are you all happy we stopped that? Because then you don't have to have that hair that sticks up from the 80s.
Yeah, I mean
But
it changed
what
a
was
lot
it
of
called?
stuff. That's how it works.
When we took the comb, what was it? Feathering.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what it was. That was before my time.
I know it had something to do with
And
bangs.
I'm a guy, so I didn't have the big hair.
But I remember it had to do with bangs.
Yeah, something like that. Look at that. I caught up with chat. It is 10 minutes till 3. So I'm going to wrap this up. It's time to wrap it up. I need to go to bed. What do you think? So what are you looking forward to in 2023?
Hanging out with you.
That's going to happen.
Hanging out with Bacon.
That's going to happen.
Hopefully a full-time job.
Okay.
And I'm looking forward to the day that they'll say, yes, you can go back to see someone for mental health. They won't. The place might go. See, I don't want to go somewhere new. I'll keep this brief because I don't want to do the whole thing of calling up the insurance company and maybe, the in-network thing.
Mm-hmm. I know. I'm very familiar
stressful,
with that. Yeah.
And I don't want to go through that. However, when I did it for my optometrist, it worked. I mean, where I can go to buy my glasses, all I called was 3 places and it worked. But anyways, I don't want to go through that again. So the place said I can go anywhere in the network of the Access Clinic. So the only place they had was Chicago. And then they're like, well, we see that you have where you live. The psychiatrist for the Chicago location was actually helping out the psychiatrist that going to work where I can go, the town that I live in. Sure. I think she's like her mentor or something and was teaching her the ways. And the medical assistant said, I'm going to talk to the psychiatrist. I'll be right back. And she says, no, don't come here. She wants you to make an appointment with the new psychiatrist at your place. Okay, you're good. So every time I call, I don't get the place where I go. I get some service that answers the phone and takes the appointments. And they're like, no. She's not taking appointments yet. I'm like, I explained this just as I explained it to you. And they're like, okay, we'll leave a message. Then when I talked to my doctor, who is actually a nurse practitioner, she said, yes, my medical assistant will help you. She'll call you. But I never heard back. So I think tomorrow I'm going to go in.
All right.
Because I've been begging for months.
Well, I look forward to that for you as well. I hope that gets worked out. Myself, I am looking forward to a healthy and prosperous year too. It's this year has been a challenge. We've gone through a lot of changes professionally. The distillery, the channel has gone through a tremendous amount of growth. I'm looking forward to monetizing the channel finally in 2023. I've got a lot of hope I'm looking forward to in 2023. A lot of growth, a lot of change, a lot of hope in the next year. We've got a whole person that we're integrating into the family. We've got a business model that I'm hoping to fully execute next year and get everything going. I'm looking forward to selling more whiskey than I've ever sold before. I'm looking forward to 2023. I've got a lot of optimism for next year. Got a lot of optimism, a lot of hope. It's going to be an interesting time. So
I wish I had more hope, but I'm trying.
I mean, it's simplistic to say just have some, but my hope isn't unfounded. Like I have faith in my own abilities. I have faith in my company and my product and my family and my Lord. And I have faith in all the stuff that I need to have faith in. It's not unfounded. It's not just passive optimism. It is, it's hope that the work that I'm putting in will pay off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it could all go just completely wrong and completely off the tracks and just not be fruitful and not be beneficial at all. I may end up in a suit and tie by the end of the year and working another job like I had 5 years ago. But I am hoping that the work I'm putting in will pay off. I'm optimistic that the work that I've put in will yield results. That is the hope that I hold.
It seems like it with your channel growth.
I mean, well, with the channel is one thing, but the channel's not paying money.
Yeah.
The channel doesn't pay the bills.
No, but if you get to a certain point, you can get some amount of that. It may not be enough for your whole family.
And like I tell my lovely wife, even if it's just a couple $100 a month or
that's
even
mad
if it's
money.
50 cents a month, it takes a little bit of pressure off of everything else. So
it's still helpful to pay the bills.
Yeah, and it's hope. It's the expectation. That's the difference. That's what I call the difference between hope and optimism. Optimism is the expectation that everything will work out. Hope is the active belief that the work you've put in will yield results.
I wish I had more of that.
Optimism is I'm doing stuff and I'm sure it'll work out. Or maybe I'm not doing stuff. Optimism is kind of like a passive emotion. Hope is an active thing. I'm doing work and it's going to pay off. Those the two fists that you're fighting with.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm looking forward to. My New Year's I don't want to call it a resolution. My New Year's optimism.
I need that right now. I need hope.
It's not just something that happens, it's something you have to do, and that's the way I look at it. I've got this goal in mind and steps that I'm taking towards that goal, and hopefully that will they connect. The work pays off. Hopefully the work pays off and you modify the plan.
That's what I want for myself.
So I'd like to look back and say this has been a great year from the beginning to end, but there's been struggles, there's been troubles. We've all had shit. And God knows at the beginning of the year, I did not plan for the end of this year to look like this. I did not sit down in January and February and go, okay, this is how my September and October and November is going to look.
No,
but when curveballs come, you just like dig in that back foot and just take a deep breath and take the best swing you can. You recalibrate everything when you see them coming in.
That's a great way to look at it.
That's what we did.
I don't think I ever told you this, but you're like my inspiration.
Aw.
Because I want to learn how to be just like what you just said. I need to be like that.
I wish I could bottle my optimism and hope and share it with the world. I really do, because I really do think that if you do the work, it's not always going to work out. Like you can do the work and things can go tits up. But I firmly believe you can create your own luck. You can meet the right people. You can do the right things. I also firmly believe that you can put in the work and everything can just go shit all bad.
That's where I'm at. I'm at the latter half.
Because chaos does exist. And you can work your way through the chaos and you can fight your way through the chaos. And sometimes things work against you. Sometimes things work for you. But I also think that you can make your own luck. And sometimes you can make good luck. Sometimes you can make bad luck. And sometimes the world works for you. The universe doesn't give a shit whether you live or die. So I don't count on the universe to do anything. You've got to go out and you've got to shake hands and knock doors and play golf and do all the schmoozing crap that you have to do. I hate doing that stuff. But you got to do it. You got to meet people, you got to shake hands, you got to do stuff and be a part of things. So, and like I said, I wish I could bottle this up and share it with people, but I am far from the expert of how to do it because I can tell you I'm bad at it. I'm not always as optimistic.
Nobody's
as I sound.
perfect.
But
I
still believe in the long arc of history. Things will ultimately, if you try, if you work and you push, even if things don't go well, at the very least you can sit back and say I tried and you can be satisfied with
Yeah,
it.
but trying sometimes is not enough. You need results.
But you can still sit back and say, I'm satisfied with my effort. I did what I could. I am satisfied with my effort.
I
At the
don't know
very
if-
least. And I think
I'm not at that point.
I think the most dissatisfied people are people who things did not break in their favor and they didn't put in the effort, because then they have nothing to look back on and be satisfied about. So if I had one piece of advice to give going into 2023 over this next 30 days to give to anybody who's still listening, is just put in the effort. Just put in the fucking effort. And at the very least, you can sit back and be satisfied with the effort that you did. You can say that you tried your best. You did the best you could. And you can sit back and say, well, I made an effort. I did the best I could. And I can be satisfied with the effort that I put in. And
But it hurts sometimes when you put in all the effort and you get nowhere.
It does. It hurts so much. I'm not going to lie. It hurts so fucking much.
But
you can spend all your energy. But at least at the end of the day, if you spend your energy, it's a good day's worth of work. You come back, you're exhausted, you lay down and you sleep the sleep of the righteous. So
it sounds like you're trying to encourage people to stay resilient.
You've got to stay resilient. You have to.
My therapist told me that. I need to learn how to be resilient.
You can bend all day long, but you can't break. You've got to, and you've got to trust that eventually, the work pays off. That's your optimism and that's your hope that the work will pay off. And it's hard to do that when everything is working against you. And I've seen it firsthand that people have chosen rent over medicine. I've seen it firsthand, but they put in the effort, they try, and they make the best life for themselves, and they breathe their last breath knowing that they did the best they could. And the best they could just wasn't good enough, but they tried. They did the best they could. And
so
it's frustrating as hell. It's frustrating how to see it. And we live in a world that's like that. But you know what? You have the hope that that's not how the world is always going to be.
So
you tend your
I
garden,
also hear from you.
Enjoy the fruits.
Positive. Stay positive.
Absolutely. You tend your garden and enjoy the fruits of your labor.
Right.
100% of the time.
That's what I'm trying to do. There
you go.
Uh-oh.
Bull Rush just joined the fucking party.
And we're leaving.
At 3:02, Bull Rush joins the chat, and we are literally closing down the show. Bull Rush, well, I will raise my glass to you in our parting shot. Cheers to you, my friend Bull Rush. I look forward to seeing you at the distillery again in the next few weeks.
Oh, he came by?
Yeah, he's been by the shop a few times.
Cool.
Wednesday we'll be back. I'll be talking about Project 360. I don't know what the fucking topic will be. I haven't decided yet. Thursday we'll do trivia, probably in this forum right here.
What should your topic be for Wednesday?
I don't know. I'll think of something.
I know.
What?
Not politics.
No, actually, I was thinking I might do a recap of what we know about the January 6th insurrection.
Oh, no.
But just the facts, not talking about like opinion shit, just the facts of what we know.
Aren't you going to lose viewers?
I don't give a shit. And how close shit came to being tits up.
If that makes you happy, then okay.
Because, dude, it was literally Mike Pence saying, I'm not getting in the car. That was how close it came. Because if he had gotten in the car, then Chuck Grassley would have overseen the final vote count, and Chuck Grassley would have thrown out the votes, and it would have gone to a vote of the delegations to the states.
Did Chuck Grassley
he already said that's what he would have done. He stated clearly that's what he would have done.
Oh, I didn't watch the whole thing. Wait a minute, hold on. So he admitted that he would stage a coup. So why is he still in office?
Well, he didn't say that he would stage a coup.
But isn't that an omission?
He said we don't have to worry about Mike Pence. I'll be the guy.
And that's what I'm saying. Isn't that basically an omission?
No, it depends on how you define a coup. But that may be a topic for another couple of weeks from now. I gotta compile the data. I gotta like
Yeah, maybe
actually
that's what you
compile the
should discuss.
testimonies and stuff like that.
Like
You know.
what? Because some people won't believe that that's an insurrection.
But they don't have to. The reality doesn't give a shit what they believe.
But they vote based off that belief, though. That's the problem.
That's not my problem.
That's
not
where
my
I
problem.
get upset.
I don't concern myself with the actions of other people. I mean, I don't give a shit if they believe that 2 + 2 = 18. It doesn't. That's not my problem.
But see,
That's not my problem.
I feel disinformation is what's ruining our society.
Your job as a watchman is to call, alert the forces to the danger. Your job as a watchman is not to get the forces to the walls. Your job is simply to alert the forces to the danger. That's what the watchmen do. That's their job. That's it. You can't make anyone else do anything else. You can't make a camel drink. You can only bring them to the water.
Yeah.
Your job is not the actions of others. You can't make anyone else do anything.
No, but others
All you can do is.
That's true, but I feel like the other side wants us to do things. Like they're trying to get us to act a certain way.
That's not their job either. That's not their job. If they're trying to do something that's not their job, that's fine. They can't force you to do anything. They can't make you think things. They can't make you do things. They can't make you do anything. There's reality and there's bullshit, and you choose which one to believe.
But
that's it.
If
so
they
do they.
believe the bullshit, it ruins society because they vote based off that stupidity.
But you also have to trust your fellow man to believe reality over bullshit.
I don't.
Well, then
I'm sorry, but we lived through COVID.
That's your problem.
No, but I'm basing this off reality. We lived through COVID. We see what they think happens in public schools that don't. We tell them, and they're like, huh?
But again, that's the trust is your problem, not theirs. That's it. The trust is your problem. And you can.
But aren't you upset though that misinforming?
Yeah, it bothers me.
It
does. It annoys the shit out of me.
Because they vote for the wrong
candidate. I have to trust that the other 35 million out of the other 35 million Texans, of which 21 million are eligible voters, half of them will eventually see reality.
Okay. That's basically Whoopi Goldberg's point. She makes that. She believes that we don't.
You make a good argument. You make a better argument. That's how it is. You make a good argument. If they don't listen to that, you make a better argument. If they won't listen to that, you make a better argument still.
I'm at the point now. I just vote how I vote and hope for the best.
Yeah. And
I don't even want to engage with them anymore.
There's 3 ways to do it. You either make a better argument. If you think you're making a good argument, you look at the data and you get more people to rally around your argument. And if you still need to do that, then, if there's still people out there who aren't buying it, then you got to figure out ways to explain it to them. And, there's an alternative to that is if you're making a shitty argument and you're making a shitty argument, then you try to prevent people from taking up an opposing view.
I hear you.
And that is something that is happening in many, many, many states where they say we have a shitty argument. We know we have a shitty argument. Let's reduce the number of people who can vote against our shitty argument.
Yeah.
But when you have the right argument, when you have the good argument, when you have good ideas, you'll make better ideas. Or, I mean, there was one of the 2 parties figured it out in the first half of this term that if you do the stuff that people want, people will vote for you. And they did it. They did a lot of the stuff people wanted and people voted for them. And it was like, oh, wow, shocking. Like, fucking do this shit, people.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just doing that to buy votes. Yeah. Yes. Right. Do that shit to buy votes. That's what you do. Like, shocking.
Yeah. Okay. It's getting late.
Yeah, it's getting late. I'm going to have to go to bed before my wife yells at me. Cheers to Bull Rush for joining us at the end of the party. Cheers to you for sticking with me for the whole time through.
No
and cheers
problem.
to the rest of chat and everyone else who will join us on Wednesday night for whatever topic we come up with. I'm going to remove you from chat. Thanks for joining me, Sunflowers. I appreciate it. Good night.
Good night.
I'm the old humble guy. We've had a fun time tonight. We will be back again. We might do this again next week. This was fun. Maybe next Sunday. I don't know. I don't know if this is going to be a regular thing or if this is going to be a rare thing. But we will do more stuff like this. Cheers to all y'all. Be awesome to each other. Think with your whole brain. Love with your whole heart. And until next time, remember, life is too short for bad whiskey and too long to do nothing about it. Good night, everybody. Cheers.